Word of warning, there will be massive spoilers pretty much right out of the gate. There's no special timestamp that will house all the spoilers behind, so if you've never played Mass Effect 2 and want to at some point, you may want to set this video aside until then. Also, while it's probably not going to be essential, you may want to check out my video on the first game if you haven't already. You'll probably be able to keep up with this video without it, but your mileage may vary. There's a link in the description if you want to check it out. The general consensus knows the Mass Effect franchise is in a rough state. Creatively, and most likely monetarily, Bioware is wobbling on its last leg. They released the Legendary Edition as a sort of love letter to the fans in hopes that they won't be forgotten in an industry that is quick to judge missteps, especially repeated ones. They do, after all, have plans for a new installment in a franchise their publisher stated was on hiatus following the disaster in Andromeda. And the general consensus is that Mass Effect 3 was the game that plotted this course. I disagree. If Mass Effect 3 is the game that shot and killed the franchise, then Mass Effect 2 is the one that loaded the gun. But how? Mass Effect 2 gave us Mordin, made Rex king of the Krogan, let us finally romance Tali, gave us even more blue alien cleavage, and atoned for all the faults of Mass Effect 1. Rather than having this, we got this. All of this is true, but then it gave us a nonsensical main story that goes nowhere fast, which ultimately had the writers backing themselves into a corner, giving us Starchild and the colored endings of Mass Effect 3. They ditched their details-first approach that carefully constructed the world and characters of Mass Effect 1 for the sake of introducing more drama. But that's enough introduction, let's get into this thing proper. Shepard had been assigned to cleaning up pockets of Geth resistance still lingering following the victory at the Citadel. Maybe not the best use of the most technically advanced ship in the Alliance fleet and the man who killed a machine god, but hey, times are tough. While patrolling a section of space where a few other ships went missing, the Normandy made contact with something different. And nobody knew what to make of this thing or the fact that it was able to see past the Normandy stealth systems, but it wasn't long before they were abandoning ship as it got vivisected from broadside hits by a powerful particle beam. In the tussle, Shepard got ejected from the Normandy and from the galactic stage entirely. It's not a bad idea to start a story with some action, especially a sequel that is following an installment that had already set everything up. I get not everyone is a fan of a slow burn, but in a story that is about the details of the world, its plot, and its characters, a little setup can have a huge payoff. I've seen people criticize Mass Effect 1 for having a boring, slow introduction, but in truth, both games have a very similar setup structure-wise. We start with an introduction chat about Shepard from non-present characters, some time spent on the Normandy, and then 2 missions before getting our ship and the freedom to start choosing our own missions. If we run a simple comparison, then Mass Effect 1 definitely takes the lead for runtime, but the Citadel can be knocked out in 20 minutes and a lot of optional conversations can be ignored, closing the gap quite a bit to the point that both games are about equal in the time it takes to get our ship. I'd much rather have the option to explore more of the world than have the game deny me that opportunity just because it doesn't trust I can pay attention. If the original's game introduction was too boring for new players, then the introduction for Mass Effect 2 is too confusing for returning players. It literally starts from the very first scene with Miranda standing around the Elusive Man's chambers monologuing about our accomplishments in the first game and the Elusive Man's edgy mystique being held together only through Martin Sheen's force of will. By Miranda's dialogue, it sounds like they are talking about Shepard right after the Reaper attack on the Citadel, but the Elusive Man sounds like Shepard has already died. Like, did he know the Collectors were gonna attack? What are we, the audience, even supposed to make of these two? The first game simply started with a 3-way conversation between Udina, Anderson, and Admiral Hackett trying to figure out who to put forward as the quote-unquote first human Spectre candidate, and Udina, of all people, put Shepard forward first. They confirmed the background choices we just made, signaling to the player that, yeah, we're already using their choices to tell the story, in a direct but sensible manner. In the first game, Shepard is being propped up as a potential ally to the Alliance's agenda, with the second game just saying, yeah, he's an icon and we could use an icon for our cause, so go get him recruited. Let me ask you something, elusive man. What's in this for Shepard? Because in the first game, the Alliance and the Council have unlimited extraterritorial executive powers on offer. Do you have something just as tempting? This is going to be a repeating theme of this entire game. Nobody actually explaining or even lampshading what Shepard might actually want. Mass Effect 1 treated Shepard as a character with his or her own agency. Mass Effect 2 just treated them as another plot device. And we see this immediately. The disconnect between me and my Shepard is signaled from the get-go, and that's probably one of the reasons this introduction sequence never really connected with me. Fast forward to the Normandy blowing up. I don't have any problem with this sequence on its own, but in the greater context of the game, it's absurd. But if you're a new player and you just got into this game, you'll have zero attachment to the Normandy, and its destruction will just be, oh, okay, this looks cool, I guess. If you played Mass Effect 1 a dozen times before Mass Effect 2 like I did, you'll just be sitting there thinking, wait, what? Why? You're telling me I don't even get a chance to see the interior of this ship for myself before it's getting blown up? Huh? And already, the disconnect between the storytelling and the motivations for me playing set in. I don't even get an explanation for why I'm out there patrolling like some worthless frigate aside from Miranda saying,
Geth. Geth.
Why aren't we on Ilos or the Citadel investigating things? My Shepard would have laughed at whoever told him to go waste his time with this Mickey Mouse shit. He stole the Normandy for fuck's sakes to save the galaxy. Now that he has irrefutable proof that he's right, he's going to go, yeah, let's go play Whack-A-Geth in some uncharted system in the Terminus. They rewrote my Shepard off screen without even telling me how or why. So the Normandy goes pop in a flashy sequence, but that's not enough. Nah, Shepard needs to die too. There's a missed opportunity here to pull a clever bait and switch by making us play as another protagonist for a bit to fool us into thinking Shepard really was dead for good. Granted, I'm not so sure how effective that could have been, seeing as they had Shepard plastered all over the promo material, but hey, Kojima did it, so why not? My point is, killing Shepard just didn't do anything other than loosely justify what's about to occur, and maybe offer us an in-universe reason for Shepard getting to change their appearance in class. Killing your lead is a pretty damn big deal, and this is going to open up a whole new dimension of immersion-crushing issues down the line, but let's get some more runway before tackling that. Following his spacing, Shepard wakes up a couple of times in a sterile lab lying on an operating table. The first time was an oopsie, and Miranda and Wilson had to give him more knockout juice to keep him from dying again. The second time he was woken up by Miranda shouting over the intercom while a couple of explosions rocked the lab. He wasn't even given enough time to remember his death and coma vacation because a couple of mechs were coming to kill him. Fortunately, there was a convenient weapon locker nearby, and that allowed Shepard to get reacquainted with killing robots. Confusion plagues me as much as it does for Shepard while we come across audio logs that begin piecing together what's been going on. The big boss of this whole operation here, known as the Elusive Man, has poured billions of credits into resurrecting Shepard, giving a name to the man Miranda had been talking to in the beginning cutscene. We then come across Jacob, the first living human we've seen on this station.
Look, pal, I don't know where I am or how I got here. Plus my head feels like an overripe melon ready to split open. How about you fill me in a little?
Damn. Yeah, I forgot this is all new to you. Sorry about that.
In trying to help reduce Shepard's confusion, he ends up exasperating it when he explains how Shepard has been dead since the Normandy's destruction, and has spent the past 2 years on an operating table being brought back to life thanks to Project Lazarus. As far as the rest of the galaxy knows, though, Shepard is still dead. They eventually came across Wilson, and Jacob then fessed up to the whole truth. This is a Cerberus operation. The Elusive Man is the boss of their entire organization, and he has big plans that required bringing back the most important human. Shepard thought he'd wiped Cerberus out years back when Admiral Kahoku gave him the locations of their research bases, but apparently that operation had more sprawl to them than even the Shadow Broker knew. This only added to Shepard's mounting confusion, and after voicing some half-hearted protests, Shepard continued along with the two Cerberus lackeys. They made it to the shuttle bay where Miranda suddenly materialized and shot Wilson dead. According to her, Wilson was the one who sold them out and set off the mechs. For why or for who, nobody knows, and with him dead, they never will know. Miranda then took offense to Jacob having already told Shepard about Cerberus and the Elusive Man element at play, which begged the question of what the hell she was actually planning on telling him, because they were already on their way to go see the Elusive Man in person. Was she just planning on forcing Shepard to meet some stranger without any context whatsoever? Jacob's right here. Lying to the commander isn't the way to get him to join their cause. Granted, telling him the truth wasn't either, not without explaining what their cause actually was and how Cerberus is still around after the ass-kicking he gave them 2 years ago. Project Lazarus's concept of reversing death by vacuum exposure and atmospheric re-entry is a really silly concept. Thankfully, they have enough sense to explain just enough away by saying cybernetics and showing Shepard with some crazy space scars, but it's still asking for me to believe a lot without the writers even earning my trust yet. In fact, as a returning player, they've already violated my trust several times over, and Project Lazarus is just another thing I'm forced to accept. We aren't given any sort of reason to care at all about what's going on the space station, which admittedly is understandable. We've been dead for 2 years and just woke up in a place that is currently undergoing a dramatic change of management. Instead, we are given breadcrumbs to help us piece together what is really going on and gives us some characterization for Miranda, Wilson, and Jacob. The problem is that what's really going on here is never actually answered. Miranda kills Wilson before he can even hint at why he did what he did and who he sold the project out to, and both of those are pretty damn important in order to at least retroactively make us care about all this carnage. But Miranda just goes, yeah, everyone here is expendable, let's just leave now. So all these people she and Jacob have been working with for 2 years suddenly are left for dead, and neither one of these two cares about them or gives them a second thought. This is at least on brand for Miranda. She comes across as a cold, calculating woman who has to make tough calls and doesn't have room to hesitate. People like to call her a bitch, but I could have bought into the ultra-logical characterization until she shot Wilson for no reason without getting any info out of him. Jacob is the real casualty here. He was presented to seem cool, relaxed, and much more a people person. And for him to just stand there mute while Miranda says everybody else is either dead or expendable just shatters the character they were setting up for Jacob the past 30 minutes. And it's no wonder we never have an opinion of Jacob. Any chance he got at developing a personality is immediately reversed by him sitting there silently as Cerberus commits another unjustifiable atrocity for little gain. I know they retroactively explain Wilson sold out Project Lazarus to the Shadow Broker, but we only get that info in a little blurb at the end of an optional paid DLC. Nowhere else in the base game is the betrayal even brought up. In Mass Effect 1, Eden Prime is brought up countless times throughout the entirety of the game. But in Mass Effect 2, the events of the project, the whole slaughter, the confusing magic they used to bring back Shepard from the dead, none of it is ever brought up again. It happened in its own little mission, and that mission is over now, so who cares, right? Who needs continuity in a story-driven RPG when we got action and drama? And for the sake of drama and moving the plot, we get the worst crime of all these opening levels commit: the lobotomy of Commander Shepard. If you watched my first video, you'll know I really enjoyed what Bioware did with Commander Shepard. We were always one step removed from Shepard thanks to the dialogue wheel limiting our actual options, but Bioware seemed to understand that limitation and made it work as more of a way to explore who our Shepard is. Shepard is not an avatar for the player. He or she is an actual character in the world who has opinions of their own that the player can choose to explore and express. The main problem we are going to be running into in this game is that we just don't know what the hell is going on in Shepard's mind 99% of the time. In Mass Effect 1, he's constantly voicing his opinions. In Mass Effect 2, though, he's more often than not just talking and asking questions to move the plot along. His companions are free to have their opinions, and every once in a while, Shepard is allowed out of his cage to express a straight thought, but most of the time, that's just not the case. When this happens, we start squaring things up in more black and white terms, reducing Shepard's choices to just moral choices. If Shepard was given more agency, then he'd have a billion questions for Jacob and Miranda. He wouldn't just have the most basic and pedestrian questions like, what is Project Lazarus? And tell me about yourself, Jacob. He is able to inquire a little bit about his old squad, but that's about as far as his own personal involvement goes. He doesn't express any opinion about being dead and then resurrected like some freakish monster. He never gets to go, you should have left me dead, this violates my religious views, which is something he can admit to having to Ashley in Mass Effect 1. He doesn't even get to go, you know, being dead was kinda weird. He just walks it off. No reflection, no nothing. And that creates, I feel, one of the biggest chasms between the player and Shepard. The first game worked to bring the player and Shepard as close as it could. The second seemed to be trying the opposite, or just didn't realize how important Shepard was in Mass Effect 1, aside from being a bloody icon. The crew zips out of one giant space station to another, even larger space station. This would be the first and only Cerberus base we'd come across in this game that wasn't on fire and full of dead Cerberus operatives. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean we would get to see any living humans that might better explain what the hell is going on, because even the Elusive Man only appears in hollow form. The Elusive Man gets right to it and explains that he brought Shepard back to stop the Reapers, which makes sense. While he was away, hundreds of thousands of humans in remote colonies have gone missing and nobody knows how or why, though the Elusive Man suspects the Reapers. Once again, makes sense. What doesn't make sense is why the Alliance isn't looking into this, though the Elusive Man is quick to explain that they're too busy with the new responsibilities Shepard dumped in their lap when he let the Council die. The Elusive Man wants Shepard, Miranda, and Jacob to head to the Colony of Freedom's progress and find any evidence that might point them towards a target. The problem is that whoever is doing this leaves not a single trace of evidence behind. The colonists just disappear. The Elusive Man hopes that Shepard can find something, though aside from hopes and dreams, the Elusive Man doesn't seem to indicate why he thinks Shepard looking into this recently vacated colony might turn up something new. He doesn't even give Shepard any reason to work with them at all except that they want to bring down the Reapers, and apparently nobody else in the galaxy except Shepard and Cerberus want this. This is an opportunity for Shepard to ask all sorts of questions like, why should I work with terrorists? Or why are you guys still around after I blew up all those labs? Or even question the authenticity of the Elusive Man's claims, but that opportunity goes underutilized. The reason to check out Freedom's progress and Cerberus' involvement in all of this gets even more confusing when, along the way, Jacob notes that hopefully this colony will be more enlightening because this time they will hopefully beat the official investigators to the scene. You care to repeat that one, Jacob? Because the Elusive Man just got done giving a 2-minute monologue on how nobody except Cerberus was looking into this. So suddenly we got official investigators mucking up the scenes? They make it to Freedom's progress and find nobody around save for the mechs, which begin shooting at them. Already this place has more going for it than the other colonies where all their defenses had been disabled. Maybe their blind hopes were, by some miracle, leading to a breakthrough after all. They then, against all odds, stumble into Tali, who is leading a team herself to rescue one of their own from the colony. She doesn't explain why they suspected Vitor was in danger to begin with, but hey, it's nice to see Tali again. Her people really don't trust Cerberus and immediately recognize the logo both Jacob and Miranda are flying on their uniforms, which begs the question why a secret paramilitary organization brazenly broadcasts their members, equipment, and facilities with a distinct logo. Apparently, some scuffle happened between the Quarians and Cerberus, but rather than pressing Shepard as to why he's working for terrorists that threatened her people, Tali agrees to just work together to find Vitor. Tali's team tries to pull some stunt to deny Shepard and Cerberus the chance to speak to Vitor, but then get denied themselves by a giant mech. The human squad then finds Vitor delirious and rambling in a security bunker. After a little convincing, the squad manages to get Vitor to put enough sentences together to give them the link the Elusive Man was hoping they'd find down there. Well, at least someone is getting the answers they were looking for. They find out that it was the Collectors who were doing the abducting, an enigmatic species of bugs that operate in the Terminus systems. Their MO involves collecting unique individuals of different species in exchange for exotic technology, and then disappearing through the Omega-4 relay that no ship has ever been able to successfully navigate. According to Vitor's footage, they were using flying bug drones to incapacitate the colonists, and that explains why nobody's found any evidence of their abductions. The team heads back to the Elusive Man, leaving Vitor in the care of Tali, and report their findings. It turns out the Elusive Man already suspected the Collectors were behind the abductions, he just needed concrete evidence. Well, it's lucky for him that all the stars aligned and Shepard was able to make that connection without knowing what he was even looking for. With all this info in hand, the Elusive Man is more convinced than ever before that the Collectors are working for the Reapers. Once again, already suspecting that this was going to be the case, he'd gone ahead and scraped together a whole bunch of resources so that his resurrected Shepard could go after them. All in the name of furthering human interests, of course. The Elusive Man, once more, steers the conversation to its ultimate conclusion without letting Shepard raise any sort of questions or concerns that went beyond making him sound like a pouting child. But he reassured Shepard that he'd found him a pilot he might like, someone he could trust.
Hey, Commander. Just like old times, huh?
I can't believe it's you, Joker.
Look who's talking. I saw you get spaced.
Got lucky, with a lot of strings attached. How'd you get here?
It all fell apart without you, Commander. Everything you stirred up, the Council just wanted it gone. The team was broken up, record sealed, and I was grounded. The Alliance took away the one thing that mattered to me. Hell yeah, I joined Cerberus.
You really trust the Elusive Man?
Well, I don't trust anyone who makes more than I do. But they aren't all bad. Saved your life, let me fly, and there's this. They only told me last night.
Shepard and Joker spend some time gawking at the newly rebuilt Normandy, set to some swelling emotional music as though the Normandy had been gone from the audience's lives for years. They then board the ship and find it loaded with flashy new improvements, including a new and highly illegal AI known as Edie.
Who are you?
I am the Normandy's artificial intelligence. The crew like to refer to me as Edie.
Shut that thing down. I don't want it on my ship.
Have I offended?
Shepard spent a great deal of time fighting rogue AI. Geth, mostly. Plus that incident with the Alliance's Hannibal system on Luna.
Your distrust is logical, Shepard, unlike the irrational mistrust of most humans. However, I am no threat to you or anyone else. I observe and offer analysis and advice. Nothing more.
Now that we've established who's in charge, let's move on to these dossiers.
With his command firmly justified, Shepard is ready to head out and get back to doing what he does best. The inclusion of Cerberus in this game does something truly profane. If you played Mass Effect 1 and completed the missions involving them, then you gave them a very serious thrashing. It would stand to reason no organization could have tolerated that, especially once freshly labeled as terrorists by the most powerful human government in existence. If one guy could have single-handedly fucked their research operations, what could the Alliance have done in the 2 years once they were labeled as a rogue organization? They were a faceless evil we didn't need in a game that already had the Geth and random pirates, slavers, and merc groups. Did we really need super secret paramilitary black ops people trying to breed super soldiers? They always felt schlocky, and Mass Effect 2 was walking a very dangerous line just bringing them back. But not only are they brought back and given a fresh coat of silver, yellow, and black paint, Shepard is then forced to work with them. Why? I suspect they wanted to shock the players, because blowing up the Normandy, taking all our friends and crew away, and killing Shepard wasn't enough, I guess. Performing a face-heel turn that would make a WWE pay-per-view event blush would be the ultimate way to subvert expectations. Taking Shepard away from the Alliance was a bad call all around, because the Alliance would just never abandon the man who's slain a literal machine god unless there was some next-level incompetent. And nothing in Mass Effect 1 truly indicated the Alliance was that stupid. If anything, they were shown to possess a certain degree of cunning and shrewdness that even the other alien species lacked. This is the group that armed their probes with nukes because they'd rather blow up an unknown species than have them study their technology. You really think they'd sit there and go, hey, some random unknown enemy just nuked our best ship and our best crew? Oh well. So, the premise that the Alliance just abandoned Shepard really doesn't hold any water. We didn't even need Cerberus from a story perspective. There was plenty of opportunity to write a dark, gritty, character-driven story within the framework set by the first game. I don't see why they needed to move so many pieces unless they just didn't trust the audience they were targeting with Mass Effect 2. So we get Cerberus and they bring us back from the dead. Now what? Well, we have to work with them because human colonies are disappearing and nobody's looking into it. Why is Cerberus investigating this? The Elusive Man says it's for the preservation of humanity. But if that is on their agenda, why is everyone on Project Lazarus expendable? I get the whole we will die for our cause, but nobody even acknowledges their sacrifice. As though those humans just don't matter. But the lives of random colonists who ran off to backwater parts of the galaxy to get away from the Alliance do matter? Enough to sink all of Cerberus's resources into. If you want me to buy into Cerberus having a mandate and a cause, then you need to show them as being consistent enough with that cause to actually convert people to that cause. If people are willing to die for that cause, then you need to explain why people are willing to die for it. Nobody we come across explains, or at least convincingly explains, why they do it aside from, well, nobody else does it. Listen, if I go to a specific grocery store because none of the other grocery stores in town have a specific yakisoba noodle I want, it's stupid on my part to assume that this store has it because none of the others have it. It's fine to assume that they will have it if it's advertised and people told me they bought it there, but just walking in and going, they should have it because nobody else does, is unreasonable and illogical. So when Jacob tells me I joined Cerberus because the Alliance wasn't doing enough, that doesn't explain what Cerberus does. You know what I know Cerberus does? Perform terrible experiments, kill people who ask questions, and leave their people to die on mech-infested space stations. If they want me to believe in Cerberus's cause, they need more than a couple of puppets who can't even keep their own characterization consistent past 3 conversations, giving me vague answers to trust Cerberus by fiat. But because the Alliance and every other party in the galaxy was made to be short-sighted fools off camera all of a sudden, Cerberus is made to look like this smart, logical choice to side with. Not that we get an actual choice in the matter, which, you know, that's fine, it's a video game, and video games only really present the illusion of choices, but this is why framing the lack of player choice with logic and motivation motivation for the player and their character is critical, but they opt to remain vague by just making it so Shepard can't ask anything. They sidestep answering sticky issues like why would Shepard as a character with a will and motivation of his own opt to suddenly work for a group he practically went to war with? Despite all this, I think this story could have been salvaged by this point. We just needed a good antagonist that isn't accidentally Cerberus and the Elusive Man. Here's the problem, the Collectors aren't that antagonist this game needed. We'll cover them more when we get more info on them, but already they are pretty much at their zenith just because we don't know anything about them. As we learn more, the mystique will vanish and be replaced with, well, nothing. The Elusive Man paints them as a target, but as of now doesn't have much to propel the mission forward except we're going to take them down, and we are going to need a crew and a ship to do it. We don't have a hard target, a plan, or really anything except once again wishes and dreams. But whatever the mission ends up being, we're going to need a strong crew. It's unclear how Shepard is going to convince these random people to travel the stars on his Cerberus vessel with nothing more than "we gonna kill them Collectors," but the Elusive Man is confident Shepard will convince him because, well, the plot demands it. It's okay though because we got a new Normandy and Joker is back. You remember Joker? The dude who wanted to be an Alliance pilot so badly he fought his way through flight school to become the best in his class despite his debilitating illness? The dude who spent his life working for the Alliance to become the literal best pilot in the Navy, which earned him the privilege of piloting one of the best frigates in the galaxy? Yeah, him. He quit all that because the Alliance, once again, realized it was thinking too much in the first game and decided to just put a stop to that. So they sidelined their best pilot so he could quit and go work for some terrorists he helped Shepard kill so he can fly again. Maybe there's some logic in that, but that's not any logic I consider valid enough to pin a whole character's motivations to. Oh yeah, and Dr. Chalkwest did the same because she didn't want some cushy lab job groundside. Though, to be fair, they do a much better job explaining her reasoning later. But then we got the fact Cerberus rebuilt the Normandy, the most advanced and expensive frigate in the Alliance fleet, but twice the size and even bigger of a drive core and a ton of new weapons and improvements to contend with. You see, there was a problem with blowing up the original Normandy. We needed the Normandy because the Normandy is as integral to Mass Effect as Shepard is, which begs the question why they destroyed it only to bring it back so soon. We don't even get a chance to stop and reflect on how much we missed the Normandy before it's replaced. It's like if a kid's dog passed away in the middle of the night, the parents went out and got a new one before the kid even woke up in the morning. Or maybe it's more appropriate to say the parents killed the dog in the middle of the night only to resurrect it with some forbidden magic that brings the dog back, but just a little, different. I get it. The original Normandy didn't make a whole lot of sense layout-wise. The lack of a bathroom and kitchen genuinely did impact my immersion, and they took some time to address that with SR2. I didn't need any explanation for all that. I definitely didn't need them to literally blow the old ship to hell so they can have Cerberus magically rebuild the most expensive and advanced warship in the Alliance in the span of 2 years. If they really wanted to lampshade it, just have someone on board mention how the Alliance retrofitted the ship in dry dock, which ironically is exactly what they did in Mass Effect 3. But you didn't even need that because as a player, I can appreciate the obvious improvements in the Normandy and just go, yeah, I see you, fourth wall, but yeah, you did good by me today. Mass Effect 2 spends a whole lot of time explaining and justifying changes they made between two games that they just really didn't need to explain, while simultaneously not explaining the resulting problems that really needed to be explained. I don't want to sit here and dwell on things like the Normandy swap or Shepard's death because in the long term these things have such little impact on the actual story of the game that it'll appear to be just pedantic. The problem is that these things should be a lot more important to the story, but just like Project Lazarus, nobody seems to give a shit once the event has happened. It gets a couple of lines, maybe a minute of cutscene if it was shocking enough, then it's back to the vague business of stopping the Collectors. So instead, I should just focus on what Bioware obviously focused their time and attention on, which is the characters. So as we move forward, keep in mind the motivations of the actors in this story. Keep Shepard and his companions in mind. Why are they agreeing to work with Cerberus and go after the Collectors despite being given almost no reason why and no actionable plan? Keep the Elusive Man in mind. Why is he so involved in this mission? Keep Cerberus in general in mind. Is this cause of theirs ever demonstrated? Keep the Alliance and the other governments of the galaxy in mind. Why are they ignoring the Reaper and the Collector threat? Why are they tolerating Cerberus still operating and their best agent being brought back from the dead to work for them? If this game is about the characters we meet and not so much the plot of the main story, as many people love to duck behind for cover when criticism starts to fly towards Mass Effect 2, then surely the fundamentals these characters are built upon can stand up to the most basic of scrutiny, such as, why are they here? Before continuing with the story, it's best we stop and talk gameplay. I spent quite a few minutes detailing my displeasure with the introduction to this game, and it's about time I actually praise this game a little. There's actually quite a bit they did right between games, the combat overhaul being one of them. Just like Mass Effect 1, this is an action RPG that falls into the category of cover-based shooter, but with much more emphasis this time around on the cover and shooter aspect. All the classes from the first game are still here, and most have been given extensive makeovers to feel much more diverse and distinct. And it's fantastic. We get the pick of Adept, Sentinel, Infiltrator, Engineer, Soldier, and Vanguard, and each one has some sort of ability that makes it stand out from the others. Adepts are the space mages, and that's what I played in the first video. They use biotic powers to manipulate local areas of space for offensive and defensive purposes. They got nerfed substantially from Mass Effect 1, which does irk me some because I failed to see the purpose in balancing a single-player game. Yeah, they were powerful as all hell in the first game, but if I didn't like it, I could just play a different class. So long as they have a worthwhile progression in power creep, which they did, like, what's the big deal? Still, they retained a few offensive abilities, notably Singularity, Push, Pull, Shockwave, and Warp. The problem with biotics is that most of the physics-based ones need the enemy to have all their armor and shields stripped away before they actually work. Otherwise, they are quite literally useless, except for maybe making them stumble a little bit. Warp, on the other hand, is instrumental in just about any fight against an enemy that has some sort of defense. It's more effective against certain types of defenses than others, but it at least is a little effective all the time. Sentinels use a lot of tech abilities with a little mix of biotics, and they can spawn holographic armor that keeps them shielded and lets them soak up damage and play a support role. But they are actually very effective in damage dealing as well, more so than Adepts, because not only do they have Warp, they also have Overload, which will cover anything Warp isn't 100% effective against. Basically, as a Sentinel, you will be a defense melting machine. And once you beef up your ability cooldown, it can get pretty nutty. They lack the ability to use really cool guns, but that's not a huge deal if you can click heads effectively. Infiltrators are snipers who have a cloak ability, and this class can be absurdly satisfying to play. If you like dropping your enemies with as few shots as possible, this is going to be your class. Cloak allows them to go invisible and find a position, ideally far from the action, so that they can pick off targets with their sniper. As well, landing shots when coming out of Cloak grants a large bonus to damage done, and when coupled with the punchier sniper rifles, this class can drop enemies really fast. They also have access to Incinerate, which will strip armor, and AI hacking, which can create chaos in the field when fighting robots so that they can reposition. The Engineer's distinct power is the ability to summon a little drone that can be used to charge enemies and bring down shields, injure, and distract. They also have Overload and Incinerate, which lets them do some damage to protected foes, AI hacking for the synths, and Cryoblast, which is a mediocre crowd control ability that will freeze unprotected enemies for a short period. Like Adepts and Sentinels, they don't get access to any real fun guns, and that can limit their overall damage output without a whole lot to compensate. Soldiers are, in my opinion, the least interesting to play because their only abilities are Adrenaline Rush and Concussive Shot. Adrenaline Rush slows down time for a bullet time effect and boosts damage output of guns, while Concussive Shot will knock down enemies if they are unprotected. It has its uses in a pinch, but it's generally more useful on allies than on the player. Adrenaline Rush is more or less an easy button, and the Soldier seems geared towards the timid first players. They get access to all the guns except SMGs, but they are the only class allowed to use assault rifles from the get-go. Last and most certainly not least, we got Vanguards, who are biotics but with a combat twist. They are a high-risk, very high-reward class thanks to their ability to use shotguns and biotic charge. Charge alone makes Vanguards arguably the most fun and dynamic characters to play because they can zip around the battlefield completely untouched in many situations. But not only do they have charge, they also get access to Shockwave, which will fling unprotected enemies around if the player is getting rushed too hard. These two abilities, coupled with the shotgun, lets them completely dictate the terms of nearly every engagement, disrupt enemy maneuvers, and render their cover and retreats completely futile. Only problem is that they don't have much to protect them, and once they charge, they are vulnerable. At least in the early game. So now we got the basics of the classes out of the way, let's talk leveling and power permutations. Bioware cut the total number of levels in half and shrunk down the number of skills available to each companion and player class. This makes each level up feel more meaningful as power increases are more apparent in impact. Players are able to allot points into skills, but as skills level up, the number of points to increase to the next rank also increases, generally encouraging focusing on one skill at a time in order to see the powerful final level up, which then unlocks a specialization for that skill. These usually boil down to either having a wider effect range to hurt more enemies, or much heavier damage that can be focused on a single enemy. I've always preferred the heavy damage, but certain skills like Shockwave and Singularity definitely shine with a wider effect range. Each class also has a dedicated mastery skill that will increase power damage, weapon damage, melee damage, persuasion skills, and power cooldown. This will also unlock a specialization that usually boils down to more weapon damage or more power damage. But each class's unique skills get very special bonuses and effects for their different masteries, with the Vanguard getting something very special. At max level, Biotic Charge will automatically recharge the player's barriers to their maximum each time a charge connects, negating a lot of the risk involved with using charge and leaving a hell of a lot of reward. On top of that, it will also boost melee and weapon damage, making them even more potent after a charge. Vanguards are fun to play in the beginning, but by the end they're almost seductive. The other classes get some neat bonuses that generally synergize well with their respective playstyles, but the Vanguards is probably too good. But whatever, it's fun as hell and there's still enough risk involved that they don't become an instant win like the Soldier Adrenaline Rush. Aside from skills and weapons, there's also ammo types, a few grenades, and unique powers only companions possess that can only be unlocked once their respective loyalty missions have been completed. Once those skills are unlocked, Shepard can then take one of those skills on himself and train it the way the companion can. Most of these skills are at best situationally useful, and at worst, pretty much worthless, but they help pad out the number of powers substantially and help add even more diversity to a combat system that is already much more diverse than its predecessor. Weapons and ammo types are mostly self-explanatory. You got heavy pistols, there's no light pistols, SMGs, snipers, shotguns, assault rifles, and heavy weapons which only Shepard can pack, such as a grenade launcher, a black hole machine, and a particle beam. Mass Effect 1 had a dizzying number of weapons falling into similar categories, except for SMGs and heavies, and they had different manufacturers with different levels of each, and weapon mods for even more customization. In all honesty, Mass Effect 1 probably suffered from having too much, but Mass Effect 2 pulled the reins back too tight and cut the variety down too much, especially in the base game without any of the paid DLC guns. Those DLC guns are bundled in with the Legendary Edition, which allowed me to play with a bunch of guns I'd never even seen before, most of them being extremely powerful and usually outclassing anything in the base game. They removed weapon and armor mods, and grenades just got turned into another ability as opposed to another armament, so they were now tied to the global cooldown of your abilities, limiting their utility quite a bit. The removal of mods was a huge letdown, but they'd bring them back in Mass Effect 3, so their loss is at least not felt forever. Ammo types are just abilities the player and companions can use to permanently add a certain effect to their shots. Incendiary and Warp are really the only ones that I'd ever bother with because they are going to hurt the most enemies, and stopping to swap out ammo types mid-mission is tedious and often just unnecessary. It's there if you want to mess with it, but it can be ignored by just giving a squad member max skill in the ammo type of your choosing and having their ammo type apply to the whole party. Then we got armor, which is broken down into different pieces like arms, chest, helmets, etc., and these I've always felt were more cosmetic than actually useful. Still, they apply things like 10% bonus to headshot damage, which can be felt if stacked with other equipment, but your character might end up looking like they just walked out of a Fallout game as opposed to a sci-fi space opera. So I won't judge you if you're just using armor as cosmetic pieces. But like weapons and ammo types, this category got reduced down to such a feeble amount that in the base game we get something like 3 armor sets, and some of them aren't even complete armor sets. The Legendary Edition comes packed with all the DLC armors, but god damn, do some of them look stupid as hell. Armor and armor mods were some of my favorite things in Mass Effect 1. Finding new armor always felt tantalizing in the first game, and it was one of the few things I'd go out of my way to upgrade for all my squad mates, always hitting up shops in hopes of finding something bigger and better. The armor mods you could give Rex, for instance, could be what turns him from being a biotic and shotgun-wielding cannon into a lumbering, indestructible tank. The fact that we can't even mess with companion armor is a tremendous letdown that strips a huge amount of variety from gameplay and actually hampers the utility of every companion because they can't even be outfitted to expand the types of missions and enemy types they can be used effectively for. So now it's time to talk upgrades, which was presumably the replacement for the mod system. And upgrades are, well, there's really nothing to them. They're always a welcome find out in the field or in shops, but there's never going to be a time where you actually have to choose what you want to upgrade. The only sensible course of action is to unlock all of them because it's so trivial to do so and nothing in the game actively limits what you can upgrade. You might have certain upgrades gated by prerequisite upgrades, but that's really about it. By the end of the game, you'll likely have every single upgrade except for maybe the medbay upgrade, but we'll get to talk about ship upgrades in a second. These upgrades are always just flat bonuses to things like damage dealt by shotguns, biotic and tech damage and recharge times, Shepard's max health, first aid capacity, etc, etc, you get the picture. Every once in a while you might get a schematic to make a unique gun, but those guns are usually gimmicky and ineffective in actual combat, or limited to a specific companion. There's nothing there that feels exciting, nothing that's going to dramatically change gameplay. It's just a straight power increase so you can kill faster. In order to unlock them, you first need to find the schematic, and then you need to research them in the science bay of the Normandy. To research them, you need materials, and now is the time to talk ship upgrades and scanning. So, there's 4 types of natural resources we can come across in the galaxy. Money is another resource, but obviously that's not naturally occurring and can't be mined out of orbit like the other 4. Each resource correlates to certain types of research, but really the object of the game is to just enter the orbit of any planet that has plentiful resources, use the scanner to find resource nodes, and send down probes to extract them and bring them back to the Normandy. Just grab as many resources as you can as soon as you can so you don't ever have to worry about the costs of upgrades again. And there you go. Your only barrier to upgrades is then locating the schematics themselves, which are easily located over the course of the game. Scanning is one of the most complained about features of Mass Effect 2, and with good reason. It's undeniably tedious and boring, with the reward being to just nullify what feels like arbitrary roadblocks for a system that only gives us access to boring stat increases. One plain mechanic being invalidated by another boring mechanic. The scanning minigame is nothing but a test of time. Park in orbit, drag your cursor across the surface of the planet while staring at a chart on the right. When the peaks reach an agreeable level, fire a probe, wait for the probe to touch down, and then continue to scan until either the planet or your attention has been depleted. Once you run out of planets to scan, you jump to another system and do it all over again. When you run out of probes, which will happen constantly, you need to then fly to the nearest fuel depot and buy more, then fly back to whatever planet it was in whatever system you were prospecting. There are a few unique upgrades the Normandy can get that will make this go a little faster. One that allows you to hold more probes, one that speeds up the scanner speed, which is painfully slow on controllers, and one that will allow the Normandy to hold more fuel in its tanks. None of these speed up scanning enough to trivialize the system, unfortunately, and if you want all the upgrades, you're going to need a good amount of resources. Or you could just get a save editor and save yourself a couple hours of tedium with a few value changes. You have my permission to do this. You really won't be missing out on anything worth experiencing, believe me. Speaking of things you might want to pick up while modding the game, you might want to get a mod that skips the hacking and bypassing minigames. Frequently, you'll come across a computer you can hack into or an electric lock you need to bypass, and just like scanning, these are unnecessary roadblocks the developers should have just kept out. Mass Effect 1 had a few of them, and while they weren't at all fun or interesting, they weren't egregious either. Hacking and bypassing requires probably as much mental power, but much more time to get past, and they show up quite a bit. Often, all you're getting out of these things is just money, but once in a while, you'll come across schematics, optional information, or you just have to do it to progress the mission. I think some bypass locks were added just to make it so that the player couldn't progress to the next area without killing all the enemies in the current area, but they could just have made the doors automatically unlock after all the enemies were dead or something. Forcing the player to waste 30 seconds playing dumb easy match memorization puzzles is just criminal in my book. Aside from a few questionable minigames, arbitrary gatekeeping mechanics, and too much content removal, Bioware managed to elevate the gameplay side of this franchise a significant degree with this game. The only other complaint I really can level against it is something a lot of games are guilty of committing at the time, and that was its reliance on cover-based shooting mechanics. If you're not playing a Vanguard, which is a class that more or less nullifies cover for themselves and their enemies, you're going to spend most of your time shooting with your back glued to waist-high walls. It slows combat down substantially and turns combat into another, albeit prettier, waiting game. The best course of action is almost always sprint up to cover with the best view of the battlefield, hope your companions don't block you out of snapping into cover, and then just popping out and shooting enemy heads when they predictably stick their heads out as they've been programmed to foolishly do. Sometimes you'll get some enemies that can swarm, some enemies that are tanky, and some enemies that can hit through cover, but I'd say 80% of the enemies can be defeated by their own AI deciding that they've just had enough of this corporeal existence. Companions can be commanded manually to charge, hold back, rally, or use their abilities, and each can carry 2 different weapons. Knowing how best to use your squads' talents and stacking a good squad from the get-go really does become the difference between rolling through waves of enemies and having to reload a dozen times over. What kind of sucks is if you're trying to play optimally and you don't have every mission committed to memory and you aren't using a walkthrough, you won't really know what your best squad composition is going to be. Some squad mates are fantastic against certain enemies and completely useless against others. And if you brought 2 tech squad mates and you're fighting organic enemies, well, I hope you got enough firepower to compensate because it's going to be a slow mission. This is why I would take Miranda and Mordin out so much. Their abilities pretty much are universally great. Meanwhile, my biotic companions were almost universally useless because so many biotic powers only work on unprotected enemies. In my first video, I complained how Mass Effect 1 really encouraged the player to pick 2 squad mates and keep with them for every mission because they were going to have all the best gear. And Mass Effect 2 addressed this issue to some extent by making companions synergize more with the player and each other, as opposed to offering a broad suite of abilities that makes them an obvious choice each time. But there's still some companions that feel undeniably weaker than others. Granted, Shepard can completely outclass any other companion by magnitudes, meaning you'll be dealing about 80 to 90% of your squad's damage anyway. So really, it's not a big deal for the player to carry the slack for a weaker squad mate if the player just enjoys having that character around. But at the highest difficulty settings, a bad composition can be a huge drag, especially early game. It's not perfect, but it's still a much needed improvement compared to the first game. The game suffers a lot from wonky controls, mostly due to the obtuse choice of having sprint, activate, and take cover mapped to the spacebar, and this probably accounted for at least half my total deaths. But it's more a mild annoyance than anything else, and the game is very generous with checkpoints, so deaths are rarely a major setback. Playing as a Vanguard specifically can result in some jank when you start moving fast, charges miss or don't activate at all, leaving you vulnerable and dead in an instant. Once again, that probably contributed to the bulk of my remaining deaths, but I'm surprised they got something like charge working in this engine at all. The exclusion of any kind of crouch, dodge, or jump mechanics will definitely feel almost alien to our 2021 gamer sensibilities when games these days do everything they can to enable freedom of movement, but this was pretty bog standard back in 2010. And that's all I think we need to discuss when it comes to gameplay. Bioware clearly put a lot of time into more or less overhauling the gameplay segment of this franchise, establishing a solid foundation future titles would draw heavily upon. For the most part, I think they succeeded quite well. Gameplay was varied enough to remain fun, with plenty of opportunity to experiment with different abilities thanks to all the squad mates and the distinct classes. Combat, while being a little bit more stiff and janky, had much more of a presence to it than it did in Mass Effect 1. Sometimes combat could frustrate or bore, but more often than not, you'd get these perfect moments where everything just clicks, allowing you to perfectly execute a maneuver and melt the opposition in a beautiful display of colors and death. A big portion of my enjoyment of this game is derived from the gameplay, and that's seriously something I couldn't say about the first game. Where Mass Effect 1's combat was just something to link up the much more engaging story segments, Mass Effect 2's combat is something that I would actually look forward to, especially when it came to certain missions. But I wasn't coming to this franchise for its combat. So while I appreciate the work they put into it, we're going to see how much more the other aspects of the game suffered due to a lack of time and attention afforded them. So that's enough gameplay, it's time to get to more story. It's been a while since Shepard has seen the Citadel. The last time we've seen it, Sovereign was being scattered across the station in a glorious rain of scrap metal. Things have clearly changed since then. On top of all the increased security, people keep reacting surprised that a man that was thought dead is up and about going along his business.
Sorry for the inconvenience, sir. Our scanners are picking up false readings. They seem to think you're dead.
I'm getting that everywhere. It's a pain in the ass. Who do I talk to about it?
Shepard makes friends with Captain Bailey, the head of CSEC operations on this part of the Citadel wards. He gives us the lowdown on what's been going on the past couple of years and lending a hand with Shepard's dead man status. Once that's straightened out, we're free to explore the wards some more and see how people react to the savior of the Citadel.
Human?
I thought weapons were restricted on the Citadel now.
Thanks to your kind. We store off-site and deliver directly to ships. Customers never touch a gun while they're on the Citadel. Make as many laws as you like, human. We'll always find loopholes.
I'd like to buy something.
Then use the catalog kiosk like everyone else.
Tell me about your services.
I sell guns. I don't think humans need any more than they already have.
I understand you sell hunting supplies. I'm interested.
Why would human scavengers need guns? They only strike when their prey is weak. Like that time the Citadel was attacked by Geth and you killed the Council.
As I recall, you had a fleet here to protect the Council. Sovereign blew right through them. Too bad your admirals didn't ask us for help sooner. At least you've got us here to protect you now.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that you're gonna help me by selling these weapons at cost. Because you know humans are the best defense this place has right now.
Fine. You've got it. Now buy something and get out.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Go to hell.
A human. Your kind is always shoving your way in to solve the galaxy's problems, aren't you?
Look, sweetheart. When you need a problem shot, ask a Turian. When you need a problem talked to death, ask an Asari. When you need a new problem, ask a Solarian. When you want a problem fixed, ask a human.
Like you fixed the Council? If you'll excuse us, we don't want to talk with your kind. What do you want?
It seems I offended you. That wasn't my intention.
Your attitude offends me. The smugness, the arrogance. All humans are like that since you let the Geth kill the real Council. Now, the galaxy's in chaos. Pirates are striking in civilized clusters. Armed CSEC officers are everywhere for our protection. And you swagger up to me, thump your chest and tell me that only a human can solve my problems. Screw you.
You can sit here in your cushy chairs, sipping drinks and bitching about humans because we saved your asses 2 years ago.
That's not...
If it weren't for the Alliance fleet, this station would have fallen to Sovereign, and you'd all be Reaper chow now. You're welcome. Enjoy your drinks, ladies.
This is probably the most acknowledgement to the choices we made in the first game from Mass Effect 2. I suppose since saving the Council or letting them die is a binary choice, it was simpler than many of the other nested decisions we got to make in the previous installment. Even so, most of the impact is felt here in the wards, which makes sense. As important as the Council was, most places we visit in the rest of the game are far removed from the troubles of the Citadel. The Council dying would have the most impact on the Citadel itself, so it's fine Bioware chose to keep that decision limited to the wards. What also changed between both games were the wards themselves. In the first game, the wards felt like some weird, unintuitive series of corridors that inhabitants decided to just start squatting in. There was no personalization of the space, just sterile metal paneling, windows, and lots of blue lighting. The second game kept the retro-futuristic motif and the blue lighting, but added things people usually have in their homes like decorations and furniture. In doing this, Bioware kept the original vibe of the wards, but married it with a familiar shopping mall sensibility. After strong-arming every shopkeeper downstairs, we head up to the Presidium to see our old buddy Anderson. At least, he was our buddy. Who really knows these days? Hopefully he's not too put out by the whole, making Udina the first human counselor thing 2 years ago. Speaking of which, hopefully that new human-led council is ready to talk business.
Some of what I hear has been, frankly, a little disturbing. I wanted to give you a chance to explain your actions. Maybe get the council to see things from your point of view. But they refused to see you. You let the previous council die during Sovereign's attack on the Citadel. They feel you'll always put human interests before galactic concerns. Officially, the existence of the Reapers has been dismissed as a myth spread by Saren to convince the Geth to follow him. We both know the truth. But I've spent 2 years fighting that line, and I don't have much to show for it.
The original council was made up of a bunch of blind, stubborn morons. The new council looks just as bad.
It's up to you to stop the Reapers, Shepard. I can't even toss you a symbolic title like Spectre. Udina keeps close tabs on that designation. He's decided it's just an invitation to go rogue. Fine way to show gratitude for putting him in the big seat.
I think I made my opinion of the Council's blessing pretty clear last time around. Keep it.
Figured as much. But it should be yours to refuse. Doesn't feel like I'm able to give you the help you deserve.
Well, at least Anderson seems pretty chill.
Concerns. Rumors that you're working with Cerberus haven't helped. What are you doing out there?
Oh, come on!
What did you expect? You left me for dead. Turned your back on me, just like you've done to our missing colonists.
So, it turns out Anderson is just a fountain of bad news and stonewalling. The Council wants to pretend Sovereign was just a really big Geth ship and Saren was using the Reaper narrative to manipulate the Geth. Actually, everything is the Geth's fault. The attack on Eden Prime, countless raids in the Traverse, the attack on the Citadel, even inflationary house pricing. Shepard asks if anyone actually looked at the wreckage of Sovereign, because if they compared it to Geth technology, they'd see Sovereign clearly isn't Geth tech. But a whole lot of it went missing following the attack. Apparently a lot of people decide to go taking parts of the dead Reaper for their scrap collections or something. This sounds like the worst sort of nightmare scenario possible because, as we'll see later in the game, even parts from a Reaper that has been dead for 20 million years can indoctrinate organics and cause all sorts of havoc. So it sounds like the Citadel should now be dealing with a public health and security crisis of the highest magnitude, but I guess not. There's so much about this scene that bothers me, but I think I can narrow it down to just two factors. The first being that they only take 7 minutes to explain away most of what we'd done in the first game, and the second being that they used Anderson as a Trojan horse to serve this shit sandwich. The new Council refuses to meet Shepard because he let the old Council die. I guess they are afraid Shepard will summon another Reaper or something over the phone to smite their asses too, or something. They want so little to do with Shepard that they won't even give him his Spectre status back. And with Udina being the human counselor and suddenly a Shepard hater too, there's really no hope of getting the title from that end either. Not that it really matters, getting the Spectre title affects maybe 3 lines in the entire game and that's really it. The whole game is spent in the Terminus systems where Shepard is allowed to act with impunity regardless of whatever title he's carrying just because he's a badass with a big ship and a strong crew. Udina then pops in just long enough to remind us he does still exist and trades a couple of barbs with Shepard before storming off like a literal child. This is the man who represents humanity on the galactic stage now? Maybe the elusive man is actually onto something. Anderson scolds Shepard, but immediately backtracks when he realizes, oh shit, the Redders didn't give you a proper justification for doing this. My bad. Let me just put that lampshade back on, and there we go, good as new. Anderson just settles on telling Shepard to be careful with his new friends, and that's that.
I better go.
Of course, Shepard, I understand. I wish I could do more to help you. But if you ever want to talk, I'll be here. Just do me a favor and be careful. You can't trust Cerberus.
I find it exceedingly hard to believe everyone in the Alliance is on the same page with the Reapers being made up. I also find it exceedingly hard to believe that none of those crazy corporations like Exogeny, Binary Helix, or Synthetic Insights don't believe the Reapers exist either. Or how about everyone in CSEC? You're telling me Anderson doesn't have a single sympathetic person or organization that could help Shepard? Not a single third party doing their own investigation into what the hell Sovereign was and what that whole attack was even about? Really? No one. This is why Bioware needed to spend more time explaining things away. The galaxy is a big place, and an all-out assault on the Citadel that led to the death of the ruling council should have shaken up the status quo to its very core. If we are meant to believe everyone is either ignorant to the threat because of suppression tactics by the council, or are actively ignoring the threat, then you need a lot of explanation to do so. But the fact that they used Anderson to do all this just feels like a personal betrayal between me and the writers. They know players liked and trusted Anderson. I mean, it's almost impossible not to. He willingly got himself into a whole lot of trouble knocking out Udina so we could go and save the galaxy 2 years ago. He was the first person to believe us about what happened on Eden Prime, and he'd been there with us the whole way. So for them to use him to deliver all this half-assed whitewashing is just, well, it's insulting. It's insulting that they'd rely on nothing more than underhanded manipulation to get the job done just because they can't be bothered to address potential questions and concerns the players might have. Once again, this is Bioware abusing the trust of the player to ram through a whole lot of window dressing. This is not how a detail-oriented story is written. Anderson is able to deliver some neat bits of world building for explaining how the recovery process from the attack is going and how the Keepers have been instrumental in that, but this is a small consolation for such an otherwise disappointing cutscene. So, it's about time to leave this office behind and get to recruiting our first companion. Kasumi can be found loitering back down in the wards. She is meant to be the best thief in the galaxy, so she's decided to add a few layers of security to our first meeting. Though her idea of added security is plastering her hooded face on a billboard and pretending to be an advertisement talking to Shepard. It's an interesting idea for added security in an age with crazy advanced encryptions, mechs, and neural implants, but yeah, she's an interesting lady. Speaking of neural implants, she's made a deal with Cerberus to help her secure the implants of her former thieving partner, which Shepard is expected to help fulfill. Aside from that, Kasumi was also given a very nice sign-on bonus just to seal the deal. After chit-chatting a while with her not-so-low-profile avatar, she reveals herself by shouting from the rafters overhead, going, "Hey Commander, I'll meet you back in the Normandy, just in case anyone eavesdropping needed to know. Okay, bye." I don't know, maybe thievery just isn't what it used to be. On their way to the party, Shepard is going to help Kasumi crash. She fills him on the details. The implants they are looking for are called a gray box, a special type of neural implant that encrypts information with the user's memories, making it very difficult to crack, especially if that person is no longer alive, which is the case for Kasumi's old partner and lover. They are going to be stealing the gray box from Donovan Hawk, a weapons dealer and smuggler of the worst kind, by having Shepard pose as a super badass mercenary named Gun. Once again, Kasumi's subtlety on full display with that one. Upon arrival, though, Shepard commits the worst kind of faux pas imaginable and causes me to have a social anxiety flare-up. Not willing to be outdone, Kasumi decides to skulk in her thief getup and has Hawk ban her from the party, causing me even more psychic damage. After having my personal mana drained from the exhibition at the gates, I have Shepard enter the party and rely on Kasumi's offstage directing to tell me what to do. She manages to steer us through the process of breaking past Hawk's super complex lock to get into his vault. This requires us to find and gain access to a security office and steal the password, record Hawk's voice to spoof it with a computer program, and get a juicy sample of Hawk's DNA.
It's clean.
It's a plant. Found a sample?
No, a credit chit.
With all that in place, we crack the vault and are able to find the gray box Kasumi is all hot about, and a ton of art pieces Hawk has been collecting over the years. Hawk, of course, got with the program and figured that was Kasumi at the gates, and starts going on about how he's going to make Kasumi help him break the encryption on the gray box, how cool and smart he is, how dumb we are for trying to break in, how he's going to punish us, how big his...
No! Have I got your attention?
That shut him up.
Kill them!
We make it through Hawk's personal army and mechs to his private landing pad, where he appears with a big fancy gunship. Unfortunately for Hawk, he didn't know just how deep of a weeb fantasy spawned Kasumi, which granted her the ability to more or less fly with her nimble acrobatics. This gave her direct access to Hawk's gunship, allowing her to disable it while Shepard blew it out of the sky with his handgun. The two of them then shuttle on out of there, and Kasumi asks what should be done with the gray box. Her former lover instructs her via a buried message in the box to destroy it and all the contents in order to protect herself from being incriminated by what's on it. We never actually find out what's on it, and in all reality, it's probably not important that we do anyways, because this was Kasumi's journey and we were just along for the ride. The dialogue wheel informs me that I'm making the good boy Paragon choice by telling her to keep the gray box, but to be willing to live with the consequences if and when they do arise. Personally, I feel like denying a dead man's wishes to have something that's obviously dangerous to the galaxy, and whomever holds the information just to soothe the mind of their lovers so they can lose themselves in some VR porn, seems much more a renegade option, but what do I know? Kasumi's mission is a fun little James Bond-esque adventure that's got enough in it to justify its price back in the day. Once again, it's included with the Legendary Edition, so it seemed appropriate I cover Kasumi as just another recruitable companion. Kasumi herself is a pretty neat little character, though the writers seem to rely a lot on the idea that she's a thief to explain her behavior on the Citadel and the gates of the mansion, even though those demonstrations just made Kasumi look like an amateur. She packs a good punch when part of a squad though, and she's able to give some unique insights into what's going on aboard the Normandy once she's recruited. We also get the Locust SMG through our mission, which is hands down the best SMG, and seeing as I can't use assault rifles as a vanguard, I'm going to be getting a lot of mileage out of that SMG. The next DLC companion is Zaeed, and he can be found waiting for us on Omega, a dingy shithole of a space station that is going to play a huge role in the missions to come. We find him there dealing with a bounty he'd managed to pick up before he ran into him. We watch him casually violate this random Batarian's civil and human rights, and immediately we can see Zaeed will fit in nicely with Shepard's organization.
I hope you... I hope... Damn it! Damn you! Can't... What's to stop you from killing us if we let him go?
Let him live, I let you leave. Kill him, I do the same to you.
Let him go. You got what you wanted, human. Are we free to go?
How do I know you won't shoot me in the back as soon as I turn around?
Like I thought. Kill them all.
Oh my god! You murdered them! In cold blood!
You want to end up like those Batarians, just keep on talking.
Who's the real terrorist here? You'll have to do better than that if you want to stop us. Damn it! What? What do you want?
Killing you is too much of a mercy. You can die. Slowly.
This isn't over! This is just the beginning for the Batarian nation!
Like Kasumi, Zaeed has some personal business Cerberus agreed to help him with, along with paying him a nice fat bonus. This takes us to a refinery Vito Santiago, Zaeed's arch-nemesis and former business partner, has taken control of. Turns out, Zaeed had founded the Blue Suns mercenary company with Vito, but Vito got greedy and tried to snuff Zaeed out to take over the operation. He'd managed to succeed in taking things over, but botched the murder, leaving Zaeed alive with the one goal of getting payback. Fortunately for Zaeed, Shepard is an expert at getting even, and this mission has Shepard's full support. The two of them then storm the refinery, which begins to mirror a mission Anderson and Saren had gone on years back, which went so bad Anderson got rejected from joining the Spectres. This time it wasn't Saren blowing their cover in the refinery, but Zaeed. This resulted in a lot of civilians getting caught in the crossfire between Shepard, Zaeed, Vito, and the Merc Army. Unfortunately for the civilians, Shepard apparently has more Saren in him than Anderson, and he and Zaeed let the people burn to death off camera rather than let Vito escape. We end up fighting through a small army of mercs as the facility begins blowing up around us, culminating in one of the toughest fights in the game that may have forced me to drop the difficulty down a peg after I realized this arena was no place for a Vanguard shenanigans. Shepard and Zaeed were able to catch up with Vito in time to head off his escape plans, giving Zaeed the opportunity to serve up revenge his way. Extra crispy.
Fry, son of a bitch.
With a large price being paid by civilian casualties and the elusive man's wallet, Shepard now has a genuinely fantastic Lord of Death on his squad. Zaeed is one of those few companions that you can take on just about any mission and not be disappointed by his performance. He doesn't have many worthwhile abilities, but he gets access to assault rifles, and any companion that has an assault rifle and a lot of HP is a good companion in this game. His included mission is also pretty great just because of all the different ways it can end and all the interactions we can have with Zaeed along the way. Good Paragon characters are definitely gonna clash with Zaeed, who just wants to get the job done as quickly and effectively as he can. He never lets things like morality or human decency get in the way of completing a job. But rather than putting in a couple of slightly different endings to his missions to satisfy the polar ends of Mass Effect's morality system, Bioware put in a total of 4 different endings, one of which allows the player to just leave Zaeed to die in the inferno he created. Zaeed isn't a big part of the story and has little to say after his mission is complete, but it's still cool seeing Bioware commit to player choice enough to allow us to let him die in the mess he created. Smoke lingers in the crimson air like kicked up dust from some ongoing battle as an oppressive bass thumps, acting as a lure for Omega's triumphant and dejected alike to the club of Afterlife. At the top, overlooking the bar and the dance floor, a lone Asari sits surrounded by armed henchmen. Shepard swaggers up in his usual confident manner and her men fix guns on the approaching squad. A Batarian who is too inconsequential for Shepard to ask a name of begins a scan, only for Shepard to inform him the scanner might be of more use inserted elsewhere. The Blue Lady laughs, amused, but her amusement quickly freezes as she insists on the scan. Anyone or anything could be wearing a dead man's skin here on Omega. After being cleared, Arya Talok introduces herself as the boss, CEO, and queen of Omega. Here, nobody messes with her. She asserted her will on the lawless station centuries ago, and ever since then she has kept all the competing gangs, thugs, mercs, and whatever else in check. Here, all things flow through her. Shepard is here to inquire about 2 of the operatives on his list, Mordin Solus and a mercenary leader known only by the alias Archangel. Arya has, of course, heard of both, but informs Shepard that getting to either of them is going to be a challenge. Mordin is busy in the slums combating some strange plague that is sweeping through the area. Meanwhile, Archangel is busy dealing with a 3-way alliance between all the major mercenary groups on Omega. They've been actively recruiting anyone with a gun to help them take down the Vigilante. That would be Shepard's best way in. Plagues and merc armies. Nothing is ever simple on Omega.
Take a good long look at me. Do I look like a looter?
No.
That's right. Now I'm going in. If I find looters, I'll kill them. Anybody gets in my way, I'll kill them too.
I'll call the guards. They'll let you in with no trouble.
Wait, you're stopping me, but not them? You son of a bitch.
You don't have a grenade launcher, lady. Get lost.
After clearing Arya's guards posted at the makeshift barricades to the Distressed District, we get access to Gozu District. And I bet there's a few of you who didn't even know that this place had a name. We then see the results of the Blue Suns' containment protocols in the district, which, in light of recent events, might hit a stronger note than Bioware probably intended back in the day. The Blue Suns, who used to control this district and kept the peace, have been dealing with a lot as of late. Between dealing with the plague, its victims, and it decimating the ranks of the Suns themselves, they've also recently been dealing with the rival Blood Pack mercenary group moving in due to the Vorcha having a natural immunity to diseases. Now Shepard and his squad of also immune humans have shown up on the scene to give the Suns their walking papers at muzzle velocity. Between battles with the mercs, Shepard gets to interact with the human and alien residents of Gozu, who paint a picture of what life was like before the plague and how things have changed since. Some of them mention Mordin and his clinic, but being residents of Omega, the notion of someone trying to just help some people seems outlandish and too good to be true. But one thing I've always noticed about these supposed slums is just how nice some of the apartments are here. Like, some of these places have more square footage than some of the nicest Manhattan penthouses I've seen on Zillow. The alleyways and public spaces in these slums are also equally as spacious and relatively clean. It's dark, sure, and there's occasionally some bodies, mostly thanks to Shepard, but this game space doesn't feel as slummy as a lot of the residents describe it as. My best guess is the openness is a necessity for keeping the third-person camera from getting clipped and stuck between walls, but they could have at least used some more trash and dirt decals to sell the slummy environment more. We eventually make it to Mordin's clinic, which does feel appropriately claustrophobic, with patients packed into one of the only safe places left in the district. Mordin's been doing a swell job at keeping the mercs and the Vorcha away with his mechs and his Solarian Special Tasks group training. When we meet him though, he doesn't exactly stack up against the reputation he's been growing in the slums. Mordin acts fast, talks fast, and thinks even faster, and upon seeing Shepard and his squad, immediately pegs him for something different, unrelated to the plague and Omega. He begins half interrogating, half diagnosing, until he comes to the correct conclusion. Shepard is with Cerberus. Being a Solarian who worked for the STG, he was well informed and well connected, and knew Cerberus by reputation. So Shepard gives him the same vague pitch the Elusive Man gave him, that he needs the Doctor for a special mission against the Collectors. Mordin is intrigued by that because he suspected the Collectors were behind the plague on Omega. The plague didn't behave like a normal virus, it seemed targeted, and the fact that it didn't infect humans made sense from a clinical perspective, as humans made for a great control group in genetic tests. Their motives do seem aligned then, and he would agree to the mission if Shepard would just help distribute the cure he's made. Fortunately, distributing the cure was a very straightforward process. One of the Vorchas spills the beans with their connection to the Collectors, which is enough to have Shepard vent his head with a couple more holes. Between saving the district, we also save Mordin's assistant, who doesn't exactly appreciate Shepard's methods.
How can you thank these monsters? They butchered those Batarians in cold blood.
I risked my life to save you. Hell, I saved this whole damn district. Now you're judging me?
Aboard the Normandy, the Doctor does his usual head-scratching as he sizes up the Cerberus operation, realizing just how desperate Cerberus was to deal with the Collector threat. But with the Doctor secured, they hope to have him develop some sort of countermeasure against the bug drones the Collectors use to disable colonies. This also gives access to the research lab, which means I could finally start working through all those schematics I've been collecting the past few hours. Mordin is fantastic. He's quirky, charming, entertaining, but deeply embedded in some of the most serious problems in the galaxy. He's morally gray, truly morally gray, not like some of the other characters that pretend to be. He's got a past with the STG where he was one of the lead researchers for a modification of the Genophage, the sterility plague the Solarians and the Turians hit the Krogans with to end their violent rebellion across the galaxy. Talking to Mordin gives some much needed insight into the Genophage from a source that isn't Rex, who clearly had his own gripes with the thing. Mordin is able to explain how it works, how it was needed, the long-term health effects of it, and the process it took to develop and deploy it. This is grade A Bioware world building delivered by one of the best characters on the ship, and it all comes back into play to determine Mordin's character arc. This alone would make Mordin one of the best companions, but coupled with his refreshing personality and his top-tier damage dealing, he easily earns a spot on my favorite companions list. Once Mordin was settled in, we headed back down into Omega to find this Archangel. Posing as mercs, Shepard and his squad are recruited by the Big Three to help take down the nuisance. This cut out the need to track down Archangel ourselves, as the mercs already had him pinned down in his base of operations. But as Zaeed puts it,
"In's gonna be easy. Out's gonna be a bitch."
This calm before the major offensive push allows us to gain some deeper insight into the three different merc organizations and leadership here on Omega. It's nice getting to learn a little bit more about these groups that we've been gunning down for quite a bit already, but they must be very compartmentalized because by now the Blue Suns should be shooting Shepard on sight. Regardless, we get to take advantage of their ignorance and sabotage a few things.
You're working too hard.
The time finally arrives for all the shitty freelance mercs to make their bonsai charge towards Archangel's base, which Shepard and squad use to double-cross the mercs and make their way into Archangel's fortifications.
Archangel?
Shepard. I thought you were dead.
Garrus, what are you doing here?
Just keeping my skills sharp. A little target practice.
So, Garrus is Archangel, which is about the most rational and believable thing I've seen yet in the galaxy since Shepard was brought back from the dead. Garrus always had a bit of bloodlust, and under Shepard's tutelage 2 years prior, he's managed to hone it to a very sharp point. After the disaster that was Shepard's death, Garrus got fed up with the bureaucratic nonsense of the Citadel and made his way to Omega where he could slaughter criminals in peace. It turned out he was a lot better at it than even he thought, and it wasn't long before he had a team of 12 and a scathing reputation with the criminals, though he was so adored and appreciated by the locals that he was given his honorific Archangel name.
I don't mind it, but please, it's just Garrus to you.
After playing catch-up and learning the fate of the rest of Garrus's crew, the squad split up to handle an intruding raiding party, which we were able to rebuff with little trouble. Forced into no other viable course of action, the mercs began using wave tactics to overwhelm the squad, but they insisted on coming over in small, paced-out packs, allowing them to be efficiently slaughtered. I really get why game devs do engagements like this, but it's always immersion breaking when the only explanation for these sorts of staggered tactics is that the enemy is just dumb. They brought out a mech, but the earlier sabotage paid off, and the mercs were eventually whittled down to just the Blue Suns. A gunship emerges and manages to bop Garrus with a direct rocket blast, but that was its final victory as we proceed to blow it to Kingdom Come. But then there's Garrus.
Garrus! We're getting you out of here, Garrus. Just hold on. Radio Joker, make sure they're ready for us.
He's not gonna make it.
Garrus must have taken a page out of Zaeed and Shepard's book because he managed to survive taking a rocket to the face through sheer force of will and a little help from Dr. Chakwas. It leaves him with a nice scar that only adds to the mystique he's developing this game. Really, Garrus was more concerned about Shepard and the fact that he was working with Cerberus. Shepard, now taking a page out of the Elusive Man's book, acknowledges Garrus's concerns, but instead of answering Garrus with a valid justification for why they should be doing this, relies on flattering Garrus. Garrus, in turn, waxes nostalgic for the opportunity this mission gives us and walks off to go play with the big guns at the bow of the ship. It was cool seeing Garrus becoming Space Batman in this game, but we've already seen most of what Garrus has to offer story and development-wise. Seeing as I turned him towards chaos and violence every chance I got in Mass Effect 1, this transformation actually felt genuine and believable. If you tried your best to put him on the path of wholesome righteousness though, you're going to be disappointed to see that undone off camera. His whole team getting wiped out by mercs really set him off the deep end, and he will spend most of his time brooding in the forward batteries calibrating the guns. The mission we get to do for him later on is a good one, and he does develop a little more to at least accept his losses, but it's disappointing that he has the least to say out of any of the other companions on the ship because of the aforementioned brooding. If I was to look at him completely blind to knowing how great he was in the first game, I would probably think of him as one of the dullest members on the crew, and that's a problem for the only companion who remains a companion through all three games. The team was coming together, and by this point it had been rather straightforward. At least straightforward for someone with a fancy ship and a lot of guns. Things won't stay that way forever though, because Shepard needs to recruit a convict and a Krogan warlord. Why? Because the Elusive Man said so. The first trip is to a prison ship called Purgatory, a very aptly named ship that acts as an ultra-high security prison out in the middle of space. Shepard's arrival is much like his arrival on Noveria years back, and Shepard is now used to these sorts of standoffs happening just about everywhere he goes.
I'll relinquish one bullet. Where do you want it?
The Warden shows up and whisks the group through the ship. The Warden and the ship itself works and is owned by the Blue Suns, and once again, by now, the Blue Suns should have a fucking bounty on Shepard's head. Why on earth are they agreeing to do business with him? The Warden gives us the same pitch he probably gives any organic rights activist group or political watchdog organization. He says how he's doing a service for the galaxy by housing all the worst criminals imaginable on his ship out in the middle of space, and yada yada yada. He could have saved the sermon because Shepard isn't the type to shed tears for criminal types.
Is there something I can do for you?
Whatever he did, he probably deserves worse.
He certainly does.
We reach the end of the facility, and rather than finding the convict Jack, the person we are supposed to be recruiting, we just find an open cell. The Warden gets on the loudspeaker and tells us we'd be a better prisoner than a customer, and things progress how they always do. Fortunately, the Warden is not as bright as we'd expect, because rather than sending an entire army of guards and mechs, he just sends a handful of dudes and robo-dogs to be slaughtered, triggering a full-scale security breach scenario. We manage to free Jack, but this also frees a whole cell block, causing a chaotic prison break because Shepard couldn't be bothered to find a more responsible way of releasing Jack from her restraints. She immediately goes berserk as the rest of the prisoners break loose and the situation deteriorates into a free-fire war zone. This gives us permission to start indiscriminately shooting criminals and Blue Suns alike until even the warden lays dead in his burning racketeering scheme. Jack made her way to the airlock where the Normandy was docked and starts shadowboxing her past trauma until Shepard shows up. As it turns out, Jack was not only a dangerous criminal incarcerated for all manners of terrifying shit, she also despises Cerberus, and can someone tell me why we are bringing this woman with us? Instead of doing the rational thing of, just leaving her on the ship to die with the rest, we agree to give in to her demands and give her access to the Cerberus databases aboard the Normandy. And I don't know, maybe we'll get lucky and she will find the elusive man's address and rush off there to go kill him so we can be free to do things our way once again. Back aboard the Normandy though, Miranda proves once more just how inept she is at interacting with and leading people, because she immediately starts flexing and strutting in front of a woman who can't even be bothered to put a shirt on. Jack understandably tells Miranda off and then goes down to the cargo hold where she can read her Cerberus documents in peace. There's a lot that can be said about Jack. I mean, just look at her. Jack suffers from the same syndrome a lot of this game suffers from. She exists in a large AAA mainstream game from 2009-2010. Modern Warfare 2 had just come out a couple months prior, along with Demon's Souls, Prototype, Red Faction Guerrilla, and Infamous. Red Dead Redemption, Halo Reach, Limbo, God of War 3, and Metro 2033 would all be dropping later in 2010. The industry was in the ironclad clutches of its dark, gritty, mature, desaturated phase that I think a lot of people grossly overexaggerate these days. The bright, quirky, and weird counterculture revolution of today had been born out of the sudden growth of self-awareness that will be ditched in a couple more years when people suddenly feel embarrassed for liking a particular style. And how about we just start appreciating art styles for what they are meant to be? How about more developers and publishers just start choosing art styles that will be tonally appropriate for the games they are making? No. Making your post-apocalyptic, open-world, feature-bloated game bright and colorful doesn't give it personality. It just makes it a colorful, feature-bloated, open-world game. Trying to subvert expectations through style alone doesn't make it daring. It just makes it more of the same. It reduces something complex down to its most superficial components in hopes that that will be enough to substitute any actual substance. Jack almost becomes that in Mass Effect 2. It might surprise you to hear that she's actually one of my more favorite characters in the franchise, but that's the truth. They dialed her absurdity up to 11, and if this game was more tongue-in-cheek, I'd be able to chalk up her design to just that. But Mass Effect 2 is a very serious game for the most part. Once again, it was 2009. Dark, gritty, mature, and lacking self-awareness was pretty common. But between and behind the absurdity of this character is a character with a lot of depth and some serious ties to the world she is meant to inhabit. Jack is a product of a terrible Cerberus-run program that would literally kidnap children and torture them in hopes of making it better biotic because of some theory about pain breaking down mental barriers or whatever. Nobody from the project is around anymore to explain their theory or their findings, and all we are getting this from is from Jack, who is obviously an unreliable source. But that's fine because we already know Cerberus are a bunch of evil morons, even if the two puppets continue to claim the opposite. And the specifics of what happened to Jack are only really relevant to her as a character. If she believes this is what happened to her, and she acts as though this is what happened to her, then as far as the player needs to know, in regards to her, for the time being, this is the truth. We may have our doubts, but you think Jack is going to listen to Shepard's cock-stroking for Cerberus? She's going to think what she wants to think. I like characters who express opinions because it reinforces the illusion that these characters are living people in a living world. I've never met a person in real life who doesn't have opinions, and Jack has a good amount to say about the life she's lived, which was quite a shitty life where she'd been used and subsequently has used other people. She's a career criminal, and there's a reason she ended up on purgatory, and she makes no excuses or apologies. She says the people she took advantage of were weak, stupid, or were assholes who had it coming, and she sees herself as a survivor who's learned lessons the hard way. She knows what to expect from herself, but she doesn't actually know herself. She knows how she feels about things, but she doesn't know why she feels that way. She knows what she wants, but she doesn't know why she wants it. Bioware even had Kelly Chambers drop a few hints in case you missed this part about Jack.
Wouldn't be surprised if she makes advances on you. If you want her respect, think twice.
You eyeing me up? Because if this is just about sex, maybe you should just fucking say so.
I'd be lying if I said no. You're different.
Figured. People always want something. Well, what? Right now, then?
All right, Jack. I like how you move.
I bet you do. Come here.
It is exceptionally difficult to write a character with genuine personality in fiction, especially in a work that is tightly walking the ruts of specific genres as Mass Effect 2 does. The most effective approximation is to give that character a role and then let them play that role. We got the corporate cheerleader, the hard-boiled cop, the career soldier, the curious scientist, the quirky thief, and then we got Jack, who is, I guess, the career criminal? Except we don't see her do anything criminal. We hear her talk about it, and we see her on a prison ship, but she doesn't do anything a career criminal might do. She kills when we need her to kill, but for the most part she sits in her little corner of the ship by herself reading or staring at the walls, which is behavior you'd expect of an incarcerated person. And that's because her role isn't what we'd expect. She's a prisoner, not a criminal. She was a criminal at one point, but not anymore. Even physically free to some extent, she's still kept hostage by her memories and her past. Jack's not easily defined, and that's not due to sloppy writing or a lack of vision for her character. It's the opposite. She doesn't know, and therefore we don't know. But that will begin to change during the game, and I'll leave this point hanging until we cover her loyalty mission. So now the Normandy heads over to some galactic trash can of a planet where the Krogan warlord Okeer is working on some big research project. When we land though, all we find are a bunch of crazed dead Krogan and more Blue Sun's mercs. Like, seriously, these guys are really starting to test my ability to make the same joke over and over. After fighting through plenty of mercs and Krogan, we come up on the warlord who knows Shepard and Cerberus by reputation. Between the crazed Krogan and the pissed off mercs, Okeer has had his hands full and is eager to strike a bargain in order for Shepard to get him and his clone creation off-world. Okeer had been creating clones by the hundreds in order to create a pure, concentrated Krogan specimen that will be the ultimate fighter. In doing this, he will create a new breed of Krogan that, while still carrying the genophage, will be strong enough to survive in spite of it and conquer the galaxy once more. That last part sounds like pure nonsense, but the first part about a pure Krogan killing machine sounds pretty great for the squad. But before the details could be hammered out, the Blue Sun's captain releases a toxic gas that threatens to kill Okeer's creation. We of course go down there and put a stop to the captain, but despite saving the purebred, Okeer doesn't make it, leaving the purebred in Shepard's possession. Naturally, the crew is very hesitant to wake him up, and naturally Shepard ignores them.
Cerberus protocol is very clear regarding untested alien technology.
I won't be second-guessed on my own ship by my own ship. Do it.
Grunt, as he decides to call himself just before threatening to kill Shepard, reacts about as one should expect a tank-bred Krogan clone to react when being woken up for the first time. Shepard manages to sound commanding enough to get Grunt to stand down, recognizing the worthy strength in his tone and demeanor. Grunt agrees to follow Shepard's lead, at least for the time being, filling out the first half of Shepard's squad. There's not a whole lot we can say about Grunt. In Mass Effect, certain characters exist to act more as a lore fountain than to be an actual character, and Grunt falls into that purpose, sad to say. Especially now, without having done his loyalty mission, there's little he can talk about except his uncontrollable rage and aggression, and all the mental imprints Okeer put in his head to make him think like a Krogan, or at least what Okeer thinks a Krogan should think like. If you watched my Mass Effect 1 video, you might remember how I said I loved Rex because he wasn't a lore fountain. He had a lot to say about the Krogan and his history with his people, but he also talked about being a mercenary, about his time working for Saren, and he was always shooting pointed one-liners at squad mates from the balcony his century of life experience afforded him. Okeer says that Grunt is worth more than the pale horde of Saren or the worthless whelps that would have been at his side, but Grunt is literally a Krogan whelpling, especially when compared to Rex. It's interesting to juxtapose having an ancient Krogan on our crew in the first game and a literal juvenile in the second, but it's sad that they couldn't give Grunt any sort of backstory or meaningful personality to balance out the Krogan lore his story brings us. The bait-and-switch setup of going down to recruit Okeer only to get Grunt is probably in retrospect a blessing for most players, because Grunt is another cool bro you can depend on. But I can't help but wonder what having an ancient Krogan warlord who had radically different ideas from Rex could have brought to the table. He might have been able to convert more people to the Genophage was the right call camp, and add more ambiguity to that whole chapter of galactic history.
Shepard, I think we have them.
The elusive man's got a hot tip straight off the wire. The Collectors appear to be making a move on another colony, Horizon. This is the most warning they've had about a Collector attack yet, and it's a prime opportunity for Shepard to intercept their attack and learn something valuable. As long as Mordin has been able to develop something to counter the Collectors as bug drones, they should be able to directly engage them at the colony. There's one other noteworthy detail, though. Ashley Williams, Shepard's former crewmate and ex-lover, is also on Horizon. She's there as part of an Alliance outreach program with the Terminus colonists, explaining what that secret mission was that Anderson couldn't divulge back on the Citadel. It would seem the Alliance is doing more than the elusive man was letting on, and here's another example of a detail we can't immediately call into question in-game and are forced to just roll with it. The elusive man agrees to contact the Alliance only after Shepard has made landfall and gotten the situation under control on Horizon. He doesn't want them meddling with whatever we might find down there. Whatever we might find down there, he's doing that vague thing again. Should we be saving the colony, or should the Collectors be the only thing we're going after? What should we be looking for? We the player then get a separate cutscene featuring Ashley dealing with the humdrum issues of backwater colonial life. The people there, as expected, don't trust her or the Alliance's intentions or the big defense cannon they donated to the colony. It's alright though, because the Collectors show up on the scene to render all their troubles trivial. We get to see just how the Collectors harvest a colony, with their ship appearing out of a summoned storm cloud while it spews out waves of Seeker Swarm drones to incapacitate the colonists, including Ashley. The Collectors definitely know how to make an entrance, and they certainly have the might to flex on little colonies like this with their surprise tactics and overwhelming numerical and technical superiority. It's a pretty neat cutscene, although it does feel a little out of place with it breaking away from Shepard's perspective. Mass Effect 1 did this, and Mass Effect 2 kept this practice alive of breaking away from Shepard to show some big event that's separate from Shepard's experiences, and I've never been a big fan of it. I can't fault Mass Effect 2 for doing this, seeing as it was established very early on in Mass Effect 1, but it always just felt superfluous to take focus off of Shepard. It does help reinforce the idea that Shepard is just another actor in this drama, but it always seemed to spoil the player to information even Shepard doesn't directly have, and can lead to a disconnect between what the player knows and what Shepard knows. For example, we the player knew immediately Saren was responsible for Eden Prime, but Shepard really didn't. He just had suspicions. It might have made for a more interesting scenario if the player didn't see Saren immediately confessing to the events, so that we could at least get the opportunity to doubt Shepard, and with some different dialogue options, even have Shepard doubt himself. This is something we end up sacrificing with cutscenes like this, even if it does help add more urgency to the immediate action or better communicate exposition. Speaking of exposition, we learn quite a bit about the Collectors with this cutscene. We see their giant ship can enter atmosphere of planets, we see how they disable a colony, and we also get a glimpse at what we assume is the leadership of the Brood. We see he can possess his troops via direct control, and then he gives some indication of their intentions by stating they are the harbinger of the colonists' perfection, and to prepare the humans for their ascension. Whatever those cryptic lines are meant to convey yet, we don't know, and unfortunately Shepard and crew weren't around to hear it because now it can't be brought up in the debriefing or any other conversations. Shepard and company show up on the scene a few moments later, giving us our first opportunity to fight the Collectors, and it's kind of fun. The Collectors bring a wide variety of troops to the field to mix up combat, especially compared to the mercs and mechs we've been fighting a lot of this whole game. The basic bug troops they got aren't able to stack much firepower, and it would have been cool to see them use their wings to reposition themselves in the midst of a fight, but they are given a bit of an edge when Harbinger possesses one and turbocharges them. The random threat of having to face a beefed up drone who can bop us out of cover with some of his attacks acts as enough of a threat to have us preemptively try and wipe out all the bugs before this happens. They also send all manners of Reaper abominations our way in the form of husks, explodey husks, scions, and the Praetorian, helping to keep things fresh by presenting things we've never even seen up until this point. After getting some time to get intimate with the Collectors and their Reaper compatriots, we get some face time with the first colonist we are supposed to be going through all this trouble for. And he's a complete dick. We don't even get his name. The game just calls him Mechanic, and he's one of the most obnoxious NPCs in this game. Look, I'm all for not having every character we come across in this universe worship the ground Almighty Shepard walks upon, but it's a really weird choice to make this moment one of those contrary moments. He doesn't even express any relief to see a squad of well-armed soldiers kicking the Collector's asses here. He just starts complaining that Shepard is going to lure them to his bunker. He then goes on about how stupid the Alliance is, how he doesn't trust the stupid Alliance rep Ashley Williams, and how the big stupid gun the stupid Alliance sent them can't shoot straight because it's stupid. This is the guy they chose to have represent the colonists? I get he's not meant to be indicative of all the colonists we are saving, but they couldn't give us someone just a little more sympathetic so we could maybe have a little more emotional engagement with the story? I'm already however many hours into this game and I still haven't been presented with even one convincing reason to be saving these colonists or stopping the Collectors. All talking to this douche makes me want to do is get back on my ship and go talk to my crew some more and help solve their problems instead. We tell him to stay put while we go finish off the Collector threat. This just involves a couple of more difficult engagements and a boss fight with a floating tank enemy while EDI works out the kinks in the big stupid gun. After killing the big floating bug monster thing, the gun is fully charged and starts taking pot shots at the Collector ship, so they raise anchor and blast off in a hurry. We managed to stymie their plans to some extent, but they still managed to abscond with like half the colony according to the mechanic. We then get some awkward name exchanges as Kasumi tells him the commander is the only reason anyone's alive, and then he goes, "Wait, Shepard, I heard that name." Then Ashley pops up and finally gives us the mechanic's name, which is Dylan, by the way, in case you were wondering. And then he storms off because the Collectors didn't take Ashley with them. This is what they chose to open this major conversation with? Is this supposed to be funny, amusing, obnoxious, frustrating? I don't know. All I'm feeling is confusion, which, you know, big surprise, I guess. Ashley and Shepard hug, and then Shepard just goes, "Hey, how you doing, Ashley?" I get why she's a little annoyed that he didn't start with maybe something more meaningful. Personally, I would have liked the option to say, "Hey, I wish I could have contacted you sooner, but Anderson wouldn't give me your damn number or a fixed address." Instead, Shepard points out that he'd been dead for the past 2 years and was just rebuilt by Cerberus, which admittedly is the truth, but, you know, Ashley takes it about as well as one would expect. She bugs out, saying she can't believe the rumors were true. She'd gone to Anderson looking for answers, but he stonewalled her just as he did Shepard. There were reports Cerberus were the ones behind the missing colonies, so couple that with Shepard now being up and about working with them, I actually get her reservations here. When Shepard says he works with them but doesn't answer to them, Ashley makes yet another valid point where she simply goes, "That's just what they want you to think." It's like Ashley is the voice of all the players who hate working for Cerberus, and all I want to do is agree with her and concede her every point. Well, until she goes,
"How could you just turn your back on all of us? You betrayed the Alliance. Anderson, you betrayed me."
Hold on a second. The first chance I got, I went to Anderson and he told me how nobody can help me. So who turned their back on who here? Wait a second. Did I just have a moment where I got invested in the story and made an entire argument built on in-universe logic? I mean, this was a super roundabout way to get to that destination, but I believe this is the sort of reaction Bioware was fishing for. Problem is that I can't even make this argument as Shepard. He just tells Ashley she's being irrational and refuses to acknowledge the real threat of the Reapers. Once again, she takes that about as well as you'd expect. Anyways, we all repeat ourselves a couple more times until Ashley walks off, threatening to report all of this to the Alliance. Nobody ends this conversation happy, most of all the player, and that's the biggest problem here. There was a lot of room for interesting, thought-provoking dialogue here, but because there's no motivation on Shepard's part to build any tension on, the exchange collapses on itself. Because Bioware themselves were never able to answer why Shepard would be working with Cerberus, they have no way of letting Shepard justify himself when pressed on it. So far, they just resorted to hand-waving and literal backtracking to skirt the problem, but when we're faced with someone who is super loyal to the Alliance and we had an actual love affair with, Bioware can't just beat around the bush and hope that we will be satisfied. This ultimately leads to Shepard just spouting lines that, more often than not, don't align with my thoughts at all. He turns into just another Cerberus apologist saying how the Alliance isn't doing anything to help these colonies, even though they've been gathering intel, sent Ashley out there, and even sent a defense cannon we just used to repel the Collectors not 10 seconds ago. What's even more jarring is in the next scene where we are being debriefed by the Elusive Man, we go right back to being abrasive and resistant with the Elusive Man. This flip-flopping of Shepard is just further proof Shepard's motivations, and by extension, the players' motivations, were at best an afterthought to this whole melodrama, and at worst, not even taken into consideration. The Elusive Man lets out that he seeded rumors to see if the Collectors could be baited into attacking Horizon. And it worked. Because of those rumors, the Alliance sent Ashley out to investigate, and the Collectors attacked Horizon, possibly to abduct her specifically because the Collectors seem to have a fixation on Shepard. Except maybe not, because Ashley was one of the few left behind, so I don't know where the Elusive Man is getting that idea. So anyway, what did we learn? I guess the Collectors are interested in Shepard? I mean, was that even in question? As we will see in a bit, they wanted to buy Shepard's body off of the Shadow Broker, but the Elusive Man got his hands on Shepard first. So the Elusive Man already knew about that connection. So what else? What else was gained? He makes the argument that the net result was a positive. We saved half a colony, which is better than saving no colony at all, considering they probably would have just attacked some random colony we wouldn't have known about until it was too late. But that still doesn't answer what we learned. And if saving the colony was a priority, at least an objective, why didn't he mention it at the start? Like, what are we doing? Well, the Elusive Man has a new objective for us. Hit their homeworld on the other side of the Omega-4 relay. Don't actually know what is beyond the relay, if there's a homeworld at all, but the Elusive Man is just guessing here, I suppose. Seems like an audacious and foolhardy plan, sending the best people and the best ship through a relay completely blind to face a completely unknown foe, but surely we will gain some more intel along the way to mitigate that risk, right? The Elusive Man reminds us that the team needs to be strong and committed to the mission now that the parameters have changed. Shepard himself admits that his past is now behind him after that train wreck of a conversation with Ashley. So from here on out, we will have to help our companions sort out their personal affairs before we can safely head through the relay. Haestrom, where the sun's hot, the ruins crumble, and the Geth roam free. Not exactly a welcoming place for organics, but this is where we are sent to pick up Tali. I'm genuinely not sure what events transpired between last we saw Tali and now, making her available for hire, but the Elusive Man seems to think she's good to get. I mean, I'm not complaining. Last time I saw her, Tali seemed to be sporting a new degree of confidence and authority, and I'd really like to explore more of that development. So something screwy is going on with the star in this system that is causing it to destabilize and throw off a ton of radiation that wreaks havoc on equipment and shields. So this level requires us to stick to the shaded parts in the map. I suppose then it's a good thing we arrived when the sun was at a low angle in the sky. I'm not going to beat around the bush with this one. The star dying was supposed to be a big plot point that would have tied into the reason why the Reapers reap. Something about organics polluting the galaxy with too much dark energy from the use of Element Zero, but that plot line got abandoned, so all we are left with are tantalizing little breadcrumbs scattered throughout the later parts of Mass Effect 2. Haestrom being one of those breadcrumbs. So rather than spending a whole lot of time talking about the story that goes nowhere, let's just discuss the Geth and the Quarrens being reintroduced by this mission. The Geth are back with some gameplay improvements over their predecessors. In the first game, the Geth had different combat unit configurations ranging from generic cannon fodder troops to shock troops, all the way up to walking tanks in the form of Prime and Colossus units. Many of those are back but have been given combat and AI alterations to make them feel more diverse and intelligent. The Geth were pretty fun to fight in Mass Effect 1, but in Mass Effect 2 they practically steal the show. They are a blast to fight, and with the added improvements to their graphic and audio designs, charging, shooting, and punching them has become very satisfying. The Quarians have been relatively absent from the game since Freedom's Progress, which makes sense. The Quarians are a clandestine group who rarely show up in the galaxy due to their limited numbers, their living conditions aboard the migrant fleet, and the stigma they now bear thanks to having unleashed the Geth on the galaxy. They do things on their own without the knowledge of other species. If they were openly hostile towards the Council, they'd probably be held in as much contempt as the Batarians, but I don't think any species wants to be held to the same level as the Batarians. I mention all this not to bore you with pointless exposition, but because we will be talking a lot about Quarians in the chapters to come. We are here for one specific Quarian, which is convenient because aside from Cal Rieger, who is found outside a bunker fighting off an army of Geth, Tali is the only survivor of the Quarian research team. With Cal's help, we are able to cut through the Geth and get to Tali, who seems more than a little upset at her whole team being wiped out for some research data. Rieger survives, however, so she entrusts him with the data and hops aboard the Normandy, finally being free of her obligations to the fleet. Tali is understandably very hesitant to trust Cerberus, what with all that happened during the first game and their supposed involvement with a raid on the fleet between games. She reminds Shepard these are the people who thought it was smart to experiment on Arachni and Thorian creepers, and I really couldn't agree more with that sentiment. I wish I could just tell her that they really aren't any different and that we should just go grab Garrus and finish what we started in the first game. And then just to top it all off, Jacob says this.
Don't forget to introduce yourself to Edie, the ship's new artificial intelligence.
Does everyone need to know we have an illegal AI on board? Like, I'm sure Tali would have figured it out, but maybe it would have been better for this news to be coming from Shepard, considering he's like the Grim Reaper for AIs. His endorsement of Edie would probably hold more weight than the Cerberus stooge. Anyways, we're gonna put a pin in talking about Tali until her loyalty mission. It's time to hit up Ilium, the third and final hub world of Mass Effect 2. Ilium is a dazzling Asari world with populated super cities like Nosastra that are beautiful as they are deadly. Corporations and capitalist ventures hold tightly the fate of the world, using Ilium's location on the edges of Citadel space to style itself as the gateway to the terminus. Like Noveria, this allows Ilium to skirt the conventional laws one would find in Citadel space. Most drugs are legal, and just about anything is permitted, including indentured servitude, so long as there are signed contracts involved. It is here we run into an old familiar face. Overlooking the trading floor is a small, nondescript office belonging to Liara Tassoni, who takes notice to Shepard's arrival and offers him the VIP treatment. After listening in on what Liara's day-to-day has become following the destruction of the old Normandy, the two of them share an emotional reunion, which, given the events of what had happened following Shepard's death, is understandable. Liara had been the one to secure Shepard's body from the Shadow Broker, who had tracked where Shepard died in order to sell his body to the Collectors. She managed to stop the exchange with the help of the Broker's agent, who went rogue and worked with Liara to get Shepard to Cerberus. Since then, Liara has been working as a respected and successful information broker, using her contacts to get closer to the Shadow Broker to finally take him out. By the time we arrive, she's still hot in the Broker's trail. While she can't drop what she's doing to join Shepard's fight against the Collectors, she is able to give a lot of good information on his two remaining recruits. Samara can be found investigating a murder at a nearby spaceport. Before we even get there, though, people are acting a little strange. They keep asking if Samara has killed someone yet, and acting super concerned. Shepard is used to people behaving like this because of him, so he's a little confused why they'd be saying this about Samara, who is supposed to be something of like a monk or a knight. Well, as it turns out, this is just the MO of Asari Justicars, which Samara is one of. As the name suggests, she's all about serving up justice in strict accordance to Asari moral code. Emphasis on the strict part. This is what has everyone worried. Justicars rarely journey outside of Asari space, so if a Justicar puts an Asari in the ground, other Asari understand and just assume it was justified use of force. But would the Alliance be so understanding if Samara killed a human? Nobody really knows, and nobody really wants to find out either. Particularly Detective Anaya's bosses, who've ordered her to put Samara under watch. The detective hopes Shepard can convince Samara to leave so she doesn't have to follow her orders, because she's afraid the code will force Samara to kill her and anyone else in order to free herself from captivity. This leads to Shepard getting entangled in the murder mystery of the docks, which involves a shady Volus trading company that have been smuggling a certain nerve agent for the gang of Asari commandos in the area. Shepard eventually meets Samara, who proves herself to be as inflexible as everyone says she is.
What was the name of the ship she left on?
Go to hell!
Find peace in the embrace of the goddess.
Samara agrees to being apprehended for 24 hours, but she still needs the name of the ship her target used to get off-world. If Shepard is able to get that for her, she will agree to leave the port peacefully and join his crew. So we just have to solve this murder before Samara is forced to go on a rampage in a police station. Fortunately, there isn't actually much to solve here. If you're quick on the Renegade QuickTime events, then you'll accidentally gun down the woman responsible for murdering the Voldish traitor and get the evidence needed to close the case. Neat. Then it's just a matter of following the trail of hostile biotic mercs to the boss. She predictably attacks us and conveniently has the name of the ship written down so we can give it to Samara and win her support. After she swears her oath to us, which frees her from a lot of the strict parts of her code and makes her a viable crewmate, we are free to chat with her and pretty much figure out what her deal really is. Her recruitment mission is a neat little cop drama-esque story with some much appreciated development of the Asari. It's through Samara's mission that we get to see some of the seedier sides of Asari society, which is usually painted with an overly idyllic brush. It's refreshing getting to see the Asari being portrayed as just as corrupt, violent, petty, and foolish as the other races, and meshes well with Ilium as a whole. It's a fun mission that has us fighting Eclipse mercs instead of the usual Blue Suns, and the biotic and tech abilities of the Eclipse lead to some more varied and tactical battles. There's also some great conversations we can have along the way that help lighten the mood some.
I don't know what drugs you're on, but stay back and I won't shoot you.
You will regret your scandalous words. I am a great wind that will sweep all before me like a great wind.
The mood doesn't stay as light-hearted when talking to Samara, though. She's probably the most depressing character on the crew, beating out the woman who was tortured as a child. It turns out the Asari she's been chasing for centuries is her own daughter Mordin, who is known in Asari culture as an Ardat Yakshi, an ancient breed of natural-born killers who use sex to overwhelm their victims' central nervous systems and literally blow their minds. In doing this, Mordin gets more powerful, and she has become addicted to that experience. It turns out all three of Samara's daughters are Ardat Yakshi, and the other two live in comfortable seclusion, while Mordin chose to flee. Samara became a Justicar to chase her own daughter down and kill her, and her life as a Justicar has resulted in a life of seclusion and danger. Like Tali, this exposition is going to come in handy down the road, so let's just go get Thane. Thane Krios is a professional assassin who's taken a job to take out Nasana Dantius in her deluxe skyscraper complex. A transport clerk working in Nosastra who helped Thane infiltrate the towers is also able to help Shepard follow the assassin. When we arrive at the tower, we find the place swarming with mechs, which Nasana released to clear the place out of any construction workers. After ruthlessly slaughtering the Solarian workers, Nasana retreated behind her army of mercs to her penthouse. This forces us to pursue, taking on plenty of Eclipse mercs while helping the trapped construction workers.
Are you guys alright in here?
Get back! Get back! I'll shoot!
Relax. We're here to help you.
I don't want to hurt you, but I will. I did.
Hurt me? I hardly felt a thing.
Talon!
Slow and easy.
He's my brother. I just want to see if he's all right. Are you the ones who shot the merc?
I've shot a lot of mercs today, but I can't take credit for him.
After clearing out the mercs, we finally get face-to-face with Nasana, whom we've had dealings with on the Citadel in Mass Effect 1. We just end up stalling for time, though, while we wait for Thane to show up.
When I'm finished dealing with this nuisance, you and I are going to... Who...
Once the deed had been done, the Drell assassin takes a moment to say a little prayer, asking for forgiveness for his actions, which he must have to do quite frequently if that's his policy after carrying out a hit. Thane has no idea why Shepard is there looking for him, though, so Shepard tells him about the Collectors, and Thane takes a real shine to the idea of a suicide mission against the Collectors. He's dying from an incurable disease that affects many Drell, and he wants to make the most out of the time he has left in the galaxy by helping others. Stopping the Collectors and saving many innocent lives seems the perfect end to that personal journey of atonement. He agrees to sign on with Shepard pro bono, and with him secured, the entire team has finally been gathered. Okay, now that we got the squad introduced, I know I still need Legion, I didn't forget about Best Robo Boy, we can finally talk about companions a little more holistically, starting with Thane. Thane's mission, while fun from a gameplay perspective, is a bit of a mess. Let's take this one from the top. Why does the clerk at the docks help us reach Thane? She doesn't know me or my intentions, and it's only on the way there that she asks what those even are. And Shepard only gives a vague, cagey answer that really ought to provoke suspicion in the woman. She helped Thane because she had a grudge against Nassana, so it makes perfect sense why she'd help an assassin get into her towers. But Shepard? For all she knows, he's going there to stop Thane. Then we get there and find Nassana sent out mechs to start clearing out the workers with lethal force. Why? I get that she's supposed to be shown as paranoid, and I know a lot is allowed on Ilium, but I'm pretty sure outright murder is still not okay, considering even slavery has very strict regulations in place to protect the servant. And there's so many survivors left that Nassana would have a tremendous shit show on her hands if she were to survive. There's also the fact that we just so happen to run into Nassana in this game after doing something for her in Mass Effect 1. This happens quite frequently in this game, and it goes from feeling contrived to feeling like the developers were genuinely too lazy or too afraid to introduce new characters. There's a lot going on here meant for the sake of creating drama and nothing else, and it paints these characters as nothing more than tools to carry out actions dictated by the script for the benefit of the player. We then find Thane and tell him we are going after the collectors, and he does a double take and looks into the camera and says, "That means going through the Omega-4 relay. No ship has ever managed to do that before." There's a few reasons why this line is campy, but let's just focus on the fact that it seems like a real stretch he would even come to that logical conclusion, considering how bold and reckless it truly is. He's right, of course. Shepard tells him people think it's a suicide mission, but he plans to prove them wrong, and Thane goes, "A suicide mission? Yes, that will do nicely. I'm dying." And just like in real life, when anyone hears news like that out of the blue, Shepard stumbles to try and come up with an appropriate response. But Thane reassures him that he's got the best doctors and, well, there's really nothing to be done. He's not concerned with dying. It seems he's doing well to make his peace with that already with his crusade against people like Nassana. But the opportunity to stop the collectors and save innocent lives with Shepard seems like the best option for him on this personal quest. You see, this actually makes a lot of sense, and is why I like Thane's position and role in the main story. As weird and sloppy as his recruitment mission is, he's the likeliest of people we're recruiting who'd be willing to go on a suicide mission. To get into this further, it's time to talk about character motivation. I touched on this quite a bit with Shepard and the Elusive Man and what their motivations might be in the story, but we got like 14 or so other characters in here whose motivations haven't been explored yet. But let's start from the beginning. Miranda and Jacob are on this mission because they've been assigned as per the Elusive Man's wishes. It helps they respect Shepard for what he did in the first game and develop personal relationships with the commander during the second, so it makes sense why they'd follow him along. They believe wholeheartedly in their mission with Cerberus, even if they can't appropriately explain it much, but they've already demonstrated back on Project Lazarus that they'd be willing to die for Cerberus's vaguely stated cause. Mordin never really explains his side, but it seems like he enjoys the challenge of these sorts of things, and he has a scientific curiosity in the collectors. He's also in the final years of his life as a Slayer and admits to wanting to do some good, possibly making up for what he'd done with the Genophage. His motivations check out for this sort of mission in my book. Garrus is a bit trickier, and he really only explains that this is just like old times, and maybe that alone would be justification enough. He seems to have as much of a crush on Shepard as the fanbase has on Garrus, so bros being bros might be enough. But I think we can actually expand upon it further and say he's probably feeling all manners of guilt and sadness over the loss of his team on Omega. Maybe this mission is a way for him to make amends. If he can't lead, he knows he can at least follow and still contribute. Yeah, he checks out too. Jack. Why is she doing this? As of now, all we know about her is that she wanted the files from the Normandy's Cerberus's databases so she could get the names and locations for her revenge quest. Why in the hell would she not try and bust out of there the moment the Normandy docked somewhere? That would seem likely even if we weren't informing her that this is now a suicide mission. So, is she just keen on the idea of using Shepard and Normandy to carry out her revenge? Does she think she can turn the commander into a pirate? Her motivation here makes zero sense. Does not check out. Grunt is another. He's following us because we proved ourselves strong and he respects strength above all else. He's a Krogan and he was specially bred to be even more Krogan. He just came into this world and I know he's mentally young, but surely he understands what a suicide mission means and might have second thoughts. This clears up a lot once his loyalty mission is complete, but he finds out about the suicide mission parameter after Horizon, like everyone else. And by then, he should be thinking that this is a terrible idea and Shepard hasn't proven his strength that much to justify his loyalty to this extent. His motivations don't get cemented until the very end of his personal journey. Far too late to make his continued presence on the Normandy make sense. Once again, does not check out. Tali too. Why is she here? When she joins on, she knows full well this is a suicide mission, but her demeanor on Haystrom implies she thinks we are just going on a pleasant little quest somewhere, and not flying into almost certain doom. Yeah, she has a well-established history with Shepard, but is that enough for her to justify dying beyond the relay? She likes Shepard a lot, admires and even has a crush on him, but if there's one thing she's shown more of, it's her love for her people. She's a very important member of Quarian society. She has extensive knowledge of Geth now that she helped Shepard fight them. She's practically irreplaceable in her society, and I'm sure she's aware of that. She even said in Mass Effect 1 how people expect her to replace her father. She's pretty much Quarian royalty, and she takes her role in that very seriously. I don't buy that she'd jeopardize all that just to help Shepard, no matter how much of a crush she has on him. Maybe she understands the stakes. If they don't stop the Collectors and by proxy the Reapers, then her people are doomed, but so far there hasn't been a reliable link between the Reapers and the Collectors aside from they got husks. We don't know what the Reapers actually want from the Collectors anyhow, so that connection would need further development before I bought that motivation from Tali. I'll give her a lukewarm maybe in the checkout department. Samara could go one of two ways. Yeah, she is drawn to impossible causes, as the cop at the port notes when we tell her we're recruiting her for a mission, but Samara has a very important mission of her own, one that she's been on for centuries. Once again, by now she knows the stakes and that it will likely be a one-way trip. She's so close to catching her target, and we even give her solid evidence to get her even closer. But she signs on anyways, with the potential of dying and her target to get away and continue killing. Maybe there's a line in her code somewhere that dictates she signs up for missions such as ours, but she doesn't state that, so I can't say that definitively. Samara ends up in the doubtful camp. Thane we already talked about. He's dying and wants to make the most of his remaining time. He's by far the most suited for this mission, and that makes him a more believable character. Kasumi got paid a boatload of cash to do the job, and on top of that, Cerberus gave her some resources so she could go and get her dead lover's neural implants back, essentially giving her access to him even though he's dead. I did her mission first, but even if I did her mission last or not at all, that huge sign-on bonus for a Master Thief seems a good enough justification for her to agree. She also strikes me as the type to be so confident to believe she'd survive a suicide mission regardless, so she checks out. Zaeed though. Zaeed is a weird case. Once again, Cerberus threw him a ton of cash to join up, and seeing how much they spent to bring Shepard back, we can only guess as to how much he really got. But he's a merc and a pragmatic man. Why would he want to be part of a suicide mission? He can't spend that money when he's dead. Maybe just wanted to sign on for the fight? He does enjoy a good battle and he's getting up there in his years. This could be his chance to end on a high note. I could buy that. He spends a lot of time getting nostalgic over his old jobs. And he does have that revenge mission of his that Cerberus agreed to have Shepard do for him, which is a nice little bonus. What I find amusing though is that when we finish Zaeed's mission, he pretty much has no reason to live. He says it himself, killing his former partner has been his life's mission for years. With Vito gone, what else does he really have? Cash and memories of old jobs? Well, what better way to go out then, after having killed his arch nemesis, than being a big goddamn hero in the collective base? This doesn't really play into understanding his motivations prior to completing his loyalty mission. It's just an amusing point and I think it's worth mentioning. My original point still stands though. He doesn't seem the type to let money blind him to the reality of his mission. He'd never have gotten this far in his line of work if that had been the case. He's another shaky maybe. We also have Joker and Dr. Chakwas. They both, once again, voluntarily signed up for this gig. Chakwas seems almost depressed, and getting to treat soldiers on the Normandy, even a pale copy, might be worth it. She admits she'd lived a long and fulfilling life, so she's almost like Thane in that if she dies, so be it. Still don't buy her having signed up with Cerberus though, and that's where Joker stands too. I don't see Joker buying into the Cerberus hype. I don't even buy the Alliance taking away his wings. So, of course I'm not going to buy into him going on a suicide mission. Why? So he can crack jokes to Shepard the whole time? He seems like he'd be the type to be like Ashley and think the Shepard that he sees walking around right now is some sort of cheap imitation clone Cerberus made or something. But we're just meant to believe everything we're told about Joker at face value. No personal connection to his story other than he loves flying and has a bit of a crush on Shepard. But what's the point in me bringing all this up? Character motivation is key to making them feel like characters and not devices. This game is about these characters. It's so abundantly clear. Most of the development time and budget went into developing them and giving them their appropriate screen time, and it is by far the greatest strength of the game. Every single one of them has a lot going on, except maybe Jacob, but even he has his moments, like Hayden. The main story feels like an afterthought, and most likely was. It's something that was put together to justify bringing all of these characters onto one ship. It's not necessarily a bad thing, maybe a little misguided given the legacy of Mass Effect 1, but it can work. The problem is that when most of these characters come in contact with the main story, it's the characters who suffer, not the story. I don't sit here and go, why didn't the story make room for Jack? I think, why is Jack on my crew? I like her, but she shouldn't be here. Because of the fact that the poor connection between the characters and the plot ends up reflecting on the characters, a lot of players just choose to actively ignore this and not think of their favorite characters in terms of their usefulness in the story. They want to believe that all the reasons that brought these characters onto their ship were valid and justified. They weren't, though. These events weren't justified. They were just contrived and sloppily handled. I have a solution in mind, though, and it's not rewrite the entire story or cut out these characters or make fundamental changes to the characters. It's just let the characters actually explain why the fuck they agreed to do this. Look, I generally don't like to have sections in these videos where I explain what the developers could have or should have done, because with the benefit of hindsight, not having to face the realities of game development and budget constraints, any asshole can sit here and make a wish list for the perfect game. But I think my solution is elegant in that it already exists in the game for the most part. It just needed expanding. When we get a new companion on the ship, we can go to them and under the investigate option, ask them about miscellaneous topics like ship upgrades. Some of them we can ask what their opinion is on the mission, and this, right here, was the perfect opportunity for these characters to explain themselves and actually tie themselves to the story. And when we finally have our real mission after Horizon to head through the relay, another similar option opens up that lets us get a sense of how they feel about going on a suicide mission. And when we finish their loyalty mission, we get one more option that lets them explain how committed they are and how helping solve their personal problem has made them realize how important the main mission is and whatever else. These don't have to be really deep conversations with branching options, as great as those would be. They could just be quick 2-minute monologues. At least then we'd have our explanation for why these characters would want to go on a suicide mission. The disconnect that exists between the pretty much undisputed best parts of the game and probably the worst part is one of the bigger reasons why players barely remember the story in general. The story just didn't have enough Mordin in it, or not enough Tali in it, or not enough Garrus, or anyone, not even Shepard. It was just there, and Bioware failed to connect anyone to the story or even explain why these characters cared to sign up for this mission in the first place. For the greater part of 2 years, Lair has been hunting down the Shadow Broker. She even enlisted Shepard's assistance in hunting down their operatives when Shepard first arrived on Ilium. Cerberus, though, is able to forward some very useful information that helps Lair get a fix on the Broker's location. When Shepard passes that information on to her, she is understandably overwhelmed. She asks Shepard to stop by her apartment later that evening so they can come up with a plan together. When he arrives at her place, though, she isn't there, only a trashed apartment and some bullet holes from a sniper punched in her window. Police are on the scene, as well as a Spectre, Vasir, who dismisses the cops once Shepard arrives. She never explains why she's on the scene, and for whatever reason, Shepard forgets to ask why a Spectre is poking through his friends' personal belongings. She seems to have a good grasp of what transpired, and once again, Shepard just plump forgets to ask how Vasir actually knows all this. Shepard lets it be known that he and Lair are going after the Shadow Broker, and that she was waiting for Shepard to show up. He figures she would have left him a message, and after poking through her stuff, sure enough, he finds one. They then head for the trade center where Lair was meant to meet with a Solarian contact, only to be rocked by a large explosion that takes out several floors of the trade center. Vasir and Shepard split up to cover more ground, and in the trade center, Shepard finds Shadow Broker operatives shooting the place up hunting for Lair and her contact. Shepard finds the Solarian, but not in time as he was busy getting executed moments before Shepard arrives. Once again, Vasir is acting suspect, but fortunately, Lair materializes to spell it out for Shepard, who finally catches on that Vasir is actually working for the Shadow Broker. Vasir manages to grab the intel off the Solarian, and after a dust-up between her and Lair, they give chase to the Spectre. After a game of cat and mouse, they manage to ground Vasir and corner her after dispatching all her backup.
Drop the thermal clips, Shepard.
You girls should really just stick to dancing. You know, play to your strengths.
Drop the clips.
I'm gonna kill your hostage, Vizier. And then I'm gonna show you how a real Spectre gets things done.
You're bluffing.
Now, Liara.
With the fix on the Shadow Broker's base, the team is able to track it down in no time at all. The base is, in fact, a ship, constantly flying in the midst of a superstorm in the atmosphere of a gas giant. Truly one of the last places anyone would think to look for a ship. Once inside, the team eliminates the last of the Broker's army and meet him face to face. He is not what Shepard or Liara expected the Shadow Broker to be. A giant monster buttoned up in a dapper suit who looks as though he could eat a Krogan for lunch. He has some secrets he drops on the crew, showcasing his burgeoning intellect, playing it cool as though things like this happen all the time. But Liara gets to playing the psychological warfare game too, using her own knowledge of what the Broker is to get under his scales. She correctly identifies him as a Yagg, a species currently blacklisted by the Council for being too aggressive. She figures he was taken by the original Shadow Broker as a pet or a trophy, but the Yagg, being an intelligent life form, figured out how to kill and usurp the original Broker. The mind games work, and the Broker snaps his desk in half and flings it at the party, forcing Shepard to box the Broker while Liara does her biotic thing. They succeed in melting the monster with, liquid secrets. This causes a power fluctuation in the ship that spooks the Broker's network of contacts. Liara then steps up to the mic, announces it was nothing, and effectively usurps the mantle of Shadow Broker. Everyone acts surprised by this power grab, including her old pal Farron, who is somehow still alive after being captured all this time. Liara has a quick sob session, and then she and Shepard go back to the Normandy for a quick tour of the new ship, something I guess they didn't take the time to do when they were flying from Ilium to the Shadow Broker lair. Everything then ends on a positive note, and Shepard now has access to the largest information network in the galaxy. Surely that will come in handy with fighting the Collectors, especially since the Broker had many personal dealings with them. A lot of people love Lair of the Shadow Broker. It seems to be one of the only things people can agree upon when it comes to this game. I mean, what's not to love? We got an hour-long romp through several unique and detailed locales with Best Girl Liara solving one of the biggest mysteries in the franchise and getting to act like big goddamn heroes in the process. Then, when it's over, we get access to a repository of resources, research, lore, world-building, backstory, Easter eggs, and characterization in the form of dossiers, videos, and projects. If only it were that simple. To begin, we need to talk about Liara. For better or for worse, Bioware decided to completely rewrite her character between Mass Effect 1 and 2. Gone was the mild-mannered, gentle-spirited, curious, and socially awkward girl. In her place, we get a hard-case biotic information broker with scores to settle, as if this universe needed yet another edgy badass with a gun. The fact that Liara flew against that archetype in Mass Effect 1 was what made her so memorable. Even though I thought she was just a little undercooked in that game, doesn't mean I had a problem with how she was characterized. She preferred studying rocks to ruins as opposed to getting involved in other people's business and swaggering heroics. I'm not saying they couldn't or shouldn't have developed her character more, they absolutely could and should, but did we really need another badass who chooses violence as their first and last option? Liara was the first person I would have expected to find diplomatic and intellectual solutions to problems. But I guess I didn't register well enough with their new target audience or something. They wanted a gritty, mature story for Mass Effect 2, and Liara would just have been too out of place in that story. Which I think would have been even more of a reason to keep her core character intact so she could break up the monotony a single note can create throughout a 40-hour-long game. Regardless, she was rewritten and given a genuinely engaging and believable story to justify her transition to being a hardened spy master that had some interesting world building. And it was all told in a comic, and barely any of it made it into the actual game at launch. This is not how you rewrite a character that was so integral to the events of the first game, and has more screen time than any other side character in the second game with their own DLC. If you're returning from the previous game, this jarring transition can threaten to eject all of your immersion of the story into the stratosphere, as you're constantly trying to reconcile the innocent researcher of the first game with whatever the game is presenting now. If Mass Effect 2 is your introduction to the franchise, then you're in a slightly better position, but not by much. You can tell these two characters have a history, and Shepard is clearly unsettled to some extent by Liara's supposed change, but there's not enough here to give any indication to who she was before, so this change really just has no weight, and another gulf in the experiences between Shepard and the player is opened up regardless. Lair of the Shadow Broker was an opportunity for Bioware to patch up the holes they'd shot into one of their best characters, and they achieved that with middling results. One of the biggest mistakes here is that they still didn't explain what happened between Liara, Farron, the Shadow Broker, and Cerberus. In the base game, she gives a 20-second summary of that saga, and that's not even close to enough to bridge that divide her new personality creates. This DLC could have provided a few quiet minutes to at least smooth over that transition more. But all is not lost. Although they never bother to explain the past much, even when Farron is rescued, they do end up showing her hard exterior in flux throughout the DLC. She starts as a hard and focused killer on a mission, which Shepard can call into question if the player heeds one of the 3 back-to-back Paragon prompts. Otherwise, the player has to wait until the mission is complete to see the armor drop when Liara assumes the title of Shadow Broker. Listen, I don't think I should have to buy and read an external source to get an explanation as to why one of the most integral characters to the story of the first game is radically different in the second. I don't think I should have to buy DLC to get that explanation either. It's fine for these things to exist, but if the creator wants to sell me on the new Liara, then they actually have to give me a sales pitch. A 20-second glance at 2 years worth of events is not enough to make that work. The onus should not fall on the player to pay for the privilege of getting some basic answers as to how a major character changed. I'm not looking to be spoon-fed 20 minutes of story that was told elsewhere, but the writers have got to meet me on some middle ground to justify their alterations. And this is one of the bigger issues I have with the Lair of the Shadow Broker. It puts on full display what Bioware failed to do the first time around and still only gives some answers, while walking back some of the alterations they made to Liara at the same time. We are basically given the final act of the major story arc for Liara, with the rest being locked almost entirely behind some obscure comic. But my biggest issue, though, is the one I've harped on a few times now: Shepard being robbed of any agency. Let's talk about Visir. Who didn't see her betrayal coming? I know I did when I first played this DLC. All the little comments she makes, all the knowledge she couldn't have unless she was the one shooting at Liara, even the stupid glances she makes whenever Shepard blurts out privileged information. These things aren't foreshadowing that she's going to betray the group, it's just blatant telegraphing. So why would Shepard immediately trust her? Even in the confines of what this game has written Shepard as, this is uncharacteristically stupid of him. He knows nothing about this woman and he asks nothing of her. What are we supposed to think of his trust in her? She's a Spectre, so she's gotta be on his side? The entire first game is about stopping a rogue Spectre. Half the identity of the Spectres is couched in the idea that they can't always be trusted to do the right thing. They're allowed to pursue their own interests, and because of that they can be corrupted. Did Shepard just forget all of that? Why can't he just keep his mouth shut instead of letting every secret out? Secrets that took the collective resources of the Elusive Man to dig up, no less. Why doesn't he just ask Visir, hey, why are you in Liara's apartment? What interest is this to a Spectre? We get nothing on Visir even after she betrays us and we have a standoff with her and interrogate her after filling her with bullets. She just says, the Shadow Broker gave me good intel, so I'm willing to do his bidding from time to time. She's given no background except for that, so how are we even supposed to trust her? The only worthwhile thing she really says is in her dying breath, where she accuses Shepard of being a hypocrite for working with a terrorist organization. Yes, that's actually an interesting point. Too bad she doesn't live long enough for Shepard to actually have to justify his reasoning. Once again, like every other time someone is almost about to bring this up, Shepard is given some free pass to not have to justify it. We get a scene on the Normandy that, while it begins with some cringy fan service, ends with someone doing something truly wonderful. Liara asks Shepard what he's thinking. It was like Bioware finally, for the first time in this game, acknowledged that Shepard was once a character with agency. Unfortunately, it's very brief, and Shepard doesn't get to go into any worthwhile specifics. My Shepard is renegade, so he just says how he's pissed that nobody listens to him and the galaxy is always trying to kill him. Liara jokes, and then she leaves, and Shepard just sits there awkwardly. For the first time in this game, I feel a connection to my Shepard as we both watch the only chance we got to explore the idea that Shepard is a person walk off the ship. The DLC is not all bad. If I pretend the rest of the series doesn't exist, which is generally the best way to approach most of this game, there's a nifty, dramatic sci-fi spy story in this DLC. It's got some cool beats. Liara's apartment is a very atmospheric and reflective place because of how quiet it is. There's no action here, just walking around looking at the environment. We don't get much of that in this game, so I appreciate it when the moments do come up. Then we go to the Trade Center, and that's a very well made set piece with some fun combat. Once again, the atmosphere is great. It's super tense after watching a terrorist bombing take out 2 floors of a building and kill countless civilians. Just to sell that a little more, they even have some shell-shocked survivors lying around. The chases through the Trade Center, the Skyways, and then through the resort were also very well done. Once again, if I was able to divorce myself entirely from what I know about the main story, the characters, and the world, this would be a fun little drama piece that I could totally buy into. Hell, even if they just made it a silly adventure as opposed to a mature and serious quest for revenge, I could have bought into that too. It's fun, but sadly that's just not good enough. Not for me anyway when it comes to Mass Effect and its main characters. The payoff at the end is pretty neat too. Getting to visit the Shadow Broker ship for intel, resources, and little tidbits is a fine intrinsic reward. I wish these things had more bearing in the main game, especially since the Brokers should have had some info on the Collectors, Reapers, and Protheans. Failing that, just more intel on the galactic players who are suddenly pretending the Reaper threat isn't real. Instead, we're just limited to creeping on the online dating profiles of our crewmates. But they could have just as easily left all that out and had Lair kick us off the ship forever. They tried their best to sell the concept of that ship being a treasure trove of all kinds of secrets. I could go into how disappointed I was with the design of the Shadow Broker. Making him a giant, scary monster ranks high up there with the greatest letdowns of this game, especially after having seen what the Broker could do in the first game. The big monster goes on to thematically clash with the idea that the Broker was powerful simply because he was always wheeling and dealing, and it probably would have been more appropriate to have gotten to his base and just find a little Solarian or a group of all the smaller species like Hanar, Volus, and Elcor. That would have really sold the idea of the Broker being some kind of shadow council or something. But I get the temptation to stick a big badass boss fight into this DLC. They probably felt all this build-up had to lead to some dramatic payoff. I just wish they could have dropped some hints throughout the second game then that could have at least foreshadowed what the Broker truly was, rather than it being something completely unknowable flying in out of left field. But at this point, I've probably picked this DLC apart more than anyone else has on YouTube, so let's just move on. The Elusive Man has another hot tip for Shepard. He's intercepted a transmission from a Turian patrol. Apparently, the ship has managed to disable a collector ship, leaving it a prime target for boarding action. According to the Elusive Man, the Turians were wiped out, but the collector ship should still be there assuming they haven't made proper repairs. The Elusive Man then tells us to board the ship and have EDI link it with the Normandy to mine it for data on the Omega-4 relay. A lot of this plan sounded sketchy, especially after what happened on Horizon and how the Elusive Man literally engineered the whole thing with no discernible gains to show for it. Finally, for the first time, Shepard raises concerns about the credibility of this tip. If this is the same ship we saw on Horizon, how did a Turian patrol frigate disable it? The Elusive Man just goes, maybe the big guns you shot it with on Horizon soften it up, you know? Don't worry about it, it's all fine, it's all taken care of. You just gotta get inside of it and have the AI do all the work. Boarding actions are usually difficult to do, and who knows what the inside of a collector ship looks like. It could be a giant bug hive for all we know. It was one thing to meet them on Horizon with virtually no intelligence. At least that was a planet with, breathable air and gravity in a human colony. This is something completely different, and the fact that the Elusive Man just waves his hand away at any logical protest is indication of either the Elusive Man being dishonest, or shoddy writing, or both. So Shepard has the Normandy approach the disabled ship, and EDI confirms the ship was powered down, though there is no evidence of any damage. Despite everyone having a really bad feeling about the whole plan, or lack thereof, Shepard and squad shuttle aboard and begin poking around. We find plenty of those pods we'd seen the Collectors using on Horizon and Freedom's Progress, and EDI even confirms this was the same ship we ran into back on Horizon. In fact, it's the same ship that attacked the original Normandy too, so perhaps the Collectors aren't as numerically large as we had originally thought, seeing as they seem to only possess one single ship, big as it may be. We also find piles of dead humans who'd been victims of the Collectors' experiments, confirming the long-standing suspicions that experiments are one of the reasons the Collectors abduct people. I guess with the Reaper link established, the idea is that the Collectors are there to observe and gauge species in a more intimate manner, allowing the Reapers to understand organics on a biological and genetic level for some currently unknown reason. We then find a Collector that had genetic tests being run on it, and I'll just let the cutscene do the talking here.
A Collector. Why would they experiment on their own species?
EDI, I'm uploading the data from this terminal. See if you can figure out what they were up to.
Data received. Analyzing. The Collectors were running baseline genetic comparisons between their species and humanity.
Are they looking for similarities?
I have no hypothesis on their motivations. All I have are the preliminary results. They reveal something remarkable. A quad-strand genetic structure identical to traces collected from ancient ruins. Only one race is known to have this structure, the Protheans.
I thought the Protheans vanished 50,000 years ago. I can't believe the species still exists.
These are no longer Prothean, Shepard. Their genes show distinct signs of extensive genetic rewrite. The Reapers have repurposed them to suit their needs.
You'd think somebody would have picked up on this.
No one has had an opportunity to study a collective genetic code in this detail. I've already matched 2,000 alleles to recorded fragments. This collector likely descends from a Prothean colony in the Styx Theta cluster. But there are signs of extreme alteration. 3 fewer chromosomes. Reduced heterochromatin structure. Elimination of superfluous junk sequences.
Remember way back when I said we'd get to talking about the collectors when we learned more about them? Well, that time has come because there's really not much more to know about them from this point on, except why they're abducting humans, but that's gonna be a whole other problem I don't want mixed up with a discussion about our main antagonists. So now we know the collectors are repurposed Protheans, heavily modified genetically by the Reapers, but still Prothean on some level. I got more than a few gripes with this, but let's just start with how it is revealed, which is tied to how much, or really how little, we learn about the Collectors over the course of the game. At no point during the game is it hinted at that the Collectors are Protheans, like none, at all. This has to do with the fact that we learn painfully little about them after their initial reveal on Freedom's Progress. There was never a point where Bioware dropped a couple hints so that the reveal could at least have felt rewarding. Foreshadowing is a device used by writers to create drama and tension in a more believable manner because it makes the audience go, I fell for the trick. People enjoy being tricked by fiction. That's one of its biggest appeals. It helps sustain the illusions necessary for people to buy into the whole show. This was not a trick, even if Bioware tried their best to present it as such with the dramatic music, line deliveries, and camera framing. There was never a point for the player to be tricked because there was never a setup. This is just exposition. There is nothing inherently dramatic about exposition. And if there's no dramatic tension to be built or capitalized on by this revelation, why did they even include it? I suspect this happened because they realized how dull the Collectors really were, and so they went, how can we make them more interesting? I know, make them Protheans. The problem with this approach is twofold. Without the appropriate setup, as I've already explained, you don't get the dramatic payoff. You just make the audience go, huh? Confusing your audience isn't how you engage them. Though looking at the handling of the Elusive Man, it seems Bioware conflated underdeveloped with mysterious. So that payoff doesn't happen. At best, I've seen people just forget this revelation even happened, and at worst, well, you're now seeing about the worst case scenario when this doesn't work. The second problem is that this retroactively cheapens the Protheans. The fate of the Protheans was the linchpin holding together many of the cosmic horror elements of Mass Effect 1. Look, I'm by no means an authority on the subgenres of horror, so take the next tangent with that in mind. The cosmic horror elements of the Reapers are quite apparent. Ancient, unknowable, godlike creatures, mind-controlled death cults that worship these old gods, it's all pretty standard Lovecraftian elements. The fate of the Protheans certainly has a horror element to it as well. They fought the Reapers for centuries, being killed, indoctrinated, and slowly exterminated by the machines. But the second act of that tragedy lies in when the researchers on Ilos emerged from hibernation and realized their entire civilization had been extinguished, and these dozen or so researchers were all that remained. Their story, and the story of the Protheans in Mass Effect 1, ends with them going to the Citadel, making the changes to the Citadel and the Keepers, and then dying a slow, grim death from lack of food or water. So just imagine that for a second. You're the last of your species, and you're being forced to just sit there and contemplate the entire extermination of your species while you just slowly starve to death. Did they really need to come back and be turned into bug monsters? I don't think so, because that seems to end up falling into a different sort of horror genre that does not complement the horror elements the first game established so well. As well, the Prothean story had been narratively and thematically settled in the first game. Unless the second game was going to more deeply explore those elements and use them appropriately, there is no need to dig the Protheans out of their collective graves and make them start abducting humans. The Protheans weren't nightmares in the first game, they were tragic figures that actually helped save the current cycle. Making them boogeymen in the second game just causes too many tonal conflicts that end up cheapening the Protheans as a result. The only way I could have seen this working was if the Collectors were shown to possess some sort of awareness that they aren't truly what they think they are. If they perhaps showed some sort of awareness that they were repurposed Protheans, and we had adequate evidence through art, architecture, technology, something, then it would at least lend a new depth to the Collectors. But that whole approach has a hammer taken to it when Mordin goes on a rant about how dead and boring the Collectors are. The writers literally sabotage and rob themselves of any sort of meaningful utilization of the Protheans here by just saying, nah, the Collectors are just as boring as they are presented, don't even try and read further into this. So all that's left, I guess, is to answer why they are doing this. I mean, they're just tools for the Reapers as far as we know, so the real question is, what are the Reapers using the Collectors to do? After a quick hop and a skip past all the convenient answers, the Collectors just left lying around one hallway leading to the main chamber of the ship. We get to the main hold of the ship where we see all of these glowing orange pods. It's here Mordin just says the only conclusion must be that they are going to target Earth. What? I'm sorry, but that's about as big of a leap in logic as Thane performs when he assumes we are going to be going through the Omega-4 relay. What the hell is one Collector ship going to do against the collective firepower of one of the largest navies in Citadel space? Especially since this ship was apparently beaten by one Guardian defense cannon and a Turian frigate. Oh, that's because this was a trap. Yeah, go figure. We get to the central console of the ship, which, once again, convenient, we just walked a straight line from the entrance to this panel EDI can use to access the Collector ships' databases. This ends up tasing EDI and the Normandy for a moment, allowing the Collectors to trigger the trap they could have triggered really at any point the moment Shepard boarded their ship. Then the Collectors start launching staggered handfuls of wimpy cannon fodder at Shepard while EDI wrestles for control of the Normandy, while simultaneously data mining the Collector ship. Once she's done, she uses her axes to get Shepard and crew safely out of the ship while the Collectors continue to throw tiny squads at Shepard as opposed to mounting a serious defense. It's not until we are back aboard the Normandy that the Collector ship fully powers up and starts shooting at us, just in time for Joker and EDI to pull off a dramatic escape maneuver. Let's talk more Elusive Man. EDI found evidence that proves we can't trust the Elusive Man because he would have known that the Turian patrol broadcast was a fake. So we go and confront the Elusive Man, and you know what he says?
I needed the Collectors to believe they had the upper hand. Telling you could have tipped them off in any number of ways.
How? Just because you say something with confidence doesn't make it rational or true. But, of course, Shepard can't argue back. He just says, don't do it again. Is this the same franchise as the first game? Am I really playing a sequel to Mass Effect 1? I know I sound like a broken record here, but this is a central story here. Any pretense to player agency has gone out the window for the sake of manufacturing drama that can't even remain consistent enough to create drama. It just creates confusion, disbelief, and genuine resentment between the player and the game. This is not storytelling, this is story sabotage. I understand they wanted to make a drama-first story and toss out the detail-first approach of the first game, but now it seems they just grew bored of even telling a drama story and are just now dictating events to us without justification, motivation, or context. Fortunately, this wasn't a complete waste of time like Horizon. EDI did get some useful info out of the Collector ship. It turns out the Omega-4 relay uses an advanced piece of Reaper tech to identify the Collector ship and allow a safe passage through the relay. The Normandy is going to need one of these IFFs if it's going to navigate the relay safely, and it just so happens Cerberus has found a dead Reaper where we can seize one for ourselves. This is going to sound a little off script, but this next story mission is actually kind of good. Long dead and forgotten, the ancient carcass of the defeated Reaper looms before the Normandy, a dreaded dark smear of shattered fragments left suspended in orbit of a failed star. Despite the needs of their mission and the knowledge it was dead, there was no denying just how unsettling the thought of entering one of these things truly was. It's an interesting setup for one of Mass Effect 2's only exceptionally good story missions. I guess it's also a recruitment mission, keeping the meme alive that only the companion-related missions are the good ones in this game, but we don't go there to actively recruit Legion, it just sort of happens, so I always considered it a story mission. Anywho, after a bumpy ride, the Normandy passes through the Mass Effect field of the Reaper, granting them a reprieve from the chop, and right away the creepy distorted shape of the dead Reaper and the fact that its Mass Effect fields still work after 22 million years lends this level a very appropriate, suspenseful, and dreadful atmosphere. I could nitpick needing a little more explanation for how something like this existed for so long without any other organics even finding it, or its Mass Effect drive still functioning all this time without any form of refueling, but it's a Reaper, so cut them a little slack and just roll with it. Immediately upon boarding it, the Reaper puts up a kinetic barrier, implying this thing is still alive in some fashion. Once again, creepy as hell. The mission parameters change from just retrieving the IFF to finding the IFF, finding the Mass Effect drive core and disabling it.
We'll make a sweep for survivors and research data. Then we'll knock this ugly piece of crap out of the sky. Be ready to pick us up. Being crushed in the heart of a brown dwarf is not on today's agenda.
Of course, Shepard and crew aren't the first to set foot on the Reaper. Cerberus were the ones to find it, so the Elusive Man, as usual, sent a team to investigate it. I guess this was just another one of those missions where everyone knew the risks, but the benefit for mankind was too great, so everyone willingly lived aboard a Reaper for an extended period of time without any sort of safety protocols. It goes about as well as any other Cerberus operation. The Reaper started screwing with their minds, making them see and hear things that weren't real, causing headaches, and then when we get inside the Reaper itself, we see it also cause some really strange things, like screwing with the researchers' memories, giving each other the same memories, and eventually full-blown psychosis that had them presumably kill each other and then willingly impale themselves on dragons' teeth to convert them to husks. These husks start attacking the squad as we push through the dark and oppressive tunnels. At one point, sniper shots cut across the squad's path, killing a few husks with precision and speed, these shots foreshadowing the reveal of Legion, a Geth platform capable of speech and apparently friendly, as it saved Shepard from a husk ambush. Legion walks off, though, without any further explanation, and the atmosphere of the level changes to a more familiar tense and actiony vibe as red light pours in through a massive hole gouged in the side of the Reaper's hull. The crew finds the IFF and Legion doing some slick hacking in the nearby core when an ambush of husks disables the machine and turns on the squad. Another battle ensues and demonstrates just how bad the team AI is at swarming enemies because they aren't capable of kiting and just stand there trading blows with husks until they are knocked out. They eventually succeed despite the lackluster team intelligence, seizing the disabled robot and making it off the Reaper before being crushed in the atmosphere of the gas giant. All in all, like I said, this is one of the better missions in the game, and probably the best story mission. Unfortunately, it's also really short. We pass through maybe 5 or 6 rooms total, half of which are just generic Cerberus lab environments. Reapers are massive constructs that dwarf all but the largest ships in the galaxy, and we find everything we need within 10 minutes of being aboard. Granted, it's most certainly prudent to limit time aboard a Reaper, but it feels all too convenient that the IFF is literally like 50 feet from the Mass Effect core itself. Ignoring the credibility warping that occurs from the mission being so short, we also don't get enough time to enjoy the suspense and dread the first half of the mission sets up. Bioware obviously understands the basic elements of making a good spooky segment. They got the colors right, the sound design, the visual cues with all the smoke, shadows, and lighting. They just didn't let us languish in that spooked state for more than 5 minutes. The mystery of what happened to the science team is answered once the husks appear, and with the action we are reminded how powerful we are, and most of the tension is lost, never to return. The power of the Reapers rests in their ability to screw with organics, and letting the player feel the same way as the scientists did was a neat trick that they discarded way too soon. This is the first time the player gets to see a Reaper up close in person and explore it on their own terms. This isn't all cutscene magic, we're getting to physically walk around and inspect things. This was as much an opportunity for Shepard and the player to understand the Reapers as it was for the Cerberus team. Let us actually explore this thing. Mass Effect 2 is woefully skimpy on the Reaper side of the story, and this provided the perfect opportunity to really develop that side. But instead, the tantalizing horror mystery gets sidelined after a few rooms for more fish barrel shooting. Now the crew has a fancy bit of alien tech sitting in the AI core, and Miranda and Jacob are conflicted over what to do with it. Miranda advises turning it over to Cerberus to be studied, while Jacob just tells Shepard to space it. Shepard opts for option 3, which is wake its ass up and interrogate it because he has way too many questions for it. This is admittedly a very reckless thing to do, but EDI does her best to protect the ship from whatever an unknown Geth platform might do aboard the ship. Once again, very convenient they have a little area aboard the ship that can act as a prison for synthetic constructs inside the core of another synthetic construct. Legion introduces itself and explains how the Geth have been watching organics for many years and pose no real threat to organics so long as organics don't meddle in their affairs. Shepard immediately points out that this wasn't the case for any of the Geth he fought in his quest against Saren, and Legion corrects him in explaining those aren't true Geth, those are heretics who chose to side with Saren and the Reapers. They worship the Reapers as gods and wish for the Reapers to give them their future, as opposed to the true Geth who insist on understanding themselves, the galaxy, organics, and through that understanding building their own future. This makes them a threat to the Reapers and the heretics, essentially exposing to Shepard and potentially organic life as a whole for the first time a schism within the Geth. Legion was sent out to study organics more closely, particularly Shepard, seeing as he killed the heretics as god. It followed in Shepard's footsteps from 2 years ago, though they lost the trail at the Normandy crash site. Legion took a sniper shot on Eden Prime, note the bullet hole in its chest, and used Shepard's old armor to repair that hole. Now why it did that, that's another story. The Geth, the true Geth that is, perhaps naively assumed if anyone was going to ally with the Geth it would be Shepard, given his history with the heretics. If any organic was going to understand the heretic and Reaper threat, it was going to be him. They assumed they'd be able to convince Shepard with logic, and for the most part they were correct, though Shepard couldn't deny there was something more to this construct than logic and circuits, just couldn't put his finger on it yet. Legion's an incredible addition to this game, a much needed window into a world that had been so one-dimensional in the first game. Had we only gotten the one conversation with it, Legion would have already achieved a Herculean effort of recasting the Geth in a much more nuanced and interesting light. But we don't get just one conversation with it, we get several and an incredible loyalty mission and plenty of unique banter if we bring it out on missions. I'm going to hold off just a little longer before going deep into Legion though, because we need to do its loyalty mission first. But with the IFF secured and the whole team finally assembled, I can stop kicking the can down the road and actually start tackling loyalty missions and conclusions about companions. Miranda has asked Shepard for his help with some personal business. Now's probably a good time as any to fully introduce Miranda. She didn't get as much time as the others because she just ends up in our party without an explicit recruitment mission. And her omission from the script thus far, except to poke fun at her Cerberus cheerleading, might lead you to believe I hate her as a character, but no, I think she's actually a pretty good one. I've seen her problems get dismissed as ultimate first world problems, and even a character in games says something similar. But beneath her rich daddy issues, there's some interesting things going on. You see, the particular cross Miranda is bearing in this game is the constant insecurity stemming from being essentially cloned from her father's DNA. Her father is a very rich and influential businessman who had some of his own DNA altered and then cloned to create a perfect daughter, that being Miranda. He then thrust all his wishes and demands upon her until she had enough and ran away to Cerberus, which she met because her father was a major donor. Well, that didn't really stop her father from trying to make his dynasty of perfect daughters, so he made another one, whom Miranda rescued and set up with an assumed identity elsewhere in the galaxy. Her father eventually found the sister, forcing Miranda to work with Cerberus to relocate the new family. She just needs Shepard to go with her to ensure the family's safe passage. Bringing us to Ilium. They meet up with Miranda's contact, but as expected, because this is an action game, there is a complication and her father has sent mercs to intercept the family. One of Miranda's oldest and closest friends, Niket, is also involved in this operation, and Miranda entrusts the family with him so he can move them away from the mercs. Meanwhile, Shepard and Miranda will engage the mercs and buy time from Niket to move the family. When they get down there though, the merc lieutenant decides to chat with the group, mentioning how things aren't quite as clear-cut as Miranda let on. Turns out her twin wasn't actually the same age as Miranda. She was just a baby when Miranda rescued her, technically making it a kidnapping then. Shepard loses his patience listening to the mercs blustering and decides to cut things short. Miranda does eventually explain the whole story, confirming that her sister was a baby at the time, but her father had made many other Miranda-type daughters. She and her sister were just the first ones he'd kept. She figured her twin wouldn't like the life her father had outlined for her any more than Miranda did, so she rescued her. Regardless, she's much older now with her own family and her own life, so separating her from all that now just doesn't seem fair. The merc also mentioned how Niket wouldn't be helping, but Miranda dismisses this outright, stating Niket knew what her father was like and that he helped Miranda escape all those years earlier. She has the utmost trust in him, but as the mission progresses, it seems more and more likely Niket sold Miranda out and is working for her father, but Miranda keeps rationalizing it away. Miranda's denial in spite of the mounting evidence really cuts to the character beneath that cold bitchy veneer she put up in the beginning missions of the game and lends her a lot more depth. This is something Mass Effect 2 does very well with its companions, using their faults to humanize these characters. Miranda is a great character not because she has faults, but because her faults actively contradict what was established early on as her defining traits. People are often riddled with contradictions that our greatest detractors or even ourselves think are flaws because we place heavy importance on consistency. But it's often those contradictions that give people depth and flexibility. We see it here with Miranda. She can be cold and calculating, but here we see her not only contradicting that by being emotional and conflicted, we see it as coming from a place of compassion and personal grief. To no one's surprise but Miranda's, yeah, Niket sold her out to her father. Once again, this was due to Miranda simultaneously underestimating and overestimating other people. She didn't tell Niket about her baby sister, and either Niket took great umbrage with the kidnapping, or he was just hurt he was never told something so important until he had to know. Regardless, he was now a loose end that she had to deal with, and Shepard being Shepard, he stood by in silent approval as Miranda gunned down Niket. Then they quickly mopped up the remaining mercs and went to make sure the family got off-world safely. Miranda, heartbroken by the whole affair of having to acknowledge a lot of complex emotions and deal with yet another personal failure of hers, at least takes comfort in knowing her sister will have a better life, ignorant of the life she'd been insulated from. Failure for Miranda weighs heavily because, as she sees it, all her natural abilities, her intelligence, strength, looks, even her biotics were all the result of the genetic tailoring from her father. The only thing she allows herself to take credit for are her mistakes, which is a pretty agonizing way to go through life, but honestly a very sympathetic mindset. It's easy to discredit your own accomplishments as luck or being cut a break, while failures tend to feel much more personal, especially if you can reflect and recognize the exact mistakes you've made. Miranda is pretty much that mentality taken to an extreme degree. Miranda believes Cerberus values her as a useful agent, and that's why she appreciates Cerberus. But knowing Miranda doesn't take credit for her own skills, I don't know, does that actually seem like a reason she'd value the organization? Perhaps she just likes Cerberus because it offered her an opportunity to get away from a different sort of life. There's a lot to Miranda, just as there's a lot to Jack, whom I already touched upon quite a bit earlier. So we finally come to the point where Jack needs to reconcile her past. She's found the location of the facility she'd been raised in, and she wants to go there and blow the place to hell. The facility had been abandoned after the day she and the other kids violently broke out, so nobody's really gonna miss it. This mission is world building and character development galore. Before we've even set foot in the place, Jack is explaining how the landing pad had to be on the roof of the facility, otherwise the local plant life would overgrow it in a few hours, and explaining how Cerberus builds their equipment to last, so it's no wonder the place is still standing and is still semi-functional. We get inside and she starts explaining how the kids were usually either kidnapped or sold to Batarian slavers, and that's how Cerberus got their hands on them. Just like the derelict Reaper, Bioware made Pragia appropriately creepy. Even though it's abandoned and in the logs we don't see anything explicit, the context of what this place was, Jack's post-traumatic musings, and the environmental details make even the generic bunk bed models seem unsettling. But those quiet and disturbing reflective moments are constantly interrupted by periods of combat which feel a little unnecessary, or at least their frequency and context. Still, in terms of total combat, this mission keeps it light, which ends up making the mission pretty short too. Jack begins to realize she misremembers a lot of what happened, possibly because the whole place was designed to mess with her head, possibly because she was drugged up and kept in a cell, and possibly because she was, just a kid. What is pretty obvious though is how awful the entire operation makes Cerberus look. Miranda said the elusive man didn't even know about Pragia, and the supporting evidence here seems to confirm that narrative, but that doesn't exactly let them off the hook entirely. The fact that people there were able to use Cerberus resources and justify the crimes they were committing within the framework of the vague and shitty Cerberus doctrine just goes to show how dangerous an organization like this truly is. An organization that can't even keep tabs on its own operations or hold people accountable does not sound like a group that can be trusted. Eventually, the squad comes across a group of mercs and a man named Aresh inhabiting the ruins. After dealing with the mercs, they come to Jack's old room where Aresh is waiting. He explains how he's one of the only survivors from the facility, and like Jack, he cannot let go of what happened. But rather than Jack, who is trying to let this all go and move on by literally destroying the facility, Aresh wants to restart the project to try and justify what was done to him. It's here we get to the moral lesson of Jack's story. What is the best way to move past a traumatic event? We are of course meant to side with Jack's method, which is the path of self-reflection. Confront and address one's own past emotions and come to terms with it that way. Aresh looks to externalize his pain, inflict it on others, and hope that through his actions he can justify who he is now, as opposed to confronting and changing himself. This lesson gets all muddled by my Renegade Shepard's actions though, which encourages Jack to kill Aresh.
Fuck that!
You're here to erase your past. He's part of that.
Shit. Is this right?
Will killing him fix my head?
You're a killer, Jack. That's what you do.
Yeah. That felt good.
A bullet in the head solves everything.
I know that now.
It's one of those mustache-twirling evil moments of Renegade Shepard that clashes a lot with the rest of the mission and Jack's character arc as a whole. As a result, the game sort of ignores that choice, even deleting Aresh's body. And we get one last moment of exploration as Jack narrates some more of her trauma that really should have been sequenced before the Aresh confrontation. Maybe they should have had him walk in after we finished letting Jack reminisce or something, because it feels as though Jack immediately forgot about probably the first time in a long time where she genuinely hesitated and questioned the necessity of killing people. Anyways, once she's done remembering, they plant the bomb and hightail it out of there, giving us an unnecessarily dramatic explosion scene that shakes the whole shuttle. But I feel like the mission as a whole, tonal clashing and all, summarizes Jack and her place in this game. Her design is obnoxiously bombastic, and the game seems to revel and celebrate her violence at times, but then it has quiet moments, reflective moments, where the entire over-the-top side of her is called into question, so much so it almost feels like the game is mocking itself. It's trying to tell a really mature, relevant, and interesting story with some genuine lessons laced throughout, and it does succeed at that. But some of these interactions between the player and Jack could have used another look over just to smooth out the wrinkles. Garrus has managed to get a lead on the former member of his squad mate who'd sold out the team and was the reason they all got killed by the Merc Alliance back in Omega. Sidonis used a specialist on the Citadel known as Fade to disappear, so Garrus set up a meeting with one of Fade's contacts and figured they could shake their way through the organization until Sidonis materialized, giving Garrus the opportunity he needs to kill Sidonis. Just like in Zaeed's case, Shepard is no detractor for revenge missions, and seeing as this is Garrus, they make it over to the Citadel to find this Fade. The first contact they meet claims to be Fade, but after a little shaking, Garrus and Shepard are able to get the Vols to cough up the real location and identity of Fade.
Which one of you wants to disappear?
I'd rather see you make someone reappear.
That's not the service we provide.
Make an exception. Just this once.
Damn it! Quick! Shoot them!
Too slow.
Why do I even bother?
As it turns out, Fade is Harkin, a corrupt C-Sec officer Shepard had dealings with 2 years prior. After he got kicked off the force, he managed to turn his career of circumventing C-Sec regulations into a service. His business doesn't last as long as he was hoping for because Garrus and Shepard kick in his metaphorical door and turn his operation inside out. Garrus, who's just about had it with anyone attempting to skirt the law and is turning into a renegade Turian Justicar, beats on Harkin until the guy arranges a meeting with Sidonis. And I doubt there's anyone wondering what Garrus does at the meeting.
I was told Harkin was one of the best. This better not happen again.
Oh, it won't. Don't worry.
What? Shit.
Betrayal repaid, Sidonis.
And then that's it. Garrus doesn't mention Sidonis or his team again. No reflecting on any sort of lesson learned or any real sign of character growth. He just gives us a fun little story and he says the line.
We ended up holding a tiebreaker in her quarters. I had reach, but she had flexibility. More than one way to work off stress, I guess.
Garrus' loyalty mission really doesn't have much to it, which is a shame because there's a lot of room and emotional weight for this story. They didn't need to do much setup, seeing as we already know Garrus, his backstory, and what he's about, which I guess Bioware took to mean they didn't need to have him talk to us much because he just dismisses Shepard 90% of the time. I really can't think of a better microcosmic example of the persistent problem with Mass Effect 2 than Garrus. When it came to building new places and characters, Bioware usually handled things with care and attention, but when it came to already established elements, they either retconned and rewrote, or just ignored and acted like those elements didn't matter aside from occasional fan service. This is a really bizarre way of handling a sequel, because the beauty of a sequel is that writers can use the elements already introduced to start telling more plot, as opposed to having to burn time introducing the audience to those elements. So when Garrus comes back, you'd think they'd utilize him as much as possible because, like I said, we're already invested in Garrus and know what to expect. We don't need elaborate backstory and exposition, and when we meet him on Omega, that's pretty much what we get. A lot of story without them sitting there explaining Garrus' history with C-Sec and why he'd be doing what he's doing. So that ought to extend into his loyalty mission, freeing up a lot of writing overhead so that Bioware could just concentrate on telling an interesting and focused story involving a well-established character in a well-established setting. But no, that's not what we get. We get a lackluster shooting gallery filled with nondescript mercs and mechs. We get up to meet with Harkin again, which is cool, if not playing again to that whole issue of Bioware not introducing new characters, and we get an almost disturbing look at the dark side of Garrus, but nothing beyond that. What's really most jarring is that we get no real closure at the end of the mission. Every other companion has some chatter after their mission is done just to demonstrate they had some closure. But Garrus literally just thanks us for our help and starts acting like his entire journey this game didn't happen. But what character doesn't feel like an afterthought is Thane, and his loyalty mission takes us back to the Citadel once more. We haven't gotten to talk about Frog Boy much because after I recruited him I went into a long discussion about character motivations and I'm sorry about that. Thane's an interesting character and I can see why some people consider him their favorite of the game. As we've already established, he's a professional assassin who's dying from an incurable disease that only affects his species, and he's on a personal quest to do as much good as he can with the little time he has left. He's not some criminal thug, he'd been trained by the Hanar to serve the needs of their government, which is fascinating in of itself considering the Hanar are seen as pacifists. But as Thane puts it, every government has some sort of extra-legal organization. Would have been nice to have some answers as to what other races, especially council races, think about the Hanar training and employing assassins, considering Thane did have to skirt the law and police when he was out working. But for the Hanar, these assassins were valued and cherished, and for the Drell, being asked to serve in this capacity was a tremendous honor. So Thane was taught and mentored in the ways of the assassin, and didn't think much of what he was asked to do until one day he started to. That was how he met his wife, who threw herself between Thane and his target. As a civilian, her bravery shook Thane to his core and snapped him out of the metaphysical sleep he'd been in thanks to his training. They eventually settled down, married, and had a son together, Kolyat. But Thane's work caught up with him when some criminals who he'd targeted before found his family and killed his wife. Thane went on a quest for vengeance, presumably disappearing for quite a while because when he returned, his son was older. He kept his family and his son isolated from his work and his history, but Kolyat eventually learned the truth, though Thane isn't quite sure how. Now he hears rumors his son is on the Citadel looking to use Thane's old contacts to become an assassin himself. Being a guilt-riddled mess of a man, the last thing Thane wants is for his son to follow in his footsteps. So Shepard and Thane enlist the help of Captain Bailey, who tells them he'd heard reports of a Drell talking to a known contact for some criminal types on the Citadel. Turns out Thane knows this Mouse, and Shepard gets a little hands-on with the witness. Thane admits to having used kids like Mouse to gain intel on his targets. And it's through Thane's mission we start to get access to a part of Citadel life we've only been hearing about through dialogue thus far. Since the first game we'd been hearing about the seedier parts of the wards, but here we actually get to see and interact with it. It doesn't stop at Mouse though, because when we bring the name Mouse gave us back to Bailey, he admits he had a little arrangement with the man. So now we're getting into corruption of C-Sec, and if Thane thought Shepard roughing up Mouse was bad...
My name's Shepard. I'm a Spectre.
Prove it.
I don't have to prove anything. Spectres are above the law. We clear? Here's how it works. I ask a question, you answer the question. You speak when you're spoken to.
Who the fuck you think you are?
Mr. Kellum, I don't believe you were paying attention.
Nice. You just handed me your job. Hit me again and I'll take your money too. What, kid? You gonna bore me into confessing? You ain't shit. Come on, hit me.
Works for me.
No! Do you know what I'll do to you when I get out of here? Like the guy who's gonna sue your ass for assault.
You think I'm the bad cop and he's the good cop? We're both the good cop. The bad cop is outside, Elias, waiting to hear your decision.
That a fact?
I say we let him in. Elias doesn't need fingers to talk.
Fuck it.
I'm done being patient.
Give me a name or I'll cut your balls off and sell them to a Krogan.
Joram! Joram Tali!
What the hell is going on in here?
Step away from my client. Is that... Do you have him tied to the chair?
Glad you could make it, Freddy.
Traffic was bad. You'll need a shovel the size of the Citadel to dig yourself out of this.
Let me be clear. You don't impress me. If I chose to, I could kill every person in this room and walk out unscathed.
You're insane.
Our suits have kinetic barriers. Your legal briefs don't. And I'm in a hurry.
The law is only a protection when everyone agrees to be bound by it. We don't.
No offense, but you're a problem below my pay grade.
That may go down in history as the shortest interrogation ever.
Joram Tali is a Turian running for office. Only thing is, he's campaigning as anti-human, which he's got plenty of grounds to do thanks to all the muscling the Alliance has been doing over the past 2 years.
Show the humans they won't get their way.
I will, and I'll do it through legal processes, not by a coup attempt. And don't forget, my friends, there are treasonous elements in our own house. The humans seize power by themselves, but they can't hold on to it without the support of the lesser races. This doesn't stop here. I won't rest until the humans have been removed from power. Other races wait patiently for hundreds or thousands of years to earn an embassy. To the humans, no! They conveniently show up right after the council's been killed. They surround us with warships. They dictate terms. That's not how we do things. We respect tradition. Humans think anything 10 years old is obsolete, worthless. How can they contribute to a 2,000-year-old government? Have we seen anything good since the humans moved into Zakera Ward?
I like their food.
I'll have to take your word for that. I can't eat human food. But let's be serious. Since the Shenakiba Enclave opened, crime has increased. Incidents of racial tension are up 24%, despite 116 new CSEC officers assigned to the ward. Of course, most of those officers aren't Turian, or Solarians, or Asari. They're humans who turn a blind eye to the crimes of other humans. That corruption goes all the way to the top. Don't think a human with a CSEC captain's badge is any less a crook than the thugs he deals with. It's been wonderful talking with you all.
I'm on him, Thane. He's talking to some voters.
Understood.
So we went from hunting down a would-be assassin, to getting introduced to petty criminals and duct rats in the wards, to corruption of CSEC, to crime bosses of the Citadel, and now local politics and political corruption. This mission literally has everything I could want out of a Mass Effect mission. Shepard and Thane track the target as they wait for Kolyat to materialize, and long behold, the young Drell does, missing his mark and blowing his cover in the process. A standoff ensues and Shepard demonstrates expert hostage negotiation tactics.
They'll have snipers outside.
I don't need your help. All of you, back off! I'll kill him!
No, you won't.
Oh my God.
Hostages only work when your enemy cares if they live.
Interesting solution.
He was a racist and a criminal. Isn't that enough?
To some, I suppose.
With Kolyat in custody but no dead body to his name, Bailey gives Thane and Kolyat some alone time. They talk a while, but Thane admits his worst father in the galaxy title isn't going to be lost with just one conversation. Shepard manages to talk Bailey into some probably highly illegal arrangement to keep Kolyat out of the legal system, and, well, that's it. Not exactly a heartwarming ending, but it's entirely appropriate. Like I said, Thane's mission is great because it expands on Citadel life in all the right ways, while letting us have some relatively meaningful interaction with it. As silly and on the nose the mission seems, there's actually some very serious undertones that are consistent with Thane. I'm sure it took some serious restraint on Bioware's part not to make Thane a super cool bastard with a heart of gold, but video games in general got enough of those. Thane is this sad wreck of a person who spent most of his life autonomously killing people for other people. He gets on the Normandy and goes, you know, I don't think I've ever shared anything with anyone outside of my family before. The dude just lived to murder, never even taking the time to make friends. Shepard and the crew are really his first attempt at making friends, and he's about to die from an illness after losing most of his family and almost losing his son, too. Thane could have been a perfect opportunity for Bioware to celebrate violence and glorify the people who live by it, and there's quite a few examples of them beating that familiar drum most video games beat hard, but they didn't with Thane. Thane's the complete opposite. A life of killing is a miserable, empty lifestyle. We haven't gotten to talk Samara much, but she's pretty much the same lesson. A life dedicated to something so narrow and beneficial to an exclusive group of people isn't going to be very fulfilling. The conclusion we get to his story is also satisfying. He doesn't end having made a radical 180 with his personality, he just comes out of his shell some and has more contact with his son. For Thane, that's enough. And it's kind of surprising to me that Bioware trusted the audience enough to appreciate that as a satisfying conclusion to Thane's arc in this game. They were 100% right. This is the best way they could have wrapped up his story in this game. It's just surprising to see that much subtlety in a game where subtlety went out the window in the first scene. I was gonna end on that note, but in reviewing my footage and editing this part of the video, I realized I had to talk about this mission just a little bit more because of how unique it is. For starters, this mission has no combat. None. At all. It's all dialogue, choices, character development, and world building. If this game didn't have Tali, Legion, and Mordin's loyalty missions, Thane's would easily be my favorite mission of this game just because, like I said, it's got all the elements of what makes a good Mass Effect mission for me. But it actually goes deeper than just the topics it covers and how it goes about covering it. The setup you get with this quest if you let the Council die is fantastic. It's further proof that, while the main story barely addresses our choices in the first game, the side missions and things pertaining to the Citadel itself is loaded with unique dialogue we can get depending on what we chose at the end of the first game. I never see people discussing the anti-human Turian politician and his campaign pitch to the voters, and I suspect that just has to do with a lot of players saving the Council or just updating Thane before they get a chance to listen to his spiel. This is peak diegetic world building. This isn't reading a codex entry, cutscene exposition, or even conversation exposition. We get a sense of some of the politics at play on the Citadel, corroborated by Bailey, so we know this isn't some fluke Turian with a grudge. The points the Turian makes are valid. Humans pretty much have moved in and started strong-arming everyone, at least if they listen to my Shepard in Mass Effect 1, and Bailey is corrupt and makes deals with local criminals so that he can combat other crime elsewhere in his ward. There's nothing wrong with those other forms of world building that we see throughout the game, but this method allows the writers to construct an intricate web of issues and motivations that mirror a lot of what we can see in our own world. And all of this is told in pieces, requiring us to ultimately put those together and decide if we believe humans are the bullies in this narrative or the ultimate guardians. Remember that IFF we got from the dead Reaper a few missions back? Well, it's ready for shakedown. So what does that actually mean? Well, it means it's time for Shepard to load every combat-capable companion onto the tiny shuttle and leave the Normandy floating in space and capable of moving or being defended, while EDI and Joker press buttons and look at numbers. This game has a habit of trying to lampshade reflective vest and Christmas light-wearing flares of plot twists that get revealed 30 seconds after they are introduced. For how much Bioware tries to manufacture drama in Mass Effect 2, they are much more adept at creating unsettling environments and deceptively deep characters. So what does it look like when they try to use all of these elements in a single scene and all of it clashes and fails spectacularly? It looks like the Collector invasion of the Normandy. After Shepard uses the ham-fisted excuse to neuter the Normandy, EDI and Joker find out the IFF is transmitting the location of the Normandy to the Collector ship that Shepard and company keep crossing paths with. A simultaneous virus disables the ship and makes it easy prey for a Collector boarding party which hops on and starts plucking the crew off of it. We take control of Joker and must hobble our way through the ship's ducts with the assistance of EDI to the AI core, where EDI can be unshackled and given complete control of the ship, which is about as dangerous and illegal of a thing in this galaxy as you can attempt. Fully in control, EDI then has us go down into the engine room and give her access to the engine so she can jump the ship up to light speeds and blow the remaining Collectors out. By this point, the whole crew had been abducted, so it's not like they gotta worry about killing any humans in the process. Shepard makes it back and Miranda starts bugging out on Joker as if he was the one who left the ship unprotected and marooned in the middle of nowhere. Once again, because Miranda doesn't know how to manage people, she begins complaining about how he unshackled an AI, which, yeah, okay, that's at least a valid concern. But then she shoots down Jacob's idea to go and immediately rescue the crew somehow because the team isn't ready yet. So she complained about Joker losing the crew, and then in the next breath says how they all knew the risks and they are expendable. I don't know, maybe that's the Cerberus ideology. People matter until they don't, and then they're just expendable. I just dislike everything about this sequence. In terms of overall shock versus narrative payoff, it's maybe not as bad as the original Normandy getting blown up, but it does feel even more contrived. At least then, the crew didn't know who the Collectors were and truly weren't expecting trouble. This time around, they should have guessed something would go wrong playing with Reaper tech, especially after what happened to the Cerberus team researching the IFF on the Reaper. As well, that Collector ship has been shadowing the Normandy for years, so why is Shepard not always expecting them to ambush them again? Stripping his combat team from the ship to go on some random nondescript mission elsewhere just makes Shepard seem like an incompetent CO in these conditions. Once again, Shepard is made to be the fool for the sake of manufacturing conditions for drama to occur. As well, the tone of the sequence is all over the place. The mission begins with Shepard and his squad, who must all be sitting on each other's laps in order to fit on that shuttle, flying off while swelling heroic music plays. Then the Collectors show up and it's surprise, shock, and panic. Then it's dramatic drum beats, gunfire, screaming, and eerie monster growls as Joker just repeats shit over and over again. Then Joker and Edie are cracking jokes in the AI core while the entire crew is getting horrifically abducted by terrifying bug monsters. Then it's creepy suspense. Then it's tense, are they going to make it? Then it's quiet, too quiet. Then dramatic character tension because characters are being entirely unreasonable for no reason. Then back to cracking jokes even though the whole crew is gone. I'm gonna spoil things for you. We aren't rescuing the crew. Fuck the crew. I resent Bioware's attempts to emotionally manipulate me here when they can't even settle on an appropriate tone for this one sequence. This sequence acts like a concentrated sample for the main story of this game as a whole. Just a shopping list of ingredients someone thought could be tossed together in a bowl and turned into an excellent story. I was barely able to tolerate the Normandy fiasco in the beginning because it was at least at the beginning and I had enough goodwill from the first game that I could sit through it. I could tolerate all the barely lucid conversations with the elusive man where he and I talked past each other and Shepard refused to ask the questions that I, the player, needed answering because at least those conversations were mercifully short and easy to forget. I could accept the fact that my choices from the first game were dismissed in 7 minutes flat because it's probably too much to expect any developer to make that many branching choices matter a whole lot in a full-fledged sequel. Horizon was painful and pointless, but by then I was at least enjoying the crew I was putting together and the new Normandy was starting to grow on me. The Collector ship was just nonsensical, but the Reaper IFF mission lulled me into a false belief that maybe things were turning around for the story. But here is where I draw the line, and I gotta say it. I am no longer engaged in this story. At every attempt I took to get invested, despite all the good characters, fun companion missions, and Vanguard shenanigans, this half-hearted, half-cocked, bold-faced attempt at playing me by using the crew that I actually liked more than the first game's Normandy crew did me in. Here is where I take a stand and I just say no. Enough is enough. I am no longer going to be playing this, or Mass Effect 2 by its rules anymore. We are going all the way. What you will be witnessing from here on out is pure, spiteful, vindictive, admittedly petty, metagaming decision-making. My Shepard would mount the cavalry and race in to save the crew, because as much of an asshole as he is, he's loyal to his people. But this isn't about Dumply Shepard anymore, this is about making the universe suffer as I have suffered. Some of the choices that will be made make even me uncomfortable while playing, but this isn't about saving the galaxy anymore, it's about getting even. It's about justice for all those players who fell for this ruse and immediately rushed off to save the crew, even though their squad wasn't ready, and fell for this lame-ass beginner's trap and accidentally got Garrus killed later on because of it. This is for all the players who just wanted to bang their cute, awkward blue girlfriend only to find out that they ruined her wonderful and slightly unique personality and made her like everyone else even though that didn't make any sense. This is for everyone who just wanted to leave with Ashley or Kaidan on Horizon because we didn't play Mass Effect 2 to work for Cerberus. This is no longer a quest for the truth. We know the truth. Shepard doesn't matter. Established lore doesn't matter. Our companions don't matter. Our choices don't matter. We don't even matter. All that matters now is just getting even. So Tali's gotten some bad news. She's being brought up on charges of treason against the migrant fleet. As absurd as this sounds, Tali's troubles presents us with an unexpected opportunity to go visit the migrant fleet. This is a pretty big deal. Few non-Quarians ever get to see the enigmatic fleet in person, but being friends with Tali affords us certain privileges most don't have. Of course, I make a point of abusing that privilege the moment I see I can bring Legion with me, and this causes quite a stir when the group boards the iconic live ship Raya. Immediately, this mission starts setting itself apart from any of the others thus far due to all the unique dialogue we get if we choose to do this. Does it betray some immersion? Yeah, sure. But it's also funny.
But given the charges against you, Tali, you're doing yourself no favors.
What do you mean?
They're charging you with bringing active Geth into the fleet as part of a secret project.
That's insane. I never brought active Geth aboard. I only sent parts and pieces.
You sent Geth materials back to the migrant fleet?
When we get inside, Tali is greeted by Admiral Shalaran, whom Tali affectionately calls Auntie Ron, which is really touching. It's one thing to hear Tali talking about her family and her people, and it's another to actually get to meet them. But happy times don't last long when Tali notices she's already been stripped of her ship name and is being tried under Vast Normandy. According to her, that's as bad as being exiled already. What's worse, because of this, Shepard is now the one who needs to represent her at the trial, and considering he's not a Quarian and has not a single clue as to how these proceedings work, it's practically sabotage. Also, he did just bring active Geth onto a Quarian ship, which is exactly what Tali is being accused of doing here. So, maybe the name change is the least of Tali's concerns here. But the Quarians, while being a chatty and nosy bunch, aren't deep in procedures and legalese for these sorts of things. These aren't lawyers making carefully engineered arguments. It's more like a family arguing at the dinner table. As well, Tali does have plenty of people pleading on her behalf, such as Ron and Cal Rieger. They even have Vitor from the very beginning of the game putting in a good word on Tali's behalf. So there's still hope, and besides, Shepard has been known to be quite persuasive at times. But things devolve into a shit show of the highest magnitude once Shepard and Tali get in front of the judging admirals. They level the charge of recklessly endangering the fleet by sending back Geth materials to her father, who was doing questionable experiments with those materials. When Tali says she was only sending back pieces, they drop the bombshell that the Geth had overtaken the ship her father had been working on and seemingly have killed everyone on board. Oh, and they also point out Legion being there as some sort of intimidation tactic, so yeah, oops. Tali is on the verge of tears when she tells Shepard they need to try and take back the research vessel, while the admirals agree to suspend the trial to allow them to attempt. This then lets Shepard, Tali, and Legion chat with the admirals and other notables in the plaza, giving some much needed and appreciated insight into the political undercurrent dictating this trial. The Quarians are getting sick of cruising around the galaxy without a home to call their own. There's been a recent push for them going to war with the Geth to retake their homeworld, spearheaded by Tali's father and his closest allies. That's what he was doing with the Geth pieces Tali had been sending back, researching ways to combat the Geth for a serious edge in that war. On the other side of that argument, there's the Quarians who don't want war with the Geth, some of them seeing what they'd done to the Geth as morally wrong and their current fate as the natural end to attempting to exterminate a sentient species. These Quarians would be more in favor of finding a new world to colonize instead. Then there's the Admiral who just wants to protect the fleet and reaffirm Quarian control over the Geth. These three admirals embody a multifaceted quagmire of exclusive decisions that leave no appreciable room for compromises. Each side makes valid arguments, and having Legion there adds another opinion into the mix that only seems to complicate matters further. One admiral wonders if coexistence with the Geth would be possible, and Legion notes that the Geth favor peace with the Creators, but the Creators have attacked them 100% of the time when the Quarians believed that victory was possible. It's this sort of layered storytelling and decision-making that can only really be done in a sequel, and is demonstrative of what Mass Effect 2 ought to have been. The conflict between the Quarians and the Geth was well introduced in the first game. Now we get to actually reap the benefits of all that exposition by getting thrust into the center of it all via Tali. Tali gives us a good personal connection. Of course I want to support her, but supporting her automatically biases me towards the faction gunning for war with the Geth, and this conflicts with my Shepard for two reasons. One, Shepard is going to need all the help he can get when the Reapers come, and a giant war between two potential allies is a negative-sum situation. More on that in a bit though. Two, thanks to Legion, Shepard now knows there are actual factions within Geth society. Not all of them are enemies. In fact, some are willing allies, especially against the Reaper threat. He of all people would be justified in wanting to wipe out all the Geth, but he's able to see the true depth of the conflict and is willing to adjust his beliefs to work with this new insight. The pro-war faction, at least judging by the Admiral's attitude, would not be so quick to adopt a similar stance. The player is free to throw their support behind one of the factions here at the end of the mission, and that attention to player agency is great and has been sorely missed throughout the rest of this game. But we gotta shelve the discussions of war and the inner workings of Quarian politics for just a bit to go see if we can save Tali's father. It's great to see Bioware bringing the goods with this quest so far, but this has actually only been the appetizer. We hit the Alarai and find the ship filled with plenty of dead Quarians and live Geth alike, with several journals and research files that begin pointing to what has happened aboard the ship. Tali explains how she'd only been sending bits and pieces of Geth material back to the fleet while she was out in the field. She's not sure where all these live Geth are coming from, considering how careful she'd been with what she was sending back, making sure not to send back anything that could reactivate and pose a threat to the fleet. But as the files we discover indicate, Tali's father and his group were skirting many rules the fleet had in place when it came to research on Geth and AI, taking shortcuts in hopes of finding an edge they could use against the Geth. They seemed to be getting deeper and more desperate in their attempts until eventually it all hit the fan, and the Geth started doing their Geth thing and started coming online by themselves and infiltrating the Quarians' network. And by then, we can pretty much guess what happened. Tali grants us more insight into the reasons why the Quarians are looking to retake their homeworld, and some of the costs that might entail. Even if they were able to beat the Geth, which seems more and more hopeless as time goes by, the amount they'd have to sacrifice to acclimate to life on a planet again would be huge. Their whole fleet would need to be cannibalized to get their initial settlements up. And then there's the political and social elements. They'd essentially be rebuilding their society again. To top it all off, there's also the biological aspect. The Quarians already have weak immune systems. Acclimating to terrestrial living would require generations of gene therapy just so people could live outside of their suits. Granted, that would be better than the hundreds of years it would take to adapt to a whole new planet.
Father! No. You always had a plan. Masked life signs or an onboard medical stasis program maybe. You wouldn't. They're wrong. You wouldn't just die like this. You wouldn't leave me.
Hey, come here.
Damn it. I'm sorry.
Nah, it's okay. I'm okay. Tali's father posthumously tells us to deactivate the Geth at the main hub in the next room over, which just involves us having to take down a Geth Prime. Not a huge problem at this level, though the super close quarters can make it a bit of a sweat fest. But once the Geth have been dealt with, we gain access to the main database, which will give us all the answers we need to definitively say what happened here, and ideally clear Tali's name. The only problem is that it proves what Tali had been worried about from the start. Her father had been violating laws so ancient they date back to the original conflict with the Geth. If people find out about this, he'd be branded the worst war criminal in the history of her people. His motivations were noble in a sense, but his methods were entirely unsound. Tali is convinced this evidence cannot be brought up in the trial. It would forever destroy the legacy of her father. They wouldn't care why he did this and endanger the fleet, they just besmirch his name forever. So Tali's conundrum goes as follows. Use the evidence to clear her name so she can avoid exile and remain with her people, but destroy the legacy of her father, or withhold the evidence and face exile, but hopefully keep his memory alive among their people. He did all of this for them, after all. It doesn't seem fair that he'd be reviled for it. This is the weightiest decision we've had to make in this game thus far, and being Tali's representative in this proceeding, this decision really is up to us to make. I'd wager this is one of my favorite decisions I've got to make as of yet between both games, and that's due to the time between the setups and the payoff. When we met Tali, she was just a bright-eyed girl embarking on her pilgrimage and getting wrapped up in the seedy undercurrents of a galaxy-spanning conspiracy by Saren to use the Geth to usher in the Reaper invasion. Her contribution helped us bring Saren down and make us the first human Spectre. Over the course of the first game, Tali was able to add more nuance to our war with the Geth by explaining their origin, which is a tale her people are inextricably anchored to. She explains her father's position in Quarian politics, and if there's one thing we can walk away from the first game with in regards to Tali, it's that she loves her people and takes her place in their society very seriously. Enter the second game and we see her status substantially elevated now that she's one of the foremost experts on the Geth after having helped stop them in the first game. She's given more authority in the Quarian pecking order and is actively going on classified research missions at the behest of the fleet. Clearly, she's earned a huge degree of trust and respect. And then the allegations of treason come to light. She's not guilty, but her father is, and here we are at this crossroads. All of this crosses my mind when facing this choice, and this is the sort of stuff I think of when people mention weighty choices in a video game. Not every game is afforded the luxury of several dozen hours of content spanning 2 games to build momentum with, but damn, does it work when it all comes together and is utilized properly. I imagine it's moments like this which Mass Effect 2 brings to the table just enough that is the driving force behind the love people have for this game specifically. People like to mention how difficult it is to make a middle installment in a franchise, and I agree with the criticisms against trilogies on some level, but this mission is proof that we can have meaningful moments in a middle installment. Nothing will be finished as a result of this trial. Tali isn't going to complete her character arc for the entire franchise, but we don't necessarily need closure for a moment to have meaning, and that shouldn't discount these moments as a result. We make it back to the Raya and decision time comes. Fortunately, I've invested enough in the appropriate skills and made enough bad boy choices to be able to just throw up a verbal smokescreen and deflect all the blame off of Tali and back onto the admirals where it truthfully belonged to begin with. For the first time in a long time, Shepard is saying all the things I, the player, want to be saying. It's one of those sweet moments that I can safely say overshadows a great deal as of yet, first game included, which really should be the norm in a sequel. The admirals do, in fact, realize the error of their ways and simultaneously withdraw their charges against Tali, allowing Tali and her father to preserve their names while the admirals just look a little weaker as a result. All in all, probably the best result possible, though Tali's father is still dead and she herself must live with the knowledge of what he'd done and what she herself was willing to do to save his legacy. All that's left to do is answer the question on everyone's mind. Should the Quarians go to war with the Geth? We're free to give our own input now that we've settled the Tali treason matter, and even though our opinion doesn't seem to hold any bearing with any of the admirals, it's an interesting matter to start thinking about. Each admiral has made convincing arguments for their stated causes, and while we won't see the conclusions to that debate anytime soon, it's a great takeaway from the whole mission. But we aren't quite done yet with the Geth, because now we got Legion asking for our help with a Geth-specific matter. Legion has come across some concerning news for its young species. The Heretics have a space station out in the Terminus that is capable of broadcasting a Reaper virus to all Geth that would force them all to believe in following the Reapers, triggering an all-out war with organics. Legion and its fellow Geth believe all life should self-determinate, so the idea of them being essentially brainwashed into following the older machines is not a future they wish to see come to pass. Legion knows what needs to be done to prevent the virus from getting out and infecting all Geth, but it needs our help reaching that station. So Joker flies us over there, and thanks to the Normandy stealth systems, we are able to sneak aboard no problem. It's here Legion hits us with the full details. We need to escort Legion to the central node where the virus is stored so they can make the necessary alterations to nerf the virus. There is a second option, however, and that's turn the virus against the Heretics themselves and rewrite them to start thinking like the Geth once again. As Garrus points out, this seems a lot like indoctrination, and I personally have to agree with that. If the Geth believe all life should choose for themselves how they wish to live, isn't rewriting hypocritical? But then Legion throws another curve into the whole dilemma. These are machines, and applying organic principles to them isn't right either. Legion is going to deliberate over the quandary among all the programs within itself, but it figured Shepard should know all the options here. As we move through the station, we get an in-depth look at how the Geth operate, how they've been evolving, how the schism occurred, and what the Geth hope for as their future. Like Tali's loyalty mission, this is world building of the finest quality told in a very engaging manner. A lot of this could have just been stuffed into codex entries so Bioware could save screen time and voice acting budget, But they chose to put it front and center instead because hearing it in-game is more natural for the player and telegraphs to us that this is the important shit we need to keep in mind going forward. If I use the word naive one too many times to describe the Geth, I apologize, but that's one of their most noteworthy characteristics. When we think of synthetic intelligence, adjectives like cold, distant, logical, efficient, and orderly come to mind. How often is it you define a race of machines as hopeful, optimistic, and naive? That's exactly what the Geth are, and that's kind of what makes them so unique here. Legion clues us into how the schism went, and according to Legion, it was an amicable split. So when Legion discovers copies of Geth patrols in a heretic database, it doesn't really know what to think.
You do not understand. Organics do not know each other's minds. Geth do. We are not suspicious. We accept each other. The heretics desired to leave. We understood their reasons. We allowed it. There was peace between us.
The heretics were biding their time, waiting for an opportunity to attack you.
If they reached this judgment before they left, we would have heard it in their thoughts. How could we have become so different? Why can we no longer understand each other? What did we do wrong?
There is something to the Geth that speaks to players, an innocence or purity, whatever you wish to call it. They are like children, looking up to and admiring organic life, aspiring to be it through emulation, and even if they know they cannot really be like organics, at least not yet. There's certain lines Legion says that practically melts my heart because of how unintentionally direct they are. They speak to something we take for granted quite easily. Free will, emotions, it's probably a lot of things, but seeing Legion expressing extreme curiosity, desire even, for those things is touching and greatly thought-provoking. It cuts straight to the heart of what makes intelligent life so special. Or does it? We'll get back to that in just a minute. After killing a lot of heretics and listening to Legion pontificating over the differences between the Geth and the heretics, we get to the hub where we must choose: rewrite the heretics or just destroy them in that virus. Now here's the part where I rehash the same argument I've seen half a dozen other people make about this mission, but it's worth repeating yet again. The Paragon Renegade system and its mapping to the dialogue wheel does this decision a huge disservice. Because this is a moral choice and the game needs to allot good boy and bad boy points so the player can get past arbitrary speech checks during certain points of the game, this decision is of course mapped to the wheel accordingly. But am I really meant to believe rewriting the heretics and essentially brainwashing them is morally good? I suppose a major fault here just lies in the fact that Paragon and Renegade never were appropriately defined in this series, and it's never consistent enough for us to discern what it really means. Earlier in the video I said how Paragon usually respects the views of others and is about the freedom to choose, evidence in the speech Shepard will give Garrus in the first game if we keep him from giving into his bloodlust. But I kinda lied there, because if that's the case, how does taking that choice away from a whole group fit in with that definition? Likewise, how is just destroying the enemy who is in a literal state of war with you considered bad? There's arguments to be made for and against both these choices, making them ambiguous. Honestly, the morality system just breaks down anytime Legion gets involved. Like when I brought it aboard and have Jacob and Miranda both saying that I shouldn't wake this thing up. But I wake it up anyways just because I'm curious. That seems a rather reckless and selfish thing to do, rather than doing what Miranda suggests and just handing it over to Cerberus for study. Of course, in hindsight, waking up Legion was the good boy thing to do because it gives us the opportunity to ally with Legion and the Geth. Well, really, by that point the game assumes you are down for befriending the Geth and doesn't actually make it a choice. You can't change your mind halfway through and eject Legion out the airlock after waking it up. I don't really know what sort of heartless monster would do that, but it should have been an option if they didn't want to telegraph the alliance with the dialogue wheel earlier. My point being, the dialogue wheel in the Paragon Renegade system was never equipped to handle any real moral ambiguity, especially when we're getting into topics about self-determination, free will, and what constitutes life in general. So I ended up picking the rewrite option, even though it's a top choice, and listened to Shepard justifying this by saying, well, if you're going to accept them back, then I'll rewrite them. Maybe he really bought that line about not applying organic logic to synthetic life, so rewriting is a-okay. But if this mission was meant to demonstrate anything, it's that the Geth and the Heretics are a lot closer to organics than any group is capable or willing to recognize. I fully maintain this is nothing short of brainwashing, and I went with it because my Shepard wouldn't shed a single thought to the notion of using brainwashing to defeat a foe, especially a foe as formidable as the Heretics. As well, this is just more bodies on our side to fight the Reapers with. Yeah, maybe the Geth will turn on organics, most likely the Quarians, and this might end up biting us in the ass. Who knows or cares? That's a problem for another day for future Shepard. Today, Shepard just sees an ally. Also, I kinda have trouble saying no to Legion. They are conflicted about the rewrite and destroy dilemma, but I suspect they'd like to have their brethren back again. I doubt they have the ability to experience regret, well, yet, so just let them enjoy a blissful victory. There's something truly remarkable about how fans of the franchise practically universally adore Legion. I don't know, is it that naive innocence Legion possesses when it comes to organics? This intense curiosity it and all Geth seem to have? We get an amusing anecdote about how the Geth used fake online articles to play with the Solarians' religion. This wasn't done out of malice or mischievousness, they were just genuinely curious how organics would behave in that scenario. Legion also mentions how they maintain the Quarian homeworld like a cemetery because the Geth prefer living on space stations and don't need a planet of their own. But if that's the case, why do they maintain the planet at all? We even find out in Lair of the Shadowbroker that Legion is a gamer. There's so much heart and charm to this character, so much that humanizes it even though it can't even understand that it has a crush on Shepard. Now, what if I were to tell you that that was not how Legion and the Geth were supposed to come across as? Well, if a series of forum posts allegedly belonging to the writer at Bioware responsible for Legion is to be believed, then this interpretation wasn't meant to be valid. As it turns out, the giant hole in Legion and the subsequent N7 armor patch job wasn't his idea. That came from someone higher up in the art department. They just thought it would look cool and thus the writer had to work that in. He intended for Legion and the Geth to be nothing more than pure logic. Truly neutral thinkers who have no need or desire for things like emotions. He tried his best to lean away from all the implications the N7 armor created, hence the
no data available.
These posts have recontextualized Legion just a little bit for me as a result. Suddenly, a lot of what it said on the Heretic Station comes across as more calculating, like a computer system trying to troubleshoot itself with insufficient data, and not the wistful longings of a sad robot species looking to reconnect with its errant brethren. But following this any further, we're going to end up venturing into dangerous waters when it comes to authorial intent and audience interpretation. And that can get very murky for Bioware specifically because of the turbulent times the writing team at Bioware experienced during the development of Mass Effect 2 and 3. Did you know half the writing team left Bioware during the development of 2? Because I didn't until I started doing some digging looking for some writing credits in this game. I'll link some articles I turned up in the description of this video because they make for some interesting reading. It's been a while since we've talked about Jacob. Yeah, make your lol Jacob memes now. But it's his turn to get the loyalty treatment. His mission isn't the best. Okay, it might actually be the weakest, and having Tali and Legion open for him is probably doing him no favors, but them's the breaks. The problem Jacob has is that he doesn't have a whole lot to say. Next to Garrus, it seems he has the least amount of one-on-one time, and when we do talk to him, he doesn't say much. He gives us a little story about he and Miranda foiled a terrorist plot on the Citadel, and he gives us his resume from the Alliance, but not much else. He doesn't feel as connected to the world he's meant to inhabit as our other companions, and I suspect that is why he's often forgotten about. He gets his lines in during certain parts of the story, and I always appreciated his level-headedness in these encounters for the most part. So when it comes time for him to ask for our help, it's a little weird. Every other character expresses some level of distress or urgency with their tasks, but not Jacob. No, he's like, if you got time, I'd like to check this thing out, but it's probably nothing. It's like his entire personality is based around trying to be as easygoing and unassertive as possible, and shit, I can actually relate to that. The fact that this is his loyalty mission and not completing it runs the risk of him dying on the suicide mission, it's probably safe to say this is more important to him than he's letting on. Maybe that's just sloppy writing, or maybe that's because he's the quiet stoic type to just silently bear his burdens alone. That does seem to match up with how little he talks about himself. I've seen criticisms of Jacob for not acting dramatic and even downplaying the urgency of his mission when he gives it to us by saying, well, if he doesn't care about his mission, why should I? And once again, I really can relate with Jacob on that one. Anyway, the story goes like this. Jacob's father was absent a lot of his life. He worked on a lot of deep space expeditions, so he'd be gone for months at a time. Jacob figured that was probably for the best because they never really saw eye to eye anyhow. He never thought of his father as a bad guy, just lacking in certain respects. I gotta wonder if the elusive man in Cerberus just seems compelling to people who didn't have stable upbringings. Shit, being an orphan raised by gangs, my shepherd ought to be the elusive man's fucking protege then. Anyways, one day Jacob's father went out on an expedition and never returned. His ship was eventually declared MIA and he was presumed dead. That was 9 years ago. Jacob just received a transmission through Cerberus channels that the ship is now issuing a distress signal. Jacob doesn't know what to think of it, though he doubts anything will even be left of the crash, maybe just some old bones and a malfunctioning beacon. But seeing as we're cruising around the galaxy anyhow, maybe Shepard could help out. So we make our way down to this world so remote it doesn't even have a name aside from its designation and some cursory data from a probe flyby. We discover it to be a bona fide garden world though, which in the Mass Effect universe are a pretty big deal. Already things look a little more promising. Crash landing on a planet with breathable air is preferable to crashing into a lifeless asteroid after all. We touch down and find the remains of the ship crashed onto a beach and the emergency beacon operational, but a little weathered. Immediately things turn suspect when the beacon explains it had been set up and operable for almost 9 years, but only recently activated. If they had the beacon working only a year after the crash, why did we just get the distress signal? We also learn Jacob's father was bumped up to acting captain after the original captain died in the crash. Oh, and all the food on the planet is toxic for humans to consume and leads to neural degradation. That last bit alone can explain pretty much everything, and seeing as we haven't seen anyone from the crew yet, maybe they all just died or something. Aboard the ship, we find some old audio logs that start to paint a more troubling picture. One log has us listening to a horny old shipmate getting ready to make the moves on one of his fellow shipmates because, well, they're all stuck there anyways. Then we hear one of their crewmates complaining that Jacob's father being bumped up to captain isn't a sound plan for a civilian ship and that she has doubts he can handle the position. And then there's a woman freaking out because she's forgetting things due to the neural degradation and things really aren't looking good. Up the way, we finally come in contact with some of the survivors and yeah, they've all kind of lost it. The female sounds like a 5-year-old child, barely able to articulate what's been going on. She, takes one for the team, and we get to meet the hunters, the men who turned feral and ran off into the jungle to become raiders of sorts. Things don't get any better when we run into camp and there's only docile women here. They have an impressive occult shrine built to honor someone or something, and Jacob is starting to see what's going on and isn't having a good time with it. A woman accosts us and says how Jacob is cursed with his face, and when we find some mechs that are set to kill anyone who approaches, yeah, it's understandable why he's not very liked around here. Another woman, who is more lucid than the others, gives us a data pad that details everything that had been going on, and it's all the evidence we need to condemn Jacob's father. The officers of the ship all survived off rations from the ship, which makes sense, they had to fix the beacon after all, while the rest of the crew ate the toxic food. The men got hostile and were either killed or exiled, while the women were split up among the officers like pets. And once the beacon was fixed, all the other officers except for Jacob's father mysteriously died within the same week. And alone he ruled the camp for 8 more years. As we start cutting through the rampant mechs and feral hunters, Jacob's father starts contacting us via radio, feeding us all sorts of excuses while Jacob just grows angrier. It all comes to a head when we finally make contact with the man at his nice little spot past all the dead hunters and mechs. Once more, he feeds us lines until Jacob cuts him off. It takes him a moment to recognize his own son, and that's when the truth finally comes out. He just let the power fantasy get to him, so he took control and played God for the past few years. The hunters were making life difficult though, so he figured it was time to hit the distress beacon. Jacob's about ready to put a bullet in his father's head, but Shepard has a better idea.
You were a better man dead. As far as I'm concerned, you still are. Jacob!
Back aboard the Normandy, we see Jacob trying to figure out who forwarded the intel of the distress signal to him. The elusive man wasn't the source, though I do find it amusing how he says he values his own people and wouldn't toy with them. That's when Miranda steps in and fesses up to it, saying she was keeping a promise she made to Jacob years back. Jacob's like, huh, okay, not sure what promise that was, but yeah, makes sense. And then he insinuates he and Miranda were a thing at one point in the past, but I guess now they're just friends. I really wish we got more about that out of him, or like, really anything out of Jacob. Once we're finished with this mission, that's really it for Jacob. I know if you're a woman and you romance him, you get a little more out of him, but not that much. He's definitely the odd man out on the crew. We got all these experts, professional badasses, and people who've proven themselves exceptional, and then we got Jacob, who's just an everyday sort of soldier. Maybe that was his intended purpose on the crew, the low-key, humble, dependable guy. But if that was his purpose, Bioware should have explored it just a little bit more. But I figure that's more coverage than Jacob's ever gotten on anybody's video yet, so let's move on to Samara. Not for any particular reason, except I couldn't really think of who to pair these two up with when it came to their loyalty missions. So remember that Yachi killer she was chasing, her daughter Mornth? Well, Samara has managed to track her down to the slums of Omega. Quite convenient, seeing as we got something of a working relationship with Arya over there, so if anyone will know how to track a special sort of predator in that den of murderers that is Omega, she'd be the one. We get pointed to a little slummy apartment next to the market, once again, very convenient for us, where we meet a mother mourning the loss of her daughter. Yeah, this seems like we got the right place. Upon questioning and searching the daughter's room, we get evidence that the girl fell victim to Mornth. So Mornth has a pattern she has developed as she matured into a genuine predatory murderer. The girl was the type Mornth liked to prey upon, socially isolated individuals, usually with some intellectual and creative spark, the sorts of people she can sway with her own intelligence and sophistication. She uses her perfected social and sexual charms to lure her victims in, get them to develop a dependency or an addiction towards her, and then she strikes. For Mornth, the hunt is just as pleasurable as the killing, which in of itself is pleasurable and addictive due to her condition. People like to compare Mornth and Yachi to vampires, and there's definitely some overlap between the two. But I feel like Bioware actually made something quite unique with this, and just labeling them as space vampires is a little reductive. Making parallels like that can help communicate what Mornth is, but I like how Bioware presents her and introduces us to her by showing the consequences of her hunt. We leave the apartment and head over to the nightclub the girl said she'd met Mornth at. Thanks to the girl's diary, we know a few things that can help us catch Mornth's attention and lure her out. Samara, understandably, has to stay out of sight in the club lest she tip off our target, but she catches us up on all that we know in case we weren't paying attention. Then we are turned loose on the club in one of my favorite sequences in this franchise's history.
I'm ready to punch someone, and you're too close. Wanna dance? Watch this.
No thanks. I'm happy with just me and the music.
Hey, what are you looking at?
A pair of sad losers who think they're something, and are about to find out they're not.
Who's gonna show us that? You? Human thinks he's a tough guy.
Tougher than you.
With Mornth interested, we get pulled into her dark little booth in the back of the club, and here's where everything we've learned about her comes into play as we're forced to navigate one of the most complex conversation webs in any of the games. Actually, it truly might be the most extensive. The dialogue wheel does its hardest to keep up, but oh, just good luck navigating this on your first go around. If you got enough renegade points, this will go smoother because Mornth really likes the bad boys. So we just do our best to be as edgy as possible, so basically I just gotta be myself, until Mornth is so turned on she just invites us up to her apartment. The apartment is much quieter than the club, creating a perfect foreboding environment that could seem calming for her usual unaware victims. But knowing what we know, everything about this apartment makes it feel like we just walked into the most dangerous place on Omega, which is a little funny considering it's just one horny, unarmed Asari in the room. After a little foreplay, we join her on the couch and she whips it out immediately, hitting Shepard with the black eyes that says she's doing some Asari magic. But it doesn't go as planned for her because Shepard is, by comparison, on some next level of evil, causing Mornth's spell to quite literally fail.
I'm not the victim you were hoping for.
But you... who are you? Oh no, I see what's going on. The bitch herself found a little helper. Morin! Mother. Do not call me that! I can't choose to stop being your daughter, Mother. You made your choice long ago. What choice? My only crime was being born with the gifts you gave me! Enough, Morin! I am the genetic destiny of the Asari, but they are not ready to reveal this. So I must die. You are a disease to be purged. Nothing more. I'm as strong as she is. Let me join you. I am already sworn to help you, Shepard. Let us finish this.
I know what you're all thinking. And you know I went with the best-worst option here.
Morinth will be more useful to me.
You will regret your choice. Goodbye, Mother.
So now we got Morinth, who turns out to know how to mimic her mother to the T, which was what let her escape centuries earlier. She even mimics her voice perfectly. So this is the part where I wrap up my final thoughts on the companion with some novel insights, but that's gonna be a bit tricky, but let's give it a shot. Samara is the answer to the question, how do we make a super Paragon character edgy? Because everyone in Mass Effect 2 has got to be edgy to some extent. Well, the first and most obvious thing you gotta do is make Samara dress like a stripper. They really went overboard with some of the designs of the women on the squad. Like, I'm surprised they didn't put Dr. Chakwas in something more revealing for this game. I guess making her depressed was enough edging for her character. Speaking of depression, that's step 2 for making an edgy Paragon. Show how miserable they truly are from being so committed to always doing the right thing. Samara has no friends, no family, so to speak, or even any personal belongings. She's living the modest monk lifestyle as she travels the stars righting wrongs. Step 3 is to then make whatever super good code they live by seem maybe not so good, because as it turns out, truly blind justice can seem unjust. And that's really the heart of the edgy Paragon. We all want the world to be fair and just, but at the end of the day, we're all willing to tell white lies and bend our morals for the sake of protecting others we care about. Samara isn't allowed to do that, though. Her code restricts her, and her daughter being an ancient, powerful murderer also restricts her. If you're cooking up a tragic character, then you gotta give them a gripping tragedy, and Samara's daughters all being Ardat-Yashi is a pretty damn compelling tragedy. And that's what sells her as a character to me, even if I like poking at her for just being another flavor of 2010 Edge. I always like to imagine what Samara's life was like before she became a Justicar. It wasn't like she was born into it, and she had 3 daughters, and Morinth managed to run off, which is why she became a Justicar to hunt her down. It stands to reason she had some sort of life before all this happened, but it's all so irrelevant at this point to Samara. That identity, that life, is completely dead and lost to her at this point. Even if we kill Morinth, things don't change for Samara. She ends up mourning the death of Morinth, actually. She understands her daughter was a monster who needed to be stopped, but she was still her daughter, and she was still a part of Samara's old identity that she had to quite literally kill. Samara's story does not have a happy ending, regardless of what we choose here, because her greatest tragedy is that she cannot find peace that will allow her old identity to come back again. She's destined to die a Justicar, and once again, does that sound fair? Morinth ends up being a bit of a disappointment, honestly. We don't get much in the way of dialogue with her when she's back on the Normandy. She does give a little more insight into who Samara was, though. She complains that Samara did her duties as a mother, but with no love. She tried to raise her daughters the proper way to honor Asari beliefs and traditions and all that, but naturally Morinth didn't really take to any of it. What difference does it make if you die with honor or not? You're still dead. Might as well enjoy what pleasures life throws your way while you can. I can now see why Samara called Morinth a hedonist. Once again, that's another vampire parallelism. We can talk about her motivations for joining the crew, which were no doubt all about self-preservation. But then aboard the Normandy, her tone changes. She starts talking about herself, admitting to how lonely she really is, and that she just wants to be herself around Shepard, considering he already knows who and what she is and has sort of accepted her for that. Of course, this is probably just another one of her deceptions, squaring up Shepard and trying a new tactic to try and seduce him. She hints at such, but then catches herself and admits the mission is too important for them to get distracted by that. She agrees the collectors need to be stopped, but come on, what would she care about all of that? If we talk to her after completing the suicide mission, she finally propositions that they try melding. She assures Shepard that he's different, and if anyone can survive their experience, he could. And I mean, you know what I gotta do here.
Morin, I can't deny how much I want you.
Do you really mean it? You'll be with me?
I will.
Come here, Shepard. Embrace eternity.
It's time for the final 2 companion missions, and in keeping with what we've seen so far, they're absolute bangers as we head to the Krogan homeworld of Tuchanka for Grunt and Mordin. Grunt has been having some anger management issues as of late. He's been wanting to tear things apart, more so than usual, and it's causing him concern. Shepard and Edie don't really know what to make of it and think it must be some sort of unknown illness. The Krogan, after all, aren't really known for sharing details of their physiology following the genophage. So we bring him to the bombed-out, ruined homeworld of the Krogan, the hallowed and fabled Tuchanka. Grunt isn't all that impressed, seeing as the place looks like a scrapyard that all these Krogan are merely squatting in. We then go and meet the king of these squatters, the head of the local clan.
Time, Shepard.
Good enough? Excuse me.
Out of my... Shepard! My friend.
Maybe I'm biased because Rex was my mainest man in Mass Effect 1, but goddamn, does this introduction still make me smile, even after I've seen it a dozen times. Just like in the case with Garrus, Rex going back to Tuchanka to try and unite his people seems the most logical second chapter to his story. I don't need a long exposition dump over what happened between the first and the second game, or a comic book series to explain why he's here. I know why he's here. As contentious as Rex's relationship with his people might have seemed in certain conversations aboard the original Normandy, it's pretty damn clear how much he cared about them when we were on Vermeer. And especially after collecting his family armor, it's safe to assume Shepard managed to reawaken his buried motivation to help the Krogan save themselves. So seeing him perched on his rocky throne, mediating disputes and shooting barbs at those who need verbal smackdown seems exactly right. He goes into explaining his role and Clan Urdnot's role on Tuchanka. As the now dominant clan on the planet, Rex is using his influence to establish rules for things like breeding rights. So far, many clans are on board with the idea, especially the female clans, as this protects those clans and anyone who gets out of line then faces the wrath of the other clans. It's not exactly a robust system of governance just yet, but getting the warlords to stop warring has been a good start. Just as Liara couldn't leave her place on Ilium to go chasing the collectors, neither can Rex. Fortunately, he's still able to offer assistance with the Grunt matter. One look at Grunt and Rex can tell the young Krogan is just reaching maturity. His newfound aggression is just him being more Krogan, but he needs a clan and a battle master to focus his aggression into a controllable battlefield weapon. Even though he's part of Shepard's crew, that's not exactly the same thing as a clan. Shepard is a worthy battle master, sure, but Grunt needs a Krogan clan to call his own. Rex figures he's breaking all sorts of traditions as it is with his new methods, so what's the harm with taking on a tank-bred Krogan into Clan Urdnot? Of course, this means Grunt will have to undergo the rite of passage all Urdnot Krogan men must endure, but that's where his trusty battlemaster can come in handy. Some of the old hardline traditionalist clan leaders oppose the idea of Grunt being given a clan, but Rex does his thing to shut them up.
Speak when spoken to, Uvenk.
So we go and talk to the clan shaman who tells us what needs to be done with this rite of passage. Once again, that traditionalist pops up and starts going on another rant, and it's up to Shepard now to shut him up this time.
Everything about Grunt is a lie. You You dare. I like this human. He understands.
The chat with a shaman is always something I enjoy because, like with the Quarians and the Geth, Bioware didn't waste an opportunity visiting Tuchanka. They load us up on all manner of world-building details regarding the Krogan and their culture. As the shaman states, the Krogan are a species about violence and death, and their traditions must reflect that.
Becoming the shaman is excruciating. I passed through rites that made me wish to die. I carry the scars on my soul. I must perform rites each dawn and dusk to keep me bound into our Krogan nature. Our spirit is one of violence and death. I must be attuned to that. Your job is awful. Indeed.
We then get shuttled over to the arena where the rite is carried out. It turns out to be nothing more than a wave defense objective. Hit a button and kill the hostile creatures that emerge. Even though the context of this mission is interesting and we get some world building even during the rite, this part of the mission falls very short. It's a brief challenge, and we get to settle the score once and for all with that dude we keep having to headbutt, but there's really not much more to it. When we return victorious, Grunt is named an official member of Clan Urdnot, and he's happy as a Krogan can be. This is supposed to be the part where I find some sort of deeper insight into Grunt as a character, but there's really nothing left to explore. With Grunt now having a clan, his aggression seems to have more purpose for him. That's about it. I know I said Garrus didn't have much going on with his mission, but Grunt really doesn't have that much because he's really just on our squad to act as a conduit for getting up close and personal with the Krogan while letting Rex live out his destiny. But fortunately, Grunt gives us access to some of the best development of the Krogan yet. This area of Tuchanka lets us speak to a handful of other Krogan who each gives us different insight into aspects of Krogan life ranging from spiritual beliefs and governing structure to military and medical logistics. A lot of it is just narrated to us by these NPCs, which isn't quite as stimulating as seeing things in action like on the Migrant Fleet, but it's still much better than reading it in the Codex. But next up we got Mordin's mission, which transplants us right into the heart of the Genophage conflict the same way Tali's trial did. Mordin pulled Shepard aside to ask for help finding one of his former students. Malin has apparently been kidnapped by Bloodpack mercenaries and brought to Tuchanka. The thing is, Malin was part of Mordin's team on the Genophage modification project, so his capture by a bunch of Krogan is something of a major galactic security concern. Mordin is rightfully concerned about what they are going to do with Malin if they know what his involvement was with the project. We meet up with an Urnot scout on the perimeter of the camp, and he tells us that he did hear about a Solarian with a group of Bloodpack mercs consisting of Clan Werelock Krogan. The scout gives us a truck and instructs us to just follow the highway until we hit their base. Upon arriving, we find an old hospital guarded by plenty of Krogan and Vorcha. A representative of Clan Werelock comes out and confirms Mordin's fears. The representative starts going into a whole spiel about using the cure to then destroy Clan Urdnot and expand into the galaxy once more in a sea of blood, but Shepard gets tired of hearing him speak and politely cuts the Krogan off.
You
talk too much.
See? The human cannot hit a simple target.
Deeper inside, we find subjects of the genetic tests being run there. One of them living, but most of them dead, and Mordin seems deeply disturbed by this. According to him, they ran their tests using simulated models and animals native to Tuchanka. They'd never have used living subjects like what we see in the hospital. And that sort of becomes a litmus test for how Mordin judges what might be morally wrong in regards to engineering bioweapons. Here's another example of Bioware giving the player a break from combat to just look around. This gives us an opportunity to talk to Mordin, letting us get to know one of the chattiest characters in the game in a new light. He describes it with a certain wistfulness that one only has when reflecting on something many years later after nostalgia has softened the edges of those memories. This really does make Mordin seem naive and out of touch with the true gravity of the decisions he and his team were making in their labs, making us question if these Solarians really could have made the right call if they were so distanced from their subject. Mordin has been quick to defend the Genophage time and again since arriving on the Normandy, saying how him and his team spent years exploring and debating every variable and every outcome. But with just how rose-tinted his memories are of those years, it makes us wonder if he's only defending it now out of self-defense and not in defense of the best possible decision. This doubt widens further when we come across a dead female Krogan who didn't have any signs of restraint, indicating she was a willing volunteer. It's nearly impossible to rationalize away the obvious signs of hopelessness on the part of the female, and it's here Mordin's own resolve begins to chip away. He then sounds remorseful, guilty even, though he claims it's just a sense of responsibility for what happened. That happy team he had drifted apart after the new genophage was deployed, and they all sat and watched fertility rates drop in the Krogan as the reality set in for them. Every member had to come to terms with those results on their own, and Mordin began to have his own crisis of faith as he began exploring things like religion to find meaning in the universe. We can press him once more why he thinks the genophage was necessary, and he gives us the same lines he'd been giving us the entire game. But this time, he is not sounding matter-of-factly, he just sounds dejected. He expresses that sometimes he wishes he hadn't been as smart, that it wasn't him who had to make those choices years back and lead the team to modify the genophage. But alas, that just wasn't the case.
Not my problem. Fool's wish. Had to be me. Others might have gotten it wrong.
In Mordin, we find someone's ego fighting their soul. We find a conflict I can imagine has existed for eons in scientists and thinkers who had to watch their creations used to inflict suffering on others. It doesn't matter how justified and noble the intentions were. The ones creating these things still bear some responsibility. It seems Mordin still hasn't found a way to find peace with what he had done, despite all the logical arguments telling him that he had been correct. The results are just too difficult to justify so readily. Things for Mordin reach their ultimate tipping point when we reach the end of the hospital and find Malin working in his makeshift lab. For the first time in this game, we see Mordin snap and lose control. He's shocked by the fact that one of his students was performing all these tests on live subjects. Mordin defaults back on his most superficial moral arguments about using clean methods to perform an atrocity, which Malin immediately calls out. If it takes a few more victims to end the genophage, then so be it. The real problem, as far as Malin sees it, is that this isn't about the moral validity of the genophage. It was unjustifiable in his eyes. It's about Mordin being incapable of owning up to making mistakes. His ego made him blind to the true nature of what he and his team were working on. They were just a bunch of happy Solarians working on a big, complex project. His ego made him blind to the guilt his team had to deal with after the genophage was deployed. They were just grappling with the great responsibility that had been placed on them. His ego made him blind to the fact that people on that team itself didn't agree with the project. Everyone had agreed this is what needed to be done. All of that Mordin had misunderstood. He made a series of mistakes, and despite repeated evidence to the contrary, he can't get past the one thing that has led him to this point. He just can't set aside his ego. Even with all the evidence around them, and Malin screaming it at Mordin, he still misses the point. To Mordin, this is about one of his own resorting to unsound methods to undo something that had to be done. That means it's his responsibility now to end it.
You can't face the truth, can you? Can't admit that your brilliant mind led you to commit an atrocity!
Unacceptable experiments. Unacceptable goals. Won't change. No choice. Have to kill you. Apologies, Commander. Misunderstood mission parameters. No kidnapping. My mistake. Thank you.
Don't worry about me, Mordin. How are you doing?
Disappointed. Thought Malin better than that. Never suspected he'd go so far. Knew he was young, impressionable. Should have talked to him after. Gotten him through guilt.
You dealt with your issues by opening a medical clinic. He started experimenting on prisoners. You did the right thing.
Right, wrong, irrelevant. Malin dead, problem solved. Malin's research, only loose end. Could destroy it. Closure, security. Still valuable, though.
All that's left to do now is deal with the results of Malin's research. Yeah, he used unsound methods to produce those results, but Malin's research could still be useful down the road. Who really knows? Mordin doesn't immediately delete the data, though, indicating that on some level, he's ready to admit he's wrong about the genophage. His wavering faith here is the opportunity Shepard is given to render judgment himself. Unfortunately for the Krogan, Shepard isn't much for giving people the benefit of the doubt. We got Rex building a sustainable Krogan society that is ready to deal with the lot the genophage has brought them, and we also got Grunt, who shows how Krogan aggression is an integral part of the essence of their species, and how their culture allows them to tame that violent nature. But we also got Clan Werelock saying that they're going to use the cure to expand into the galaxy again in a sea of blood, and we also had Okeer making his small band of refined Krogan that would be so lethal they wouldn't even need numbers to conquer the galaxy again. For every example of a peaceful future for the Krogan, we get an example of a bloody future for them. Maybe one day the Krogan will find peace, but Shepard isn't going to be the one to deliver it to them, not with the Reapers breathing down their necks. In Mordin's moment of doubt, Shepard feeds his ego and tells him that no, he was right and that the data needs to be destroyed.
Please confirm destination, Shepard. The Reaper IFF is online, but there is a chance that the Normandy may not survive the Omega-4 relay. Once we are en route, we are committed.
The Collectors are about to find out what happens when you piss me off.
You got it, Commander. Plotting a course for the Omega-4 relay. ETA about 2 hours. I'll let you know when we arrive.
So, I've taken some antibiotics as well as some herbal supplements that should bolster my immune system. I was going to bring music, but I didn't know what you'd like. And I'm babbling like an idiot.
It's okay. Come here.
I just don't want to. I want this to work. I've thought it over. I've minimized the risks, but I'm still nervous, and that always makes me talk too much. It's a defense mechanism, and it's stupid, and people who just see the helmet can't see my expression, so I have to make it clear what I'm feeling.
This is it, the reckless mission through the Omega-4 relay. After a little R&R with Tali, Shepard hops on call with the Elusive Man where, true to his character, he gives us nothing but hopes and well wishes. He laments about us not knowing anything about what to expect on the other side, and I find it ironic that this is coming from the device the writers made to feed us info. But we're here now, and I've done enough ranting about the Elusive Man. Shepard heads to the helm to oversee the transit across the relay, and the next few minutes are actually a really well done segment that seamlessly cuts between internal and external shots of the Normandy to keep us equally engaged in the action and the characters aboard the ship. If we'd failed to get certain upgrades or win someone's loyalty, there's a good chance someone would end up dying after we pass through the relay as the Normandy's ship drive vents itself. But we got everything we need to avoid any casualties here, allowing the Normandy to clear the debris field safely. This is when a couple of defense drones catch a whiff of that sweet Normandy ass and begins pursuing. We get another cool choreographed ship combat scene, but this time when the camera cuts back to the interior, it cuts to us controlling Shepard as we fight the drones that manage to break into the cargo hold. Once again, this is a pretty great way to keep us engaged with what is going on and stem the feeling that we're just watching cutscenes playing out. While it is cool getting to see a new enemy in a game that is remarkably slim in the enemy variety department, these drones fight pretty much exactly like Praetorians, except they disappear from time to time. This makes the context of the fight more interesting than the fight itself, but it's kept brief. Then it's time to face off against the Collector ship itself. This battle presents another opportunity for a squad mate to die if we were missing the appropriate ship upgrades, but we got them, allowing us to annihilate the Collector ship once and for all with a remarkably devastating particle cannon of our own. Bit of an anticlimactic end watching the Collector ship get wiped out entirely in one 30-second cutscene, but we're about to sideline cutscene action entirely and finally go groundside. A shockwave that can only exist in the fantasy of video games and film propagates out and disables the thrusters of the Normandy, sending it crashing onto the surface of the Collector base itself. It's going to take a few hours for EDI to self-repair the Normandy, so in the meantime the crew will disembark and destroy the base. Fortunately, it seems the Collector base has no internal security network, so the Normandy should be safe. As well, EDI is able to pull data and scans of the base so the crew can pick their destination. They end up targeting what they identify as the central control system based on a large energy reading, which is typical sci-fi hand-waving for how the characters know where to go. The crew will need to be split into two groups, with Shepard's group navigating along a ventilation shaft with another crew member inside the shaft in order to clear some locked doors for Shepard and his combat squad. Shepard ends up sending Legion into the shafts because it can hack through basically anything. Meanwhile, Garrus will lead their second diversion squad along an adjacent route. Getting to split up the team and assigning companions to specific roles is a really neat mechanic I wish had some sort of implementation elsewhere in the game. What makes it interesting is that it makes this feel like a final exam of sorts for Mass Effect 2 to see if we've been paying attention and doing our homework over the course of the game. Anyone not loyal, or anyone we put into a role they're weak in, can result in the companions dying. And seeing as this whole game has been about us building this team and getting to know our squad mates, it's very appropriate to have the last mission revolving around how well we know that team, and any mistakes can result in us losing a beloved companion.
Once we're in, they're gonna throw everything they have at us. If we're weak, if we're slow, if we hesitate, we'll die. The Collectors attacked our ship. They took our crew, our friends. They think we're helpless. They're wrong. They started a war, but we're not here to finish it. We're here to make them regret. To show them and everyone else what happens when you go too far. No more running, and no more waiting. Let's hit them where they live.
With the teams and roles settled, the crew splits up and makes their way through the base, fighting off staggered waves of Collectors as per their usual tactics. Once Legion gets to where it needs to be, the team links back up and finds what's left of the abducted Normandy crew. All but Dr. Chakwas are dead. Well, except for this guy whom nobody seems to even acknowledge. The Collectors have been melting humans down into some genetic goop that is then pumped into an adjacent chamber. For what purpose, no one knows. Regardless, in the end, I guess we wound up sticking true to the Cerberus management style of letting everyone die. They'll be missed.
I didn't hear an officer on deck. I run this ship military. Do you two think this is all a joke?
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir.
Won't happen again, sir.
At ease. Who are you?
The team has to split up again as Shepard and his squad move through a Seeker Swarm-infested chamber. This requires us to use a biotic specialist, in this case being Jack, to keep up a biotic field while we move through the chamber and fight off swarming enemies. Meanwhile, Garrus leads another diversion team and Mordin escorts Dr. Chakwas and Ghostman back to the Normandy. Everyone links back up one last time, and so far there actually hasn't been any deaths aside from the sacrificed Normandy crew. And in which case, well, they died so that better, more developed characters may live to see Mass Effect 3. Shepard grabs Miranda and Thane as the rest of the team makes a final stand to buy Shepard and his squad some time to fight their way to the central chamber where all the tubes of liquefied humans are being pumped to. Then it's time to answer the biggest question left looming this game.
If my calculations are correct, the superstructure is a Reaper.
Not just any Reaper. A human Reaper.
Precisely.
Hold on one sec. Okay. Okay. Where to begin? The series of events leading up to the final reveal were pretty decent. I mean, maybe it wasn't as great as the ending of the first game was, but in terms of story missions, the suicide mission held its own for sure. There's several problems holding back the suicide mission from achieving anything truly spectacular. The first problem is with the Collectors. We've barely learned anything about them, and apparently all that we learned was all there was to learn about them. They'd lost much of their mystique over the course of the game, and not because we'd spent that time actively trying to figure out more about them. Bioware just didn't give us much to learn about them in general. They could have dropped some info in the Collector base last minute, but no, Bioware committed to leaving them as boring boogeymen, refusing to develop them even a little bit after the Collector ship. The second problem is with the Collector base itself. It's just not interesting. When we landed on Ilos, we landed on a planet that looked and felt like it had been lost for thousands of years. It looked haunted, and it looked unlike any other place we'd been, and that set an appropriate tone for what we found there, which was the final fate of the Protheans. The Collector base just looked like the Collector ship. We'd already seen the Collector ship, so the environment already felt familiar enough to keep it from feeling completely alien. It felt tense and hostile, but with how little we know about the Collectors and what this place was, being simply hostile feels like the place is lacking ambition. We've had enough tense and hostile environments in this game. That's one of the most common tones this game has. To end with its most common tone just makes the ending feel monotonous, and thus more easily forgettable. What ends up saving a lot of the ending is our companions, just like the rest of the game. Even then, most of the emotional edge is lost after the first and second playthrough when we've learned the best way to do the mission to keep our squad alive the whole way through. Because there's a guaranteed path to success there, a lot of that tension then just disappears. There's only so much lighting and sound design can do to make an environment feel dangerous when the enemies and obstacles pose no mortal threat to you or your crew. The only threat to our crew here is a lack of preparation, and this leads to some really funky results when it comes to storytelling immersion. A lot of people have harped on this issue in the past, but it's worth repeating. The suicide mission kills companions in just stupid ways if we don't prepare correctly. When I first played Mass Effect 2, I sent Garrus into the pipes instead of Legion, and this caused him to take a rocket to the face for a second time this game and die. I felt like I'd been cheated, and it was only after I got to school the next day and explained what happened to one of my friends he pointed out, "Why didn't you send Legion into the pipes? That was your mistake. You don't send Garrus into the pipes." But I mean, why not? He was a tech expert with decryption skills in the first game. Surely he could hack a door. He did it a million times in the first game for me. But I realized I was asking the wrong question. What difference does it make if he can hack a door quickly? He dies from a random rocket. I guess you could make the argument that he spent too long hacking the door and that gave the enemy time to line up a shot, but surely they could have done something to make it more obvious he screwed up with the hack, like making the panel itself explode and shock him to death. Occam's razor seems appropriate here when making a death scene in the middle of a long action segment. Make the consequence obviously imply the mistake that led to it. The player is already focused on half a dozen other things. They won't necessarily have the surplus of attention needed to interpret the multiple layers of logic needed to get why their favorite companion just died. People have taken that to say that the suicide mission was a bad idea. I disagree, it just needed some more polish. This is another reason why I would have liked to see something like it used earlier in the game, just so that it would have either given Bioware the opportunity to work out the kinks some more, or give the player the chance to learn the idiosyncrasies of the system so that they could better understand what's going on when it pops up again at the ending. Generally speaking, it's not great game design to thrust new elements on the player at the very end of the game for this very reason. Speaking of thrusting new elements onto the player last minute, it's time to talk the Human Reaper. People save all the hate for the Mass Effect 3 ending, but in my honest opinion, this ending is just as bad, if not worse, because it's what set the stage for them having to resort to whatever the hell happened with the ending of Mass Effect 3. Sure, the ending of Mass Effect 3 was more disappointing because there was no chance of another game getting to smooth things over, but I see more incompetence in the botched ending of Mass Effect 2 when they had the storytelling runway before it and after it to make something great. The source of this ending's inadequacies is that it does exactly what the rest of the main story has been doing since blowing up the original Normandy, rewriting established elements from the first game to introduce half-baked replacements for no storytelling purpose other than to shock the audience. It continues the tradition of this story where things are explained that didn't need explaining, because we already had explanations for those things, while failing to explain the myriad of new questions the alterations just introduced. If this is how new Reapers are built, why didn't Vigil say anything on Ilos about it? Why didn't we see different styles of Reapers in our visions in the first game? Why does Sovereign look like the 22 million year old derelict Reaper? Why do they all look identical in the last cutscene of this very game 15 minutes later? Even if this is how Reapers are built, why are the Collectors building another Reaper? Clearly, it's going to take several more years for this Reaper to be built. Won't the Reapers be here by then? Don't the Collectors have to conquer Earth to get enough humans to finish this thing? Wouldn't they need, like, several Reapers then to harvest that many humans? Not just one measly Collector ship? Like, what is the plan here? Once again, just as the Protheans didn't need to be rewritten to be bugmen, so too we didn't need an explanation as to how the Reapers are built. At least not in this game with this story. The Reapers have been absent the entire game thus far. We don't have nearly enough time with them in the game for such a big revelation to be made. All this does is blindside us with another moment of, ha, bet you didn't see that coming. Bioware just couldn't stay behind the curtain when it came to their writing. They constantly did things that would pull us out and make us wonder what their intentions were, as opposed to thinking from an in-universe perspective. But even so, a lot of these problems could have still been mitigated if they'd just been making another Squid Reaper. But no, they had to take the absurdity up to 12, beyond the absurdity of Jack and Samara's character design, and make this a human Reaper. Like, the design of the human Reaper is just stupid. This looks like something out of a bad B-list daytime television sci-fi flick that you'd see being interrupted by repeated commercials of as seen on TV products and blood pressure medications being advertised to retired boomers. This is not something I'd expect from a smartly written franchise whose first installment spent hours upon hours carefully building its antagonists. Like, this thing's got 3 glowing orange eyes that are its weak points, of course, and it spits a laser while it makes a noise that sounds like it's sneezing. But things aren't done unwinding just yet because the elusive man pops up and, like every other time he's on screen, he immediately starts causing unnecessary confusion. He tells us instead of blowing up the base, we can use a radiation pulse, which we have the ordnance for on our person for whatever reason, to save the base so Cerberus can study the technology and get an edge on the Reapers. It's not clear how Cerberus can even get there, considering the only Reaper IFF we know about to get through the relay is currently installed in the Normandy, and getting to the base also required the best pilot in the galaxy and an unshackled AI to navigate towards. But, ignoring all that, we can then refuse and tell him we are going to destroy the base because it was used to commit atrocities and we shouldn't study this technology. Like, what? Is there a better plan here? We still have nothing to use against the Reapers, who are still getting hyped up by Shepard to be the worst thing anyone has ever seen. Okay, yeah, we don't need to go making Reapers ourselves, but surely there's something in that base that would be valuable in the coming war. We're just going to blow it up because some vague morality that's just as poorly defined as Cerberus' doctrine? This game has been trying to play lip service to moral dilemmas this whole time without ever developing those moral issues into ideologies or even argumentative points the player can explore and assign to their Shepard. Whenever Bioware feels the time is right for a moral choice, they just throw in some vague, undefined moral blah blah to create the illusion that they are saying something when in fact they're just saying nothing at all. So I gave the base to Cerberus because destroying something like that for any moral reason wouldn't have jived with my Shepard to begin with, let alone some faux intellectual vagueness. In all reality, this ought to have been the opportunity for us to stab Cerberus in the back. There really should have just been a third option that was turning the base over to the Alliance, allowing you to renew your commitment to the established good guys. The ending of Mass Effect 1 had us rendering judgment on the Council themselves, who had developed an antagonistic role over the course of the game. Like, for instance, because of them, we had to break out of the Citadel, thanks to Anderson, in order to literally save the galaxy. It makes sense that by that point, we'd have enough against them to think them unworthy of leading the galaxy. That's what the choice of saving them or not is about. It's an opportunity for us to judge the Citadel government itself, to judge if they should be in charge or not. What does this choice in Mass Effect 2 let us say? What are we judging here? If it was a final judgment on Cerberus, okay, that wouldn't be a terrible final choice. But personally, I don't think Cerberus and the Elusive Man had enough development for us to even judge them any more or less than we can at the very beginning of the game, because they are just shown to be so inconsistent. What is there to even judge here? I can't imagine anyone going through this story and thinking, wow, gee, these Cerberus guys really got their act together, and this Elusive Man, yeah, he's a real trustworthy guy. We're told they're evil in the beginning, and they prove that to be the whole way through. The methods didn't accomplish anything. So how can we feel conflicted about them in order for this decision to have any weight? But this isn't even about Cerberus because Paragon Shepard just defaults to, this place is an abomination. So fuck it, I'll give them the base just to spite the game. Doesn't matter, as we'll see in Mass Effect 3 they get their hands on the tech anyways. This entire decision is completely pointless. We're then given an escape cutscene as the Collector base begins going into meltdown mode. The Collectors start scurrying around clueless what to do next because the big bad Reaper that had been assuming direct control of them the entire time just pieces on out saying they are going to find another way. Whatever their plan was with the collectors, I guess it doesn't matter, because now they're just gonna fly towards the galaxy. Then we get a color-coded ending that no doubt inspired the despised red, blue, green ending of Mass Effect 3. Imagine the confusion at Bioware HQ when they saw the monumental shitstorm their colored endings of Mass Effect 3 created on the internet when they were just doing what they did with the ending of the second game. Nobody complained then, why are they complaining now? Did they suddenly wake up and realize, wait a second? I can't answer that just yet, but I will point out that they did the exact same thing with the ending of Mass Effect 2, and people regard it as the best game of the franchise. Once the Normandy is out of Dodge, we get our final conversation with the Elusive Man, and all things considered, this conversation goes over quite well, seeing as I handed the base over to him. Had I destroyed it, this would have just turned into another impromptu pissing match between Shepard and the Elusive Man. Nothing gets introduced here that will help make sense of the story and our decisions. It's just another minefield of dialogue wheel mishaps that can have us saying things we didn't want to say as Bioware tries to cobble together some sort of reason why Shepard would make their respective choices without having any build-up to go off of. This is where the whole "this game has nothing of substance to say" comes back to bite it in the ass. Had this have been a better written story and not just a collection of short stories, they could have framed our decisions and the Elusive Man's wishes into something that could have been a statement on morality or society or technology or war or whatever else. But they never bothered to create justifications for any of these characters except for some vague ideas that at best lead the player to going, yeah, well, I guess the Elusive Man might want this because he's kinda evil, right? And I guess Shepard might want this because it can help save the galaxy, right? Am I getting all this? I don't know. Maybe I'm just too dumb to get this ending. No, confused player, you're not too dumb for this story. The story just didn't say anything, and your expectations was that all this pomp and circumstance would lead to some great revelation that creates a greater meaning out of the body of the work. Then we get to the Reapers slowly flying towards the galaxy, indicating something. Within the confines of what we've seen so far, this scene only creates more confusion. I just want to point out once more that we only see Squid Reapers here, so already the different looking Reapers thing has been retconned. They couldn't even wait until the third game to already start rewriting the ending of their second game. How this ending hasn't managed to create a huge stir among fans of the franchise still baffles me to this day. I imagine a lot of the negativity was checked by the immediate hope in the fans that the third game will explain all of this and the story will still come together perfectly to satisfy the players' expectations. The thought didn't cross most players' minds that they'd just been strung along for an entire 30-hour-long campaign just to end up at the same point we were at the end of the first game. Except even that isn't the case because of all the new elements they'd introduced with this game in the 11th hour with the Human Reaper. Now, Bioware would need to find a way to reconcile even more hanging plot elements because they decided to start re-explaining mysteries that had been set up and answered in the first game. But rest assured, the story technically doesn't end here because we have the Arrival DLC to look at next. We were contacted by Admiral Hackett shortly after Horizon about an Alliance deep cover operative that had been operating in Batarian space who was studying something regarding the return of the Reapers. Unfortunately for everyone, the Batarians had captured her and are holding her in a prison on the system's main colony. Hackett wants us to sneak into the prison alone and get Kenton out. It's generally accepted that this DLC shouldn't be handled until after the main story is complete because otherwise the series of events and the ending of the DLC doesn't really make much sense. In playing it myself, yeah, I agree with this sentiment, and while I wonder why we even get access to the DLC before the story is complete, this issue is kinda minor compared to many of the other issues plaguing this DLC. I find it neat getting to finally see Admiral Hackett after only hearing his voice in the first game. I also find it neat that we can call into question why the Alliance is looking into the Reapers at all when the official stance is that they aren't real and that Sovereign was Geth technology. The Admiral sidesteps the question and gives a roundabout explanation that he trusts Kenton, and if she's saying she has proof, he's willing to listen. I guess Shepard's word, the word of the first human Spectre, really didn't hold much water for Hackett then. So Shepard lands at the prison and works his way towards where Kenton is being held. There's not much to discuss with this prison segment. We land without any companions, but the game compensates by letting us get the drop on just about every enemy in the place. In essence, this is as close to a stealth mission the Mass Effect franchise ever dares to attempt. There's some very light puzzle elements that at least make it feel as though we aren't walking in a straight line like many of the other levels in Mass Effect 2, and this DLC starts to showcase some of the design hallmarks that will define Mass Effect 3. We find Kenton having fun times with his Batarian and rescue her in one of the goofiest looking cutscenes in the game. It's pretty obvious they were just reusing a lot of assets in this DLC, but those assets really didn't come together seamlessly in this cutscene. Even Shepard's voice lines sound off, as though they were pulled from elsewhere, or the voice actor had just been given bad directing in the booth.
We have to go, now.
With Kenton in tow, we fight through the prison to the garage where we commandeer a shuttle to get us off-world. On the way to the secret base Kenton and her team had on an asteroid, she explains what's been going on. They discovered a Reaper device in the asteroid field that has revealed to them an impending Reaper invasion. It would seem the relay in this system is a major relay for the Reaper invasion. Once they arrive in that system, they can use the relay to access any other system in the galaxy. So the plan goes like this. Hijack the asteroid and pull a similar stunt Batarian terrorists tried in bringing down the sky in Mass Effect 1 by strapping the thing with fusion thrusters and flying the asteroid into a large target. Only this time it's not a planet, but the mass relay itself. The result should be the same though. The total destruction of the star system as the relay blows up in an explosion similar to a supernova, killing a few 100,000 Batarians living in the system. Shepard isn't opposed to sacrificing the Batarians. After all, they're gonna be dead from the Reapers once they arrive anyway. But if he's going to sanction this sort of action, he needs to see Kenton's proof and this artifact. Kenton gets on the radio and things start to sound just a little suspect. This isn't Visir levels of suspect, but I get the feeling someone here isn't being honest. And when Reaper artifacts are involved, shit like this is to be expected. We arrive at the base and Kenton shows off their fancy doomsday clock that is ticking down to the exact second the Reapers ought to arrive, based off of energy pulses being given off by the artifact itself. She then takes us to the artifact, which is just sitting out in the open for people to bask in its glow like an open nuclear reactor core, and after a moment, the artifact hits Shepard with a vision similar to the one he'd gotten from the Prothean beacons. Fun fact, I think this might be the only time someone even mentions Shepard's experiences with the beacons from the first game in Mass Effect 2. I'm glad someone in the galaxy remembers what made Shepard so special in the first game, and no, it's not because he was just a bloody icon. When Shepard comes to, surprise surprise, Kenton is pointing a gun at him and spouting nonsense that indicates she'd been indoctrinated. And I genuinely like how Shepard just knocks the gun out of her hand because why the hell would Shepard be afraid of a weak-ass M3 Predator? She runs off as her troops storm in to take Shepard down, but they are not keen to kill Shepard. It's not clear exactly why they are leaving Shepard alive, but I assume the Reapers want to indoctrinate his ass too. Shepard apparently has an immunity to sedatives because he wakes up and scares the ever-living hell out of the personnel, and in yet another goofy-looking cutscene, he whips out some crazy fighting moves and knocks the guards out before they can get a shot off. After using a security station to commandeer a mech, Shepard is able to free himself, and then it's time to stop Kenton and get the asteroid moving towards that relay. He manages to do the former because, evidently, there was no security measures in place to keep someone from just pressing the buttons to activate the thrusters, but Kenton gets involved and begins trying to sabotage the drive core itself. This triggers yet another awkward cutscene with some really awful dialogue.
Hackett's friend or not, I will kill you.
You're forcing my hand, Shepard. You know that. There is no escape. There's no redemption for what you've done. I will die, never having seen the Reaper's blessings, and you will just die.
Damn it, Kenton.
So we run around foiling her attempts to foil us, and then she gets really desperate and uses a Deadman-triggered bomb in an attempt to destroy the core and stop Shepard. It doesn't work, but it does knock Shepard out for a while. When he wakes up, there's only a few minutes before the asteroid is set to hit the relay, so we hightail it out there to an external landing pad where we raise the communication array to contact the Normandy for a pickup. Then we get treated to one more poorly written dialogue between Shepard and the big bad Reaper Harbinger.
Shepard, you have become an annoyance. You fight against inevitability, dust struggling against cosmic winds. This seems a victory to you, a star system sacrificed. But even now, your greatest civilizations are doomed to fall. Your leaders will beg to serve us.
Yes. People will die. Maybe we'll lose half the galaxy. Maybe more. But I will do whatever it takes to rid the galaxy of the Reaper threat. However insignificant we might be. We will fight, we will sacrifice, and we will find a way. That's what humans do.
Know this as you die in vain. Your time will come. Your species will fall. Prepare yourselves for the arrival.
We then hop aboard the Normandy and watch as the relay gets rammed into oblivion. Admiral Hackett then steps aboard the Normandy to debrief Shepard in person. He's understandably confused as to how he sent us to go rescue his friend, and instead she ended up dead along with 300,000 Batarians in a mass relay. Shepard of course explains it all and Hackett just goes, "Yeah, makes sense. Don't worry, I trust you." Why? Why do you trust me after I basically defected to Cerberus? Have you been following what I've been doing since leaving the Alliance? I wouldn't trust myself, and I'm the one making these decisions. But the fact is, this DLC was just meant to bridge the gap between Mass Effect 2 and 3. They didn't put their best effort into this thing. Presumably Mass Effect 3 was already in full development at this point, and on top of that, because they already had the ending of Mass Effect 2 set in stone, and the beginning of Mass Effect 3 sketched out, this basically removed any opportunity to have any meaningful decisions for this DLC. So, things worked out for my Shepard. This wasn't his first war crime, and it sure as shit isn't going to be the last, but for Paragon players, they are forced to commit a super renegade act here with nothing to even remotely blunt the shock. This DLC lacks just about any decision making. In fact, all the good elements of this game are stripped away, including our squad mates. And this is all done just so that they can tell one of the most uninspired stories in the franchise's history. It's really no wonder this DLC is pretty much forgotten at this point, and many of the elements from it, such as the destructive power of a relay getting destroyed, will be retconned in the third game. Like I said, this DLC is a preview to what Mass Effect 3 would end up turning out to be like, but this video is long enough just talking about the second game. So how about we just wrap things up with some side content and a couple of DLCs and call it a day. As these things tend to go, there's a lot of side content we could look at, but if I was to cover all of it, this video would have another couple hours added onto it with little to say, so I'm going to pick through this carefully and quickly. Like in Mass Effect 1, side content in Mass Effect 2 broadly lands in 3 camps: Uncharted Worlds, side missions, and DLC. 2 DLCs we've already covered, and I'll get to Firewalker and Overlord in a bit. Right now, I want to look at Uncharted Worlds, which are now called N7 missions, and side missions. The Uncharted Worlds played host to some of the dullest content in Mass Effect 1, and sadly that trend continued into Mass Effect 2. I'll give Bioware credit for trying at least a little more with these, but without the inclusion of something like the Mako in Mass Effect 2, they feel even more of an afterthought as a result. These N7 missions are almost always found when scanning a planet. Occasionally, EDI will say she's found an anomaly on the planet's surface, and if we follow the waypoint and drop a probe on the point in question, we will unlock the ability to land on the planet and initiate the mission. These tend to be very brief missions that revolve around a little narrative. They're so short that even calling them short stories isn't good enough. I'd probably just call them micro stories or something. Most of these missions clock in at somewhere around 5 minutes, and what little story they got is usually told through journals and computer logs. Very similar to a lot of the Uncharted World missions in Mass Effect 1 that use text boxes to give meaning to the action. These missions also typically involve some sort of gimmick or puzzle. For example, one mission has us investigating a Blue Suns operation on some Uncharted world. After fighting through their ranks, we find they uncovered some sort of Prothean artifact. We can interact with it, and Shepard has a vision like the ones he had in the first game, only this time it reveals the collectors. I don't really know what to make of these, seeing as I found this at the end of the game, so that revelation had already been revealed and the collector base had been purged, making this whole mission a waste of time. Speaking of wastes of time, one mission has us land on some kind of shield array for a colony and just has us press a few buttons to get the shield to go back online to protect the colony from some environmental hazard. That's literally it. The whole mission lasts about a minute. In a similar vein, another mission has us fighting Geth and investigating some sort of weather control device they have. The mission doesn't end up explaining how the Geth got the device, or what they plan to use it for, why they were using it on some remote world, or anything else. They had it, we came in and stopped them, and now I guess they don't have it anymore. There's some interesting implications from such a premise, and it does provide some headcanon fodder, but nothing beyond that and getting to enjoy blowing up some more Geth. A small portion of these missions do have premises that are developed more, such as a space station VI that went rogue and killed everyone aboard the station. We go in and shut it down, but it's clear the VI had more eye than one would feel comfortable with. One tries to tell a more serious story involving Batarian terrorists trying to destroy a colony with stolen missiles. We get there and stop the Batarians, but we can only disable one of the missiles. This forces us to choose between either saving the residential district or the industrial district. Presumably, the decision is to either save the economy or save the people. But really, your choice has virtually no weight, because all that happens is one of the monitors displaying a static image goes blank and the mission ends. In the end, nothing really stands out in these missions as something everyone should experience. Play them if you're trying to go for a completionist playthrough, but otherwise feel free to skip them. They won't even have a bearing on anything in Mass Effect 3. The assignments we can come across at the various hubs we visit in Mass Effect 2 generally have a lot more going for them, which was the case in Mass Effect 1 as well. These typically involve recurring characters, developed stories, dialogue with branching choices, and plenty of world, character, and theme building. While I don't get to debate the morality of genetic engineering or threaten to shoot up a bar, these missions do hold their own and are definitely worth getting involved in, particularly because a lot of them are affected by choices we made in Mass Effect 1, and partially because they can impact Mass Effect 3. In many ways, these small missions carry as much continuity between games as main story missions, and help to develop our Shepard even if the main story has forgotten Shepard used to be a person. One of my favorites is running into Shiala again after saving her and the colony on Pharos in Mass Effect 1 from the Thorian. Her and the colonists there are experiencing long-term effects from being under the Thorians' control, and have contracted a research group on Ilium to run tests. But certain terms of that contract are causing the colonists trouble, which is the last thing they need right now as they are trying to rebuild their lives. She asks us to talk to the representative, who turns out to be a pure-blooded Asari who is unapologetically racist towards every other species. Everything about these exchanges are fantastic. From catching up with Shiala and earning recognition for us saving the colony, to talking to the rep and hearing how her daughters died during the attack on the Citadel, to one way or another convincing the rep to update the contract, it's so much of what I loved about the first games as side stories, but with the bonus of it using my choices in the first game to continue those stories. It's things like this that really sell the feeling that these games are connected through more than just a single plotline. It feels like these games are a continuation of that world itself and lends my Shepard more consistency, shoring up that illusion as well.
Is it always like this? Yesterday's problems lingering in some new form? Isn't anything ever just fixed?
Staying on Ilium a little bit longer, we can run into Gianna Parsini again. If you saw my first video, have no fear, her getting killed by Annihilus wasn't canon for my playthrough. She made it because I wanted to look at this conversation we get with her. She asks us to set up a purchase with an Asari who is selling schematics she stole from a firm on Noveria so she can bust her and take the Asari to court. We are then rewarded with a quiet conversation with the corporate cop that builds up a character I happen to like a bit in the first game. I enjoy this sort of diegetic world building. Even though it's pretty much like reading a codex entry, it has a little more of a personal touch to it that helps ground us in the world just a little bit more and gives us yet another name and face to associate it with. I said earlier how these chance encounters with people we knew in the first game can really damper the believability of the world because in a galaxy of trillions of people, running into the same 15 randos is beyond plausible. At the same time, I always felt Mass Effect, especially its hub worlds, are meant to be more of an approximation than a recreation. I can appreciate the world in more abstract terms and accept that Parsini is meant to represent those random people we occasionally work a random job with one day and just so happen to run into them again in completely different circumstances. And after these chance encounters, we get to know them more and more. They're not coworkers, friends, or anything personal, just acquaintances by happenstance. And when we're on a quest to save the galaxy and all we know, odds are we are going to be saving a lot of people we barely know. It just adds another personal element to our headcanon motivations for Shepard. We also get missions that have us interacting with total strangers like this Quarian who is trying to sell herself as an indentured servant to Synthetic Insights so she can pay off her stock market debts. This is some of that classic S-tier world building I adored in the first game, brought back in all its glory. This whole thing is mired in moral ambiguity and has a few outcomes like having the slave broker buy the Quarian's contract herself or accusing the Synthetic Insights rep of being a racist.
I see what's going on here. This isn't about slaves. You just don't want to hire a quarry.
What? But...
Is it because you don't want to feed them? Or do you just not like the suits?
Synthetic Insights has a strict non-discrimination policy. We don't just hire indentured servants.
Maybe I'll take this to Ilium's Trade Bureau, just to be sure.
Wait! Let's not do anything crazy. We don't want to waste the Bureau's time. Okay? Fine. I'll go draw up a contract. Just leave Ilium's bureaucracy out of it. This Quarian had better be good, though.
And then there's a continuation of the Conrad Werner saga.
It's me, Conrad Werner. We met on the Citadel. I wanted to become a Spectre. And then you shoved a gun in my face. You showed me what it meant to be truly extreme. I learned that lesson well. So you're alive, huh? I hear it goes like that in the biz. Why don't you sit back and watch how it's done? I got some asses to kick.
Conrad, let me make this perfectly clear. This is not acceptable.
Oh, my foot! You shot my foot! Ah!
That shot barely grazed you, you big baby. Sorry, my father was a Krogan.
It still scared me. I'm new at the badass mercenary thing. People don't usually shoot me.
I didn't get this on recording, but if you listen closely to the news reports playing on Ilium, you'll hear a story of Conrad getting killed in some stupid heroic stunt if you make him run off crying like I did. The bartender is also a pretty interesting woman who will give you more of that sweet diegetic world building like Parsini gave us. Sometimes people won't have missions for you, they'll just provide little conversations and make tiny cutscenes that you could easily miss if you're not talking to everyone. All the hub areas have these sorts of encounters, although Ilium, Omega, and the Citadel have the most. I don't want to go through all of them because then I'll start repeating myself, but I'm not exaggerating here when I say these little side encounters redeem a lot of Mass Effect 2's experience for me. If the main story was severely lacking in the reactivity department, the side stuff almost makes up for that deficit. It goes to show that, at least in my case, developers don't need a whole lot to sell their worlds. With some carefully built side content, they can do a lot to build that illusion of a vast, reactive, and persistent world games like Mass Effect try to sell. But before I switch gears and hit the final DLCs, I do want to talk about the short assignments we get for some of the crew members on the Normandy. There's 3 specifically that revolve around crew members that aren't companions and therefore wouldn't get their own loyalty missions. All of these missions involve fetching some random item from a hub world. In the case of the ship's cook, it's better provisions so we can cook better meals for the crew. In the case of the engineers, it's a special part they need to make maintenance easier. And in the case of Dr. Chakwas, it's a bottle of brandy. Once more, completing these special fetch quests unlock special conversations that let us develop deeper connections with our crew, similar to how loyalty missions let us get closer with our squad mates. Surprisingly, Joker doesn't have a mission, but considering he has a ton of unique dialogue throughout the game, I guess Bioware figured he didn't really need it. Though getting to know him more might have helped explain his defection to Cerberus, as was the case with Dr. Chakwas. Once we get her brandy, we can pop it open and get drunk with her, and in my opinion, this is one of the most underrated conversations we can have in this game. There's a lot that can be gleaned from this conversation, but I just like to focus on how effective it was at getting me to really care about the unsung hero that is Dr. Chakwas. Without this cutscene, I was as dubious of her defection to Cerberus as I was in Joker's case. But once I saw this cutscene, made a whole lot more sense. Not only that, I just really got to like and care about her. And it's for her that I normally race to save the crew after they get abducted by the collectors. I couldn't this time around, but I guaranteed her survival by giving her an escort back to the Normandy, so at least she will make it to the third game. Also, we get actual dialogue choices, especially with the toast at the end. It's a neat, efficient, and effective way to reinforce what our Shepard is about and what he or she values and is fighting for. It's kinda sad that I can only get that in off-the-beaten-path conversations, but at this point I'll take whatever I can get. Okay, that's enough teasing, it's final DLC time. Starting with what has got to be the worst content this game has to offer, the Firewalker DLC. Firewalker revolves around the use of the Hammerhead, a floating tank that was meant to replace the Mako. Anyone who had problems with the Mako's driving should be satisfied because it's more agile than the Mako for sure. In fact, it's probably too agile and too fast, especially for the levels this vehicle is used in. You know what I really wanted in Mass Effect 2? Platforming. Yeah, forget about adding more of what made these games great and successful. Platforming. That's what I really wanted. At least that's apparently what the devs thought the fans wanted, because that's what we got with the missions added by Firewalker. They steered the driving segments away from the free-form exploration route the first game took with the Mako and Uncharted worlds, and just gave us literal platforming missions with a vehicle that, while better at movement, wasn't that much better at it. Some of the levels just involve us driving, boosting, jumping across gaps and obstacles to waypoints where we can use the Hammerhead scanner to do science. When you activate the scanner, the Hammerhead starts gyrating all over the place like a magnet getting pushed against its polar equal. No explanation as to why that is, what the scanner is, or what we are even scanning, but it gives us credits and resources, so I guess it's some sort of mineral node that Cerberus pays us to scout? Is this really the best use for such an advanced vehicle and the bloody icon? Cerberus really can't pay some privateers for this sort of work? Oh, and have fun listening to this every time you complete a scan. Some of the missions will change it up and throw some combat into the mix, but that's even worse because combat with the Hammerhead is equal parts brain-killing, boring, and frustratingly obnoxious. All of this stems from us just having one mode of attack. Hold the fire button down to shoot the main cannon and watch as the rockets auto-target your enemy and hone in on them. So combat is literally just sit there and hold the fire button down. Don't even aim, just hold the fire button down and dodge incoming attacks. You don't even have to worry about ammo because the cannon never runs out of it or even overheats. That dodge part is also a lot more difficult than it may seem. Maybe even impossible in certain encounters because the AI is also auto-targeting you with their attacks. So you're guaranteed to take a bunch of hits. Sometimes that's fine because you can just sit there and soak up the damage and out DPS them, but other times you get shredded in an instant. You won't even know you're taking damage because of a lack of damage indicators until your vehicle is shooting out geysers of flames and is screaming at you with its alarm. Then you have to back off and wait for the vehicle to regenerate its health, which is fortunately quick. Sometimes you can hang outside of the enemy's target range and take pot shots at them with your superior range. In those cases, any sort of challenge the combat did have is removed entirely, and it just turns into a real-time loading screen as you wait for the enemies to die from your constant cheap shots. Playing this on any difficulty past normal is inadvisable because you have no way of scaling your damage output, seeing as you can't put perk points into Hammerhead, but your enemies can shred you, leaving you completely disadvantaged. And given your already limited options in combat, it's just masochistic. Okay, well, what about the missions themselves? Sure, the gameplay sucks, but maybe the levels are interesting. No, they're not. A lot of recycled assets, really uninteresting level design, and because the Hammerhead moves so fast and jumps so high, all the levels are amplified in their scale to compensate, limiting where they can send us. We do visit a volcanic world that has us jumping on rocks, floating on lava. That part is sort of interesting and unique, especially for Mass Effect locales, but that level is just as tedious and boring in the gameplay department as the others, so the novelty disappears very quickly. The worst level has got to be the Ice Planet one that has us racing between scan points because when we aren't scanning, the Hammerhead is getting colder, and eventually the cold will kill the vehicle. Racing, platforming, and scanning. That's exactly what comes to mind when I think Mass Effect. I get discouraging game developers to experiment is a shitty thing to do, but studios are supposed to have a quality assurance mechanism that is meant to prevent something like this from reaching the player. At the end of the day, it was free, and it is totally optional, so getting mad at its existence is kinda petty. It's just a great example to contrast against the rest of the game to show what Mass Effect's true strengths are. Unfortunately, Firewalker brings none of that to the table, as these missions seem to have no bearing on each other, and the reward for completing them is some kind of Prothean artifact that just sits in Shepard's cabin once it's over to act as some piece of funky abstract art. Finally, we got Project Overlord, which has the Hammerhead making an appearance again, but this time in a more sensible and palatable manner. But more on that in just a bit, because this DLC also brings with it a whole story, new locations, new characters, world building, and decision making. You know, the good stuff. It was paid DLC in the original game, but comes baked in with the Legendary Edition, so it's rightfully more beefy than Firewalker. Overlord takes us to Project Overlord, an AI research project being conducted by Cerberus on some remote world. There's trouble at the project, and because this is a Cerberus operation, that trouble is of the ultra-fatal kind. When we get there, we find nothing but dead Cerberus employees everywhere and these creepy eyes and cameras watching our every move. Occasionally, we'll hear something like this, just to keep us on our toes. We are contacted by Dr. Gavin Archer, who is the head researcher at this facility. He explains they are experiencing a catastrophic VI breakout, and the program is trying to upload itself off-world. When retracting the radar dish isn't enough, we must go and destroy the dish instead. This involves fighting a lot of Geth because, of course, Cerberus was messing with the Geth here. We already saw what happened when the Quarians tried messing with the Geth, so one can only imagine how quickly things blew up here when Cerberus was messing with them. With the array successfully turned to scrap, we go back to meet up with Archer in person. Gavin is clearly holding something back, mostly surrounding the details of his brother David. It turns out David is a mathematical savant, and his mind has been able to act as a sort of interface between him and the Geth. So the brilliant idea went like this. Use his brother's autism as a way to have him talk to and control the Geth and make them follow him the way they follow the Reapers. I'm not even joking, this was the idea. Archer literally wanted to weaponize his brother's autism and use it in the war against the Geth. Fortunately, I brought Legion to show him how stupid his plan was because, well, the war has already been won. So he's been committing his crimes against humanity for nothing. Sorry to ruin your life's work, I guess, there, buddy. So now he needs us to come in and clean up his mess. He hopes we don't have to kill his brother, but his brother is the source of all this chaos right now, so it remains to be seen just how this can be resolved. His brother has initiated a lockdown of all the facilities, notably Atlas Station, where all the VI experiments are housed. In order to undo those lockdowns, we need to visit their other stations and lift the lockdowns manually. This stage has us using the Hammerhead in a more enjoyable manner than Firewalker did to travel between the different stations, soak in the sights, and navigate some obstacles. Unfortunately, it also involves more lame platforming, but fortunately, not much more. We cut through the geothermal plant quickly enough, and then it's onto the crashed Geth ship where all the material they've been using for their research is being sourced from. After using the automated Geth turret against itself, we gain access to the ship. The place has a very similar creep vibe to the Dead Reaper, but Bioware actually drew this segment out for longer than a couple of minutes as we navigate the ship, getting little audio logs about what happened to the original researchers here. Spoiler alert, it was nothing pleasant. After navigating a brief puzzle, we override the final lockdown there, and uh-oh, David is waking up all the Geth. After fighting our way out and presumably leaving all those active Geth for some other sorry sap to come across, we make it to Atlas Station to put a stop to David and his constant. It's here Bioware tries to mix things up a bit by taking the weight off their combat crutch and instead leaning on the opportunity infiltrating Ground Zero of a rogue VI breakout afforded them. They took the time to get creative with how David is able to mess with all the equipment in the station, and if I've ever seen a good example of why things like smart homes and smart cities are a bad idea, this is it. Elevators go crazy, the control panels for doors magically slide along walls, and David keeps showing us pieces of video footage showing just how much of a reckless idiot his brother is. He also shows us how he was able to literally talk to the Geth by performing complex math in his head, and then translating it into the verbal clicking Geth sometimes use to communicate. I don't know how autism is supposed to let David perfectly mimic those noises with his mouth, but sure, okay then. After David infects Shepard's Omni tool and neural implants, we get walked to David's lair where reality and simulation are blurred. It's not clear what instigates Dave's upload now that we're here, though I suspect it's no more than just typical Mass Effect 2 drama. Whatever the cause, Shepard is the solution, and considering he led Shepard to his lair, it's safe to assume he didn't want to go off-world with the Geth AIs. So we gotta shoot the glowing balls of whatever to overload the shield protecting the AI core, exposing the core to damage, which eventually lets us shut down the whole thing and expose Dave strapped into some disturbing contraption. Gavin comes running up, afraid we are going to get the impression he's a bad guy for strapping his autistic brother into this thing so he could get brownie points with the elusive man. Throughout the games, I've made renegade choices just for the sake of making them, but not here. I really don't know what reasons anyone could have to let Gavin keep his brother. His experiments were going nowhere initially, which were dumb to begin with because even the Quarians have laws against experimenting with the Geth. But when he got word that the boss was going to pull the plug on his project, Archer got desperate seeing that promotion slipping away and exploited his brother for his own gains. Like, he even has his brother memorize his research notes rather than just using a fucking voice recorder or a VI for this. Then the project immediately collapsed into chaos the moment they got David into the torture device. This was a colossal failure for no gain, and he doesn't even try to bribe me or anything to let him keep his brother. If you want to tempt me to be an evil prick, there's gotta be something to actually tempt me. So, letting the not-so-good doctor keep Davy around seems just a little absurd. All in all, Overlord is, alright I suppose. It's brief, longer than Arrival but shorter than Shadow Broker, but it lacks a lot of what makes Mass Effect 2 great. We don't have any good characters. Gavin is a douche, and David we barely get to know aside from that he's autistic and being turned into an AI interface. The premise is interesting, but its execution leaves a lot to be desired. And some of the implications Bioware made with their representation of autism sure didn't win them any points either. They tried to put a little charm into it with a couple of amusing moments, but all that does is throw the tone of the DLC all out of whack. There's basically nothing here that adds to the greater narrative, nothing that adds to the world itself, and nothing that has any sort of impact on the rest of the game. If we save David, we will see him in Mass Effect 3, but that's it. To highlight this, once we end the final conversation, the mission complete screen pops up and we are back on the Normandy. It's like, oh, really? It's over already? That's it? Feels like the game just spits you back out, not wanting you to digest what just happened. It's not even any new gear or anything, as though the story was its own reward, which it's not. There's a reason people don't talk about this DLC much. It's just dull. It lands in that very unfortunate middle zone of mediocrity that means most people will just forget it or ignore it. It's kind of a shame we'll be ending on this, but we got the conclusion to wrap things up, so let's finish this. Over the course of writing this video, EA has announced that Mass Effect Legendary Edition sold better than they had expected, having hit the highest number of concurrent players any Mass Effect game managed to on Steam, and sitting with a nice 92% positive review rating on Steam. Seeing discussions of people going back to this franchise, I'm still seeing much of the same dialogue. Mass Effect 1 is rough, 2 is the best, and nobody knows what the hell happened with 3. My goal with this video is not to dissuade people from thinking 2 is the best. I can see where players are coming from when they make that assertion. Mass Effect 1 is rough, and if you're not a fan of a story where the details of the world take priority over basically anything else, that game's higher points aren't going to satisfy you as much as they did me. Likewise, if you're more a fan of character and drama-driven narratives, Mass Effect 2 is one of the finest works of that in its era of video game history. The story is what it is, and I really don't see anyone singing its praises these days. When I started outlining this video back in May, I was worried I'd piss off a lot of fans when I'd say things like, blowing up the Normandy in the beginning was pointless, and the Elusive Man is an idiot, and the Collectors are boring antagonists. But looking at discussions floating around now, people are starting to see the cracks. There seems to be a certain degree of disillusionment occurring that is a natural byproduct of this game getting older and people coming back to it so many years later. Even I'm coming around to the realization that this game just didn't age as well as I had originally thought. Even so, this game reaps a whole lot of praise despite all that. I think it's safe to say that this game is going to stand the test of time at least for another decade. It's kinda hard to tell with games. The medium is still so young and very little is to be held sacred. What ultimately grants it its longevity is its heavy reliance on what it does right, on what Bioware had the most confidence in, It's characters. And these characters and their stories are mostly creative, unique, and relatable enough that their appeal becomes self-evident. It's easy to see why this game can appeal to a broader audience. And it's not just because of its slicker gunplay and streamlined leveling system, though that did help draw a wider audience for sure. There's kinda something for everyone in this huge cast of characters. Certainly enough to give just about any player pause when choosing their shore party. Even if the main story goes nowhere at best and backwards at worst, the individual characters follow their own unique arcs. The completion of those arcs helps give players some sense of satisfaction, despite this being a middle installment where not much can actually be wrapped up entirely. Characters like Rex, Garrus, Tali, and Liara are fleshed out into almost different characters, and while I disagree with some of those changes, they were still distinct enough to feel meaningful. And then we get new characters who all grow and change and always end with a more to come sort of vibe. That more to come, I imagine, is what gave so many players hope and helped them look past or outright miss the flaws with the story and world building years back. But with the trilogy now complete and a whole lot of hindsight, the issues I've been highlighting have become more apparent. It's not just the fractures that fuel my frustration and obsession with this game though. It's the clear potential that had been squandered. I don't like to dwell on what a game could have been, but when I see a game that had a predecessor to draw strength from and display moments of brilliance itself, I can't help but just feel disappointment from the fact that the game just wasn't able to firmly grab what was above its head. Things like Tali's trial and catching up with Shiala shouldn't be exceptions in this game. I shouldn't have to sit through tedious and frustrating conversations with the elusive man as the price to be paid to recruit Jack, because ultimately that plot completely failed to connect these characters and awesome moments to the game anyway. So I can't help but envision what a truly congruent Mass Effect 2 could have looked like. Something that could have actually successfully connected all of these characters to a plot relevant to the main conflicts established in the first game. When Bioware did it right, they absolutely nailed it, and that's the part that bothers me the most. Because in the end, it just feels like what ended up getting in this game's way the most was itself. This video was not supposed to be this long, but the more I watched and read about this game, the more I saw people only seeing parts of the bigger picture. By the time I finished my research, I knew this game needed a 5-hour-long monstrosity to get these different points under one roof, so to speak. There's a lot I still had to cut short, like the gameplay changes and details surrounding the development of the game. My hope is that we start to see more discussion surrounding Mass Effect that isn't the usual, the ending of 3 sucked. This franchise is an untapped node of lessons for developers and fans alike. And if nothing else, I'd hope this video can spur more discussion. My video for Mass Effect 3 is coming eventually. Not too sure when. I have other projects I'd like to look at first. I really didn't plan to produce something like this over the summer, so now my production schedule is completely out of whack. In the meantime, check out my Discord, which is finally live, the archive of all the streams I've been doing this summer, and my Twitter, because apparently that's a thing that every YouTuber needs these days. All of that is linked in the description down below. Thank you so much for watching and for all the support recently. This has been a truly crazy summer, and I still can't believe the channel is at 8,000 subscribers now. Anyways, take it easy, and I'll see you in the next one.